らに太陽星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を新しい朝をここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て 強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時
Welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room, day 2 of the first weekend of the summer split. Moving right along. Yeah, that is another way to say the word 2. Well done, Mark.
I only know dose ways of saying it.
I hate him.
Really? You can't say 2 in French?
Duh.
Thank you.
There it is.
That's it's a very easy one. Now you can say it 3 ways, Mark.
Korean, it's what?
You done? Are you done with this bit? Are you done with this bit? All right, we'll move on.
Okay.
We're going to start off with something a little fun today. Those of you who tuned into the show nice and early yesterday will have seen the LCS turn evil with Evil Geniuses taking the title. Some people had fun with it on Twitter. Me when I select an Enchanter support versus me when I pick Pyke support.
He changed that to his profile picture on Twitter.
It's
He
pretty
did.
brilliant.
He was very pleased with it, honestly.
I'm not sure I thought Azael would pull it off the best, but I think Azael pulls off the evil look the best.
Yeah?
I think I pulled
That
it
would
off
be
the
you would
best.
be the only.
I thought the grudge Emily was.
I think the Azael still looks like Azael. And you become something else entirely.
I just look like the girl from
Yes.
either The Ring or The Grudge.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was
Which is
great. It was so
hilarious.
fun.
Are all the props still around? Because
They have to be.
he
sure.
should absolutely. I don't know when he should do it, but one day for an EG
Show up
game
with
that
the
he's
spike
cast.
Well, I was
collar,
kind of
yeah.
hoping yesterday he'd open the show with the
Yeah.
because they were the first casters yesterday. It's a missed opportunity, but maybe next time around
Yeah,
when
next
EG's
EG
up
game.
on the
I'll
up on
deliver
the
him the
stage, we'll
feedback.
get that one. Either way, a little fun to kick off the day. Now let's take a look at the schedule. What's in store for us? We kick things off with C9 versus Golden Guardians before Team Liquid is going to go up against Dignitas. Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves, a big matchup, smack dab in the middle of the day. TSM hunting for their first win against a CLG that started off hot on day number 1. We close things out with FlyQuest versus Immortals Progressive.
TSM CLG, I think, is actually going to be really close. Because, again, I didn't think TSM looked that bad in their loss. It was kind of like some mid-game stuff where 100 Thieves just had a better understanding of how to put out their comp. And then CLG looked really good, and now
They
it's
did.
like, okay, we saw them look good before. Can they continue and be consistent in their wins?
We see
Yeah.
the score lines here. Let's just get the other perspective of it with the teams stack ranked in the standings. Obviously, 5 teams at 1-0, 5
I love
teams
day one
at
standings.
0-1.
I know.
It's always great.
You're either first or last.
But it just makes it a little bit easier for us to remind ourselves of the results from yesterday with teams like 100 Thieves, CLG, Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest, and Team Liquid Honda picking up wins.
It's honestly not that far off from the spring split standings. You have mostly the same top 5 teams, and the one that's slotted in there right
CLG,
now, CLG over
obviously.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they correct over time. Correct.
Correct.
Based off my power ranking.
I was going to say, you're
Based off my prediction.
presupposing the results of the entire split.
Wow.
That there is a correct answer
There
to
is
the LCS.
mine.
You didn't know. From there, as we love to do on day 1s, day 2s, is overreact to everything. So we just pulled a few reactions from people throughout the community. 10 teams, 1 trophy. Who's going to win the summer split? Prob 100 Thieves. So some faith that they're going to come back and take it. Cloud9, CLG.
So, yeah, I was going to point that out.
Caligari going for Cloud9.
CLG in the name.
There's
going
only
for
so
I was
far
going for
faith
cream
can go.
cheese.
Cream cheese, obviously.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that one.
I mean, the
Fugitive,
man's he's got to win a
100%
championship.
1,000%.
You promised 7.
I got to win a championship,
Yeah.
man. Oh, Lord. Okay, TSM looks a lot better than last split. I'll give them that. I'm not sure that's an overreaction. It is obviously only 1 game, but I'll agree with it. They do look better than
Very
last
logical
split.
reaction.
Yeah, that to me is more logical than anything else. This was also shot out in the middle of the day yesterday. I wonder if Team Liquid will join this
No.
with TSM and Cloud9 starting the summer 0-1. Not the case.
They did the exact opposite of that. They perfect gamed IMT.
They hard stomped.
Yes.
That is a way to start. Yesterday, Mark, I know you weren't on waiting room, but like we went hard on how Team Liquid, like you have to win this.
Oh,
split.
yeah.
Again, with the wallet, with everything that you've thrown at this roster, this team, the expectations are massive. So perfect game to start off the split. Come on.
I think that's what everyone wants. Not just like you can get first in the regular season, but be like that Immortals that was like 17-1. Be like that old
Yes.
TSM that was 17-1. Like for how much you're putting into this roster, it should be dominating the teams.
You
in the bottom half
disagree?
of the
Why are you
standings.
shaking your head?
I'm just saying, Mark's never pleased. He's like, 1 perfect game. No, I want 2 perfect games.
Mark
No, I'm
demands-
happy with that, but I'm saying
Mark
now
demands
just
perfection.
continue doing that. I was
We
elated.
need more perfect games.
17 perfect games.
Wow.
Are you wearing my shoes?
Maybe I am.
I
No,
didn't-
not you, him. I think those might be my
I
shoes.
appreciate yours.
just
I didn't
realized.
dress myself. I'm a
don't
grown,
think you've
I'm
ever
a
dressed
man
yourself.
child.
On average, how many days a year do you dress yourself? That's what I'm.
You can't
No
think of
show
it.
day.
You can't think of it.
Wow.
He didn't give an answer.
Oh, yeah, you just sidestepped that
Yeah.
one like a master. All right, okay, we've heard from Twitter. Now let's get some hot takes and overreactions from fans here at the LCS tailgate. Ooh, this will be fun. Roll the
nice.
clip.
EG, all the way to Worlds, anime art, Jojo Pyun, Daddy, total anime duo right there.
TSM's gonna go all the way. They're gonna win the split. They're gonna go to World, and they're gonna take it all. No more 0-6, right?
Alright, for sure Cloud9 is gonna be #1, and then maybe 100 Thieves, cause I don't know, they're slacking a little bit. But C9 definitely. I believe in Fudge. I believe in the Fudge factor for sure.
Hi, my best hot take is C9 is going to win regular season and the whole thing in playoffs.
2 votes. 2 votes for Cloud9 there. Confidence in the fudge factor.
Yeah.
Saying Cloud9 will take the regular split and playoffs, to me, that is a little bit of a bold statement, partially because of the roster stuff. So just, right out the gate, they're already working against probably, having to climb, a couple wins back in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely skilled enough to take playoffs. I think
Yes.
the regular season thing is the one, just because they're going to have to be adjusting to like a variety of different.
I was surprised to see the TSM jersey girl
Going
vote
for EG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the guy not in the TSM clothing was the TSM diehard who said they're going to win. That was the hot. You were talking about
Yo,
C9. I think the TSM prediction was.
That actually is probably just a really good, analogy to like TSM's most recent few splits, right? Like, I think you'd be hard pressed a few years ago to find any TSM fan who would vote for anyone other
Yeah.
than TSM.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, okay, everyone's couched a little bit more around that org because of recent performance, and we'll have to see if the roster that they've put together for summer can change that tune a little bit, get us back to the old ways of TSM, the cockiness that we know and love out of them.
I hope so. Speaker was talking some smack already yesterday.
But he called for
Just
both your
against
heads,
you.
didn't he?
He called for
Primarily Mark.
Primarily Mark's.
He
didn't know about me.
He
What's funny
skipped
is
over you when you rated them lower. That was my favorite.
He wasn't aware until Mark outed me on Twitter.
He kind of knew that
He
you
kind of
said
knew.
nine.
He said
Yeah, a little
someone
bit.
said 7, someone
A little
said
bit.
9.
Yes.
But then he called for Mark's head.
He
Yeah.
called
So,
for
I don't know
us to
what
be
it is.
fired.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Mark that makes him more dislikable than you. But even
I
with
will
a better,
say,
a better
Travis-
rating, and Speaker's like, get this Mark guy out.
Travis specifically was working against Mark on that
That's
one.
true.
He was,
Yeah.
he was
I
doing
was
his
being
hardest.
thrown under a bus.
Here. Inside job on that one. He's your employer too, though, right? With Travis Gafford Industries.
It's a murky relationship.
It's okay. It's a day-to-day kind of thing. Here's a question that I kind of had that I wanted to pose to the three of you. And obviously, again, overreactions is day one. We've had one day of play. But given the number of different roster moves we've had, as we see here on the screen, Dokla being one of those moves and having a pretty big pop-off game yesterday, I'm curious, on the outset, what is the best roster move that was made between spring and summer?
You get the easy answer.
Single roster. Did we say Jensen?
Yeah. Sorry. So
Yeah.
a single move. So even if a team made multiple player changes, I want you to tell me which of the moves.
I'll take
is
the layup so they can have fun. The
Okay.
layup
Oh,
is Jensen.
no.
It's just like
Yeah.
a return of one of the greatest players of all time in North America to an org that he flourished on before with great players around him. Yes, there's the ramp-up time like Emily and Raz were just talking about, but this lineup should be looking at Worlds from a position where in spring they were starting to come apart. So that's why it's a great roster move. But it was surrounded by like 3 other moves, so it's hard to just say Jensen in isolation.
What a
enough.
hot take,
Yeah.
Mark.
I told you I was saying the easy one. Go have fun. Go say one of the other ones now.
All right, yeah. Give us something fun, Raz.
Ignar is a fun one. He's a
Okay.
fun player.
Oh,
He's the
okay.
type of person that's going to always look for action. Yesterday is not indicative of what we'll be seeing from IMT.
Okay.
So I had them the highest of the people at the dive when we were ranking teams, and a lot of it is based off of what Ignar has done in the past. Was in the finals when he was with FlyQuest, when in Worlds, and when he was with Misfits. He has that experience. He has a firm knowledge of how he wants to play the game, and so I think that combination with him and Kemby is going to work out well.
I'll agree with this person. I think it's Jensen. But
This person- you didn't want to say your name.
Dokla, Toady.
Tody.
Grody.
Tody
Oh, there we go.
Grody.
Tody.
Cody Grody.
Tody
I
Grody.
think it was really it was really cool to see Dokla play a carry pick. First
Yeah.
of all, we're going to be talking about this a little later with solo lane picks, but in this meta. But it was a really fun composition. Maybe Poom and Luger weren't having as much fun on their champions, but I thought it was cool to see that look from CLG because it shows a different dimension of what they can do.
Yeah.
And so if they can be consistent and play around top side and also play around bot side with such a strong hyper carry player like Luger, it spells really good things for
You don't
CLG.
think Luger was having a good time?
I love your Seraphine impression.
I'm not having a good time. I can't imagine he was.
Just to mute voice lines. There you go. Well, obviously, some of those veteran roster moves, some of those academy roster moves, wanted to kind of touch in with the academy scene and how it relates to the LCS. Just going to quote Cubby on this one. This is the second year in a row where FlyQuest have had a player go from not being in the ecosystem to winning a game on the LCS stage in less than a year. A ton of credit to their academy team and staff that has consistently improved as a team and individually. I just think that's a good way to give credit to a team that has one of the many teams that now is choosing to invest heavily in academy players, give them opportunities, and rightfully so, we should highlight the moments where those moves find success.
True. Actually, it reminds me of the time, I mean, Cubby, of course, made the reference to it, but last year, when it wasn't working out too well for FlyQuest, they opened the door for their academy team as a whole, right?
Yeah,
so you got
true.
to sing the praises of players who are literally, everyone can remember the fact that FlyQuest took a huge win versus TI7. A lot of teams, and people were like, wait, how good are academy players really if they can just kind of manifest that success on an LCS stage? So it's always exciting to see that, and I want to see a lot more of that.
It's obviously a risk. Sometimes it pays off. Sometimes it pays off big. Now, we've seen a number of success stories coming out of Academy. Let's check in on the Academy action from week 1 here in the summer split.
He's going for a flank.
He's coming from the back. He's coming from the back. Here comes Tenacity. It is time to fight. Tenacity with the Ragnarok will rock Jay.
Here.
Walking their way through. Harry's on the flank. Harry gets caught. The charm pulls him right on in, but there's the hostile takeover. Payback gonna be
Oh, they save him!
Harry surviving. Harry's gonna be okay.
Moving his head onto Yon, the root comes down, no follow-up. And Bradley. Yeah, Lucio's marking Bradley, making sure that he can protect his back like they turn their tail right onto Bradley. If they burn him down, that's a huge advantage.
Who's notoriously one of the best. Now in the top lane, Surdy looking to get a kill onto Bradley. A couple more autos should do it. A flash forward. He finds the Vital.
He had a counter pick, but we got a pause.
Takeover and Copy both show up at the same time with a nice wild growth, trying to see if it can keep people alive, but Copy has to bail. True Shot Mirage getting a lot of damage to set up Hyper.
Tony Top spots him out. There's the cannon barrage. It's going deep. Will is able to isolate Tony Top, who's by himself for a while, but buying some time is going to be XU. Going with the stopwatch. A big pickup coming out for Tenacity. Getting the kill on the spawn. A double kill coming out for Tenacity as he's going to chase down all of Dignitas.
Who's next is a question we're going to be asking all split long, but we're lucky to be joined by none other than Joshi to walk us through a number of academy prospects that he's got his eyes on. We just got a nice highlight reel of 5 of the names that have popped to the top of your head. First, how you doing, my man? Thanks for joining us.
It's good. It's good to be here. It's finally awesome to see all of you guys. I've met several of you guys not that long ago. So honestly, having an opportunity to see everyone here is great. But we got to talk about Academy. We don't have that much time. I want to talk about a couple players we just saw in our clip, right? Like, all of you guys know who Ayla is. He played for Team Liquid on the LCS stage when the Core JJ was having some issues. But the other one we really got to touch on before we talk about some of our other Academy talent, Busio. If you guys don't know who this is, you guys will know about him really soon. 100 Thieves Academy looked really, really strong. He's been boot camping in Korea, and we've barely even gotten to see him in Academy. But you better bet your butt that he's going to be in LCS in 2023.
100 Thieves have already had a hot start to their Academy split. Raz, what are your thoughts, just real quick, on a player like Busio and just generally 100 Thieves and the investment they've made in developing players?
Yeah, it was quite an investment because I remember that he made that role swap from mid lane to support position because they had a lot of faith in his own mechanics. mechanics. And then he made that swap. Kind of reminds me hilariously enough about Huhi, who made that transition to the support role. And his champion pools, really solid. The amount of skill that he had. Remember, in the last split, if I remember correctly, he was with Kenvi. And at that time, Tenacity wasn't playing, but that roster would have been sick. Gamsu was on the roster at that time. So really strong player, and I agree with him. Yeah.
Of course, when you're second string to a player like Huhi, you're really going to have to make a strong case if you want to take that spot. Otherwise, other teams should be looking at Busio to maybe rip him away from 100 Thieves for their rosters in the future. From here, though, Joshi, I want to pull you back into the conversation around the Academy players that have already made the jump up to the LCS, and we saw 3 in particular yesterday on the stage that I want to talk about. Philip, Kenvi, Dokla. Who do you want to start with out of those 3?
Let's start with Dokla, right? We're talking about good moves in the offseason. Dokla coming up, he was our most valuable prospect coming out of the Academy. And I know that takes a lot of people by surprise. I'm sure you guys were already talking about it. This guy was playing in LCS years ago, and he wasn't that good. So what's up? Like, why is he still here and looking? And it's because, I mean, if you guys have been watching, he's made so much progress, right? You guys were talking yesterday about the mentality this guy has, the process-oriented thought process that he has in order to, like, figure out how his improvement works. And I gotta say, like, the system works. All of our old players have opportunities to come back. He's not the only one. Gamsu just did the same thing. And going up against CLG, like you guys already looked at, kind of smashed.
Really quickly, while we still have you here, I wanted to get your thoughts on Philip, because I thought, like, he's someone coming in that definitely was not as hyped, right? I talked to his coaches. They're like, he might struggle in lane, but I think his team fighting is really good. And he had a really great Camille engage yesterday, right? So what did you think of his debut?
Honestly, this was way better than I think a lot of us were expecting. I was talking with Cubby and Kelsey while we were watching this game, and we were all just kind of expecting, yeah, Philip, he's probably going to struggle. He wasn't the top laner that we were expecting to have an opportunity to play in LCS first, but he goes up against Licorice. He has the Camille into the Gnar. That's a tough matchup. 10 minutes, he's dead on even, right? Like, seeing how well he's actually playing is really, really cool. But I remember him from a long time ago when he was playing with Radiance, and seeing how quickly he's grown is really cool, and I can't wait to see more of how he plays.
There you go. I know you as a Philip enjoyer there, Joshi, from your time in the Academy. What do you enjoy about him the most?
My baby boy. Honestly, my favorite thing, I talked about it very briefly with Radiance, right? I first came across him when he was playing with players like Bluster and Shochi, and he was just dragging them across the finish line over and over. He was oftentimes the only person in the amateur scene who was like having a good game. And that's why I was so excited about him. Seeing like the killer instinct that he can have has been really refreshing at the lower levels. And now playing with players who are just miles better, I think he's got a lot of room to grow. And I gotta say, I'm a big fan. I want to see him do well. And the fact that he's able to go head-to-head with Licorice on his first day, great stuff.
It's a great showing day one. One more player to talk about, and we'd be remiss not to, only because somewhat, in a contrasting fashion to Philip, this is a player who had a lot of hype around him coming into the split, and that's Kenvi for
draft.
Immortals. And a rough draft to deal with. But let's talk about this guy, because I think there's definitely something to be said for different Academy players who enter the league with different expectations.
Look, I know you guys were just talking about it again, right? This is not where we're expecting Immortals to end up, but it feels like the story of Team Liquid versus Immortals so far this split. Team Liquid Academy speed ran Immortals Academy in 18 minutes and 37 seconds earlier this week. And then Team Liquid LCS, perfect games Immortals on the LCS stage. There's something going on between these two orgs that we're not privy to, but as you already looked at, guys, right? Like, this is not what we're expecting Kenvi to end up as. PoE got in the night before, right? He didn't really have time to practice with the team whatsoever. And so, while this was a bit of a rough start, this is not what we know Kenvi is going to do. When we start seeing him go back to things like the Viego, when we see his Kindred come out, you're going to start recognizing why this is a player that we've been talking about for years.
I know Emily's been popping off about the Kindred, so didn't get it on the bingo card yesterday. Maybe we can complete that today. Joshi, thank you so much for joining us, giving us that Academy insight. I'm sure we'll be having you on future broadcasts as well as we get more of those players hopping up to the big leagues. With that, though, that's it for Waiting Room. It's time for us to get into the show. Roll that open. Welcome back to the LCS. Ahead of the first game of the day, which sports Cloud9 up against Golden Guardians. Sorry, I was looking behind me because I saw Team Liquid, and that almost threw me for a loop there. It's another blue team. Both teams still hungry for that first win of summer, though Cloud9 still looked solid in their game, and of course are still dealing with not their full roster. But let's talk about that showing yesterday against EG.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty back and forth game. I think EG was in decent control the entire time, but when you watch how that game was going, the scaling, how the teams were going to interact, it was a 4-1 split comp versus just a straight team fight comp, and they got off the ground, they got Fudge ahead, and Jensen was playing well on the Victor. He had an insane damage percent, a lot of kills, and it was just some late game team fights that went in EG's favor.
Exactly, that's why, we're certainly positive about Cloud9, was the fact that the two changes that came through of Jensen and Fudge were positive ones in this game. And the comps were really interesting. It was a first good look of what the meta would look like in the LCS, and I really enjoyed what Cloud9 was able to do in a losing match versus
Display.
Yeah, I've made no secret about how much I really liked C9's comp in this, actually, and especially Fudge picking the Fiora, right?
Yes.
Because obviously, I've been pretty critical of, in particular, top lanes in North America not going for these kind of counter matchups. And overall, as we were talking about the meta yesterday, those first few games, we joked about how Flowers was losing his mind. There weren't a lot of early kills. Guys, it doesn't have to be that way.
No.
I promise. Yesterday, we saw Knight play Brand mid. It's the first win that Brand Mid has had in a major region since 2012 spring in OGN Champions. Not the last time it was played, but the last time it had a win.
Gotcha. Okay.
As a mid laner.
And that's what we want. We want to see it win. We don't want to see it come out and lose.
And obviously, in the LPL, you see a lot more of these counter matchups. So I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be that way.
Well,
it really doesn't.
Show people the light.
A lot of people feel that way, especially when they watch the LPL. Dominate as well was tweeting this, guys, you don't have to farm to 15. The combined kills per minute's down. The average game time is up. And I think what Emily and I want out of the teams is you can still experiment in this meta. Fudge with the Fiora, heavy use of counter picks, that was into Swain specifically that Knight picked the brand. And you can still experiment in the meta, and we want to congratulate teams that do this. People like Dokla as well being able to.
Absolutely.
G2 earlier today, right before this, had an insane
draft.
That
was such a fun comp.
And what's funny is earlier in the day, it was the Ornn versus Sejuani top. You don't have to draft that way. You don't have to scale.
Especially on red side, if you want to see success off of it, you have to be taking advantage of the counter matchups that you're picking for. At times, it could feel more beneficial to go for a support counter pick matchup so you can get pushed there. But especially this meta right now, top lane seems to be the go-to for. Fiora is the pick we're highlighting here. Kayle is a pick we're seeing a lot in the LPL and LCK that certainly we should be seeing more. And I know it's just week one, but just in general in Academy, I haven't been seeing too much as well. So would love to see more of those options if you can see a possibility of it succeeding.
Even the Olaf top from Bwipo yesterday, right? And then the Yone from Dokla, we saw G2 play that earlier today as well.
Not going to get over that E damage.
I was about to say everything.
Dude, that bot lane fight where he's just running around murking kids. It was so gross. Yes, more of that, please. I have to assume that the game will speed up and that there will be more counter picks as the weeks go on and people just figure out kind of those limits and which matchups they can test.
You're crossing your fingers.
What is that?
I'm saying you're crossing my fingers.
That was a literal is that a new show signal that everyone wants to talk?
I don't need to talk. I'm just crossing my fingers.
There are two angles for this, but I want to hear from Mark.
I was going to say, I think especially for C9, given that their bot lane is still missing for this game, they don't have Sven and Berserker right now. Go experiment in the top half of your map. Try and find some advantages in maybe more volatile situations.
There's certainly going to be more opportunities once they get more used to the patch to dive and all these things. The alternative reality is that once a team recognizes, okay, we have a split push win condition, we should just do nothing until we have that win, 3 items set on Fiora or something
game's getting even longer.
NASA's
Kayle farmed.
There it is. That's the reality.
Forever. Okay, let's flip to the other side of the matchup because while we were satisfied to a degree with Cloud9's performance yesterday, even while missing a couple of their intended pieces, Golden Guardians left, I think, a lot to be desired for a lot of people in their loss yesterday.
Yeah, this was a really sad game because this was the classic. We are starting to lose, so we're doing nothing until Soul fight, and then we died. We got picked on Soul, so now we're just losing everything without really putting up much of a fight. And these are the type of games that you certainly don't want to see, where you have a losing bot side mid matchup as well early. And so I think FlyQuest did a great job in stacking Drakes and forcing them to pick something, and Golden Guardians did in that one. They'll probably regret not picking making a play happen.
Yeah, it started off that one, like a Blaze Olive getting caught out of position, and that was something he had issues with last split, was his kind of like isolated deaths early pre-15 minutes. I hope that's not a continuing trend in summer, because when you start off on the back foot, then you start playing more passive because you're like, we'll scale, and then you just start seeding objectives, and that was just not a game one you wanted to see.
And because they were so passive, another thing that happened is Jose Diodo was able to bring out the Udyr, right? And just be like, okay, well, if all people are going to do is scale, I'm just going to sprint around the map because my clear speed is so fast. And so I thought that and the pushing bot lane were also another reason why, like, oh, we have this big point of pressure that we can play around early.
That was something that I'm kind of concerned with when it comes to, what Pride Stalker is willing to blind pick for jungle, was that the Udyr was a great response. He was able to clear out his jungle much faster, match Xin Zhao so he didn't find a play, and then actually take his Krugs bot side too. So he was just more ahead of the matchup.
Yeah.
So if Xin Zhao is not able to really impact the lane, he's clearly going to descale in at least in, I guess in that comp, they're hoping on their bot side to really be the one that's the scaling element. But I just thought that the Udyr was far more effective.
I think the only other tidbit I'd add is in the top lane, I would have expected more out of a player like Licorice, considering his matchup and opponent, right? So,
well,
what?
Hopefully today he bounces back, because he's not beat Cloud9 since he left them still. The curse is still going.
Which is how many years?
I don't
2,
know.
3 years at this point, right?
I think he's played a handful of times.
Okay, yeah,
It's
that's
not
tough. We'll
negligible.
see if he can get the matchup today. He's back up against Fudge. We'll see. You got predictions, I hope.
I submitted them.
You were given homework.
Yep.
So as long as you submitted them, they will show up on this screen. Let's go down the line. Cloud9, Golden Guardians.
Oh,
who's it going to be?
Oh, wow. Okay, they're just flashing it. I said Cloud9 because, obviously. We talked about their top side, and, like, in talking about Jensen, one thing we didn't talk about was Blabber. They obviously are still working really well together. We wanted to know how they play around that top side with Fudge. I think even with their intended bot lane missing, the way that those three were playing together was really great.
And the caliber matchup is much different than yesterday. I mean, you're going up against the returning champion in Evil Geniuses, and I felt like that was the highest quality match that we saw yesterday. This one's going to be a step down, and it should be Cloud9 sweeping it.
My peers did a great job breaking that down.
There it is. What can we say?
Thank you, Mark, for everything that you always add to our conversations. It will be a tall task for Golden Guardians here up against Cloud9. We'll see if they can get it done. As we head to the arena, though, we celebrate a decade of the LCS and usher in the next era for North America.
Under the fog, I know they're coming, I know they're here. Oh, that light, oh, is bright. Sleep for today, but tomorrow we fight.
The official start of the League of Legends Championship Series. This is a groundbreaking moment in league history.
Revolutions aren't built in a day.
They come up from the dirt. They bloom from the depths of defeat.
Oh, that light, oh, is bright. Sleep for today, but tomorrow we fight.
Turns around the fight, and he takes over. Team Solomon looking to dethrone Cloud9 as the North American champion.
A new era has been summoned.
And this time, we won't hold back.
They are the ones who will ignite our spark. Who will bring the uprising of our fame. Who will unleash hell to take what is not given.
Hello and welcome to the LCS Arena for day 2 of the summer split. I am Freak, that is Azael. What are we?
Two casters.
The Doug Duo! We are the Doug Duo. Hello and welcome. I'm excited to be here for my first games of the split. I think you cast yesterday.
I did.
You did.
And
so
I cast tomorrow.
That's wow, you get 3 days.
Yeah.
They just like you more than me,
That's
which
true.
we already knew, but it's been reinforced by the casting assignments. This is going to be fun, though. So both teams are 0-1. Cloud9 dropped a game. By the way, they are an OPL legal team with their 3 Australian players. They've got Blabber and Jensen as imports. So it's cool to see, we saw Cloud9 versus the OPL back in MSI before. Now we get to see it again firsthand. It's very exciting. Awesome to see as well, of course, but that's fair, But that's good enough, though. I think Cloud9 are likely to win.
Another sign. Cloud9 are the favorites for sure, but we have to remember, as they just dropped out, so I think we're going to have to get a champ select restart. Someone dropped out of the lobby.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they're not playing with their intended starting roster. So yes, they did lose yesterday. It was actually a very close game. It was, I want to say, our longest game of the day. It was like 45 minutes or thereabouts. Obviously up against EG. Fudge really impressed me on the Fiora. His team fighting on it was really, really nice. I thought that was a game that they were going to have to win through sides, and they kind of almost proved me wrong. Being able to join in those fights and actually scrap pretty effectively against them. King Destiny, I thought were solid, but not standout. And it is a team that maybe is going to take a little bit more time to get going because they haven't been able to practice with all their pieces and they don't have their full and started roster. But on the other side, Golden Guardians, I think, will be disappointed with their first showing and should be disappointed, honestly. It was not the kind of start that they wanted to the split. I know that they have pretty high expectations. Give this match trophy, cream cheese, let's go. Player's actually really funny, by the way.
It's
if
a
you
great
haven't
show.
watched it, you should really check it out. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, Golden Guardians not having the kind of start that they wanted, right? They went up against FlyQuest yesterday. They really kind of just conceded almost all objectives throughout the game. And by the time they did try to fight, they were so far down that they didn't really have a fighting chance. So want to see them to be a little bit more proactive today, a little bit more aggressive. I know that teams are very keen to actually play for scaling in this meta, but you still have to be fighting over objectives. You still have to be fighting for these advantages.
Yeah, I think that discussion around what is the correct way to play the game on this set of patches, and then as a second step in the meta game of what your opponents are playing, is really important right now. So I know something we were talking about yesterday because I was in yesterday chatting. Is Lucian is 100% pick ban across all 4 big leagues. As of last night, it was 0-1 in the LCK, 0-1 in the LEC, and 3-8 in the LPL. So high priority, but actually hadn't been winning games.
100% win rate in LCS.
100% win rate in the LCS.
Players in the world here.
Right. But that's really interesting, right? Because every team in the world is afraid of and will ban or pick Lucian. And by the way, the blue side, red side pick rate is 12-1. He's first picked or banned, right? But he lost so much, so it's Golden Guardian's well, he's not actually that good. We'll go Zeri, we'll scale. I think they had losing lanes in all 3 lanes, tried to outscale or tried to do nothing, as you pointed out, and just got run over.
And I mean, I will say, to caveat a little bit, or to play devil's advocate a little bit, on some of your Lucian stats, I do think one of the things you have to take into consideration when a champion is 100% presence, often when it's left through with a specific counter pick or answer in mind, right? They're only going to let the Lucian through if they feel that they have this winning lane. We've kind of heard those types of stories before. It doesn't always work out, and I do think also, as you said, they drafted losing lanes, they drafted a lot of powerful scaling, but they weren't really able to get there. So we'll see if they're going to be able to draft some winning lanes for Pride Soccer to play around. He went with the Xin Zhao in that game, was up against Udyr, so he was kind of getting, a slower clearing jungler.
Outfarm.
And when you have nowhere to gank and you're clearing more slowly, well, guess what? You're going to lose a lot of dragons, and that's kind of what happened to them yesterday. So we'll see if they can look a little bit better here against Cloud9.
Yeah, very curious what the style ends up being here for these teams. Golden Guardians still think Zeri is highly prized. This is, of course, with the micropatch changes after the nerfs in 12-11, so I would, in general, for people at home, a relatively balanced champion, clearly high prized in pro play. Lucian actually banned on the blue side for Cloud9. Senna off table here as well.
A lot of marksmen.
Yeah, the C9 duo lane actually played Senna Tahm Kench in their opener here for King and Destiny. Now that Senna's gone, I guess they can leave up Corki. He won't walk into packages anymore. And Karma Ezreal up the table.
Yeah, exactly. The Karma to me is like an Ezreal ban, right? So it's actually really interesting. It's almost like 5 targeted marksman bans. Sure, we could get Ezreal paired separately from the Karma, but over the last quite a while, that's really the only time you've kind of been seeing it prioritized. So it is interesting, and we'll see, is it going to be yet another ban down towards bot lane to really push these people off comfort? and try to maybe open up the kind of champions that we're going to see. Of course, there's still a lot of mainstays available, things like Jhin, things like Aphelios, like Jinx, like there's tons of options. Xayah, of course.
Ooh, and even a Gragas ban there. So Jinx is going to be up and locked in here for King, Cloud9. I did see Sven in here today.
I think he just arrived.
Yeah, but yeah, I saw him outside with Cloud9. I think they were getting like COVID checked or something, but I saw him as he went to get lunch. So I know Sven physically is here, but yeah, maybe next week. I don't know. Maybe they want to wait till Berserker's here, but he is at least physically here.
Yep. So that's good for them. But of course, today will be King and Destiny. So Jinx first pick, Wukong up. Seems like a pretty obvious answer. Pridesucker, I know, has been playing it a lot in Champions Queue. Does really like these kind of farming, scaling junglers. Does tend to prioritize camps over, lane pressure from my experience in watching him. And I do think Wukong is a champion that scales fairly well, can be a strong team fighter, especially when you are playing ahead of the curve, can really be dangerous in those 5v5s. We'll see what they want to pair alongside it, if it's going to be, more dive, more of that type of pressure. Xayah. Okay, so Aphelios, it's almost like back to last spring. Yes, there was a lot of marksman bans to get us there, but it's Jinx Aphelios.
Yeah. We are back to Jinx Aphelios. Someone look for
Lilia.
Ooh, I like this. So Lilia. Oh, this is really fun. So we are back to exciting picks. We spoke, Shock spoke with Broken Blade at the post-game lobby of LEC just about 40 minutes ago, and he was saying, I don't think the game really should be played slowly. Yes, champions are tankier, but I think its teams aren't yet comfortable on stage. He thinks, the right way to play is actually a bit more aggressive. I mean, they played Yone Yasuo, right? And they clapped. He was a great Yone. We saw CLG, Dokla did great on Yone. And so we've seen him, I think, as a top and a mid laner so far this year. Lilia, exceptional top laner as well. You can flex her jungle if you want. I think generally if you're a melee champion, she's going to clap that matchup so they can kind of wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and I do really like Yone as a pick, especially first round, because it is flexible, right? You can go mid or top. Yone is one of the scaling picks that I do think is like kind of seen as more aggressive, but it is to me like the melee version of the Azirs and of the Corkis and stuff, where you really want to scale, you really want to get your items, you're exceptional in the late game if you can get there. And I do think the durability update helped him quite a lot. It's harder to punish this guy early on in the lane, so he has a lot better matchups. It's less about dominating them, it's more about scaling, getting those items. Can be really strong on white item. We saw Blade the Rune King rush from Broken Blade, which was a little bit of a different take. Traditionally, I have seen mostly just shield bow rush, though sometimes people do try to go for the more aggressive options, Gale Force to get the additional range and things like that. But generally, you are just seeing more of like early Zeal into shield bow, IE third, that type of play.
Well, see which build he goes for in this game, or it's going to be Jensen. But Fudge and Jensen both, I thought, really impressed. Fudge, I know you mentioned it earlier on, looked really, really good yesterday.
And they clearly think that this is jungle and mid, right? Because it's double top lane ban here, from the Golden Guardian side, banning out both the GP and the Sejuani. Sejuani plus Yone, obviously a pretty good pairing if they actually wanted to move that into the jungle as well and have, Jensen piloting the Yone mid. But 4 top lane bans, so really trying to limit the pool. It also makes me wonder, is it actually more likely to be a Lilia top or a Yone top now? Because if Cloud9, are comfortable bringing one of those champions top lane, you've actually just spent a lot of bans towards top on the side of Golden Guardians, and those would be kind of useless at that point.
My instinct, I don't know either matchup very hard, but I feel like Fiora looks pretty good into Lilia. All of her important skills, the W, the R, are very telegraphed, easy to riposte. Gwen, probably fast enough to actually fight that champion pretty well, so that could still look at that. I'm not certain, though. Yone in the same boat, by the way. His CC is also very telegraphed. Very easy for you to play around that as well.
It's also totally possible that they're just expecting that, hey, we have to blind our top here on 4, so we're going to go tank top, and then, ban out some of these scaling duelists that can do a fair bit of true damage there. Obviously, Fiora does a tremendous amount. We saw that Fudge actually picked that, into a tank matchup yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, and it is summer. Cloud9 known for the tank tops, and it's going to be Orange. So, Fudge, I thought you were the best player on Cloud9 yesterday, and you've got Orange duty, my dude, as they ban away some of the skirmishers on the top side, and we'll see if Licorice can find a counterpick he likes up there.
I think it makes sense, though, honestly, right? This does give them more of a primary engage, and you have the follow-up from the Yone, or even the Yone goes in first, or to follow that up, you have the Lilia sleep, and it gives them options for Enchanter supports down in the bot lane, because you need some sort of primary engage. Looking towards the Lulu makes even more sense. So I do really like the draft. I think they have an incredibly strong 5v5. They scale very, very well. The early aggressive options, I think, are quite limited, unless there is kind of an overextension. But Lilia is pretty happy just power farming, right? This is a champion that's very fast clear in the jungle. so not that big of a deal, and we'll see what the option is going to be here for Licorice. A lot of these aggressive counters are already taken off the table, so it could just be something like a Gnar, but Kayle would be really nice here. It's not as funny as it sounds, it's not that easy into Ornn early, but post 6, you definitely are comfortable. You have to pay some respect if the Ornn is going to play Spellbook and Ignite. You do have to look out a little bit for that all in, especially if the jungler does get up there, but this is a strong scaling pick. One of my concerns, though, with Kayle into this composition is, Kayle, I think, does have exceptional scaling, but you are limited by your range. And like Jinx, Lulu, the engage range from champions like the Yone, from champions like the Ornn can make it actually difficult. And oftentimes, when you are trying to close that gap, Polymorph is incredibly effective against you as well. So range is often the limiting factor for Kayle. That being said, if Kayle can stand in fire, you're going to put out a tremendous amount of DPS in later stages of the game. If you can be locked in that 1v1 long term against the Ornn, you really can start to take advantage of that. So going to be excited to see how he is able to perform on this. It's also great when paired up with the Wukong. The offensive ult, I think, is much more powerful than the defensive. Send the Wukong into the middle of the team, drop the Kayle ultimate, let him go nuts.
It's going to be exciting here. Cloud9 and Golden Guardians here to play their second game of the split. We've got a Kayle in the top lane, Fudge back in top where he belongs. Let's get it. Game 1 starts now. Summoner's Rift, and we've got Kayle in the top lane. Now, Azael, we have played probably two dozen games on live together between Flex Q and normals. You
Way more than that. All time?
Oh, well, okay, over the last year and a half.
Okay.
You've played Kayle, and I would say more than half of them.
I like a lot of Kayle. I like a lot of the scaling top laners.
Yeah. So my question basically is, because I feel like people say, oh, it's Kayle, late game bomb. Oh my gosh, she gets level 16 and you win the game.
Yeah.
I want, on a scale of 1 to Azir and then beyond Azir, what is level 16 Kayle?
I mean, I think it's really compositional based. That is my honest opinion, is that people just kind of put it in this bucket with some of the other hyperscaling champions where it's just generically strong late game. I think it's more to do with the composition than it is to do just generically strong. Can you put out enormous amounts of DPS at 16? Absolutely. It's one of the highest DPS champions in the game. But as I said, I think a lot of it is to do with, are you outranged or not? Because if you are outranged, it can be very difficult. If Jinx gets a rocket or two on you before you're able to actually get in range to attack, you can early force a defensive ultimate. If you're forcing defensive ultimates, well, guess what? Kayle's not auto-attacking during the cast time of that, which is a second and a half, if memory serves me correct. Of course, as you get later in the game, the ultimate lasts longer, so you do get some time to attack. But yeah, I mean, I think against this composition, you're going to be really effective in the 1v1 against Ornn later on. But barring that, you're really looking to hit the Ornn and the Lilia, and he's going to have to play well to actually dodge the early engage and then hit the front line. You're looking less to attack the Jinx, more to attack the Yone, the Lilia, and the Ornn. So we'll see how he's going to match up. But Fleet Footwork, paying a lot of respect, I think, to the fact that it can actually be somewhat of a difficult matchup early on. It's not the hardest by any means. I'm not trying to overstate Ornn's early power, but Spellbook Ornn can provide some threat, and Licorice going D-Shield and going Fleet instead of something like Lethal Tempo or PTA clearly shows that he's paying some respect to, hey, there could be some pressure in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. Because, press the attack, Lethal Tempo, as you're mentioning, are clearly the core DPS options if you're trying to kill in team fights, but this is survival.
Or even in the side lane later on, right?
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely matters. And move speed, of course, pretty relevant as well. Wanted to point out, when Jensen started his lane, he actually sat in front of Raptors and got 2 charges of Q off before laning. So that while he's fighting for the first wave, he has a bit of extra damage throughout the knock-up, so you can Q into auto to help him trade back against LeBlanc. It's a really minor optimization, but it's basically just always correct to try, in case it's a fight. Oh, cool, I have a knock-up here, and it's an easy, cross your T's, dot your I's, it costs you nothing. And your lane's that very little bit stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it can make getting the push a little bit more difficult for LeBlanc. If you're trying to sidestep instead of just spam auto-attacking, if you are going for last hits, you can have that prepped Q to try to interrupt or harass on that. Yone, relatively strong laner here, does have, a pretty easy build in towards some sustain that is going to help you with that lane, assuming we are going towards Shield Bow or Blade of the Rune King like we saw earlier today in the LEC. But we'll see how he's going to be able to hang on. He is playing TP, so of course, looking more to just kind of farm out this lane. I think there's a lot more pressure on a Blaze Olive playing the Ignite LeBlanc to really kind of have some sort of a pressure, whether it's just unlocking Pride Stalker to get things done and take objectives, or it is setting up for kills.
Maybe even trying. Had jumped the wall. 7 camps for both junglers. You want to hit your recall in about 5 seconds. You want to be on time for your second camp spawn, or relatively soon anyway. It's about 4 minutes when they come up, and you got to walk down there. So Pride Stalker going to go ahead and finally knock his 7th camp down. Of course, Wukong does not clear as fast as Lilia, but there's his deep ward, there's the recall. Shouldn't be terribly late for his Krug, shouldn't be a big deal. But you can see that Blabber already on the map, ready for his romp. He'll face a ward when he does so, but will have a very slight tempo lead.
Yep, Fudge doing pretty well here up on the top side, but Licorice, your job really is just to survive. If you're farming even and getting towards 6 at a pretty comfortable time, that's when you can start to actually do things in this matchup.
Big damage on the bottom side. Destiny 100 health! The Ignite tick will kill him! First blood comes through for Ole.
Well played by Stixxay and Ole. Destiny not using the exhaust at all there. Wonder if it would have made the difference. Not sure how much damage Ole actually got out onto him, but didn't end up using it. And now Pride Stalker coming down. They're going to look to try to set up the dive here onto King, who will have to potentially respect this.
I don't know if he got... Oh, actually, the Trinket Ward over his Gromp might have seen his pathing, because I think he probably passed through Gromp instead of pathing through, like, the side of mid lane. So they saw him skip and go down. Now he's going to start his camp up. Yeah, he's behind Lilia, but it was a worthy attempt. Ultimately denies some XP off of Destiny.
Yeah, it denies a little bit of XP, and it gets him a free plate, right? So I do think it's a worthy try. Good deep ward there to help protect that. But early plays going the way of Golden Guardians, winning out in that 2v2 pretty heavily. Blabber's just going to show up mid. Looks like just helping him to push this out. They're not exactly sure if Wukong could be coming towards mid, I think.
I think he also knows he can get chickens.
Raptors, yeah.
Right? He's like, you cut a camp to go down here. I know I have timing in this one. 5 minutes for Raptors is very, very common timing. It's up, and he's like...
Kind of risky, though.
Yeah, he's able to smite it. He knew that, Pride Stalker was probably still going to be on Wolves. Like, that's a very heads-up play where he's like, I'm not under threat. You're not skipping Wolves to get Raptors here. It's very heads-up, and he steals 90 gold away from his enemy jungler.
Yeah, well done. I mean, he's ahead in experience as well. I was a little bit surprised with Jensen going back to base that he still felt comfortable, being that, a Blaze Olive was there. But Jensen does have TP, so he arrives back, and clearly he had the correct read on the matter. That Pride Stalker wouldn't be skipping Wolves and coming over to Raptors to defend or anything like that, so gets out scot-free. Licorice now hitting 6, so he is ranged at this point. It's really 11 that I always feel like that you actually get strong. 6, you start to be able to kind of participate.
You're
in
a real
game.
champion at 6, yeah.
6, you're a ranged minion, Pre-6, you're a melee minion.
Yeah.
Now you're a ranged minion.
Hey, give him credit. He's a cannon minion at 6, okay? He's tanky with the ultimate.
That's true.
It's worth at least 90 gold by that point in time.
A nice movement from Blaze Olive there, though, dodging out on Jensen's ulti. Looks like they will just go up towards topside, help to secure that scuttle, get the push there on top, and early call here for Licorice. He knows that it's just going to be about the farming. Going to be interested to see where he goes. I am expecting just like, I think that AP is much stronger than some of the kind of like AD builds that we've seen. Sometimes people do go Kraken, but I tend to think that Nashor's is like almost always the best first item. Nashor's Riftmaker, I think third item is kind of dealer's choice depending on what you are concerned about. I think Deathcap, Lichbane, Zhonya's depending on the game, like all these can work. But I really do feel pretty strongly that the first 2 items, like almost always, should just be Nashor's Riftmaker.
Yep. That's what I've seen as well there. It looks pretty solid. There's a smite. I want to shout out Dark Tech of Cosmic Drive third. Just a ton of move speed tends to be a pretty powerful thing as well. And a bunch of haste for your ultimate being up all the time. Certainly can be relevant. We're on the way to Gale Force or Kraken there for Stixxay. No shield bow needed for him. Waiting to see what King wants to grab overall. Is just fighting for the minions back and forth down here. Very small lead to Golden Guardians. Keep in mind, the kill went to Tahm Kench, so only a 200 gold gift given to Stixxay off that one, so not as much as First Blood would normally.
Yeah, not as big of a deal for sure. Getting an early Mythic on support is still nice, but it's really not the end of the world. It wasn't King that went down either. He still has his summoners available. Jensen, nice little bit of trading there with the E. It's very hard to actually trade back into the E once Yone gets up on you, especially if he's pretty separated from where the stab back is. Blabber coming in here, does have ultimate available.
Slows, able to just get away in time, not to be rooted in place, and Blabber not going to find anything else either as Stixxay pushes him away. A couple of shots come back, so Ole stays alive, and that is an exhaust burn for nothing. Well done, Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Golden Guardians doing really well in this 2v2 and even the 2v3 there. As Blabber was just, I think, trying to go for a little bit of a drive-by gank there, help them fix the wave somewhat, but Golden Guardians on the other side of the map will be able to take Herald as a response, so things looking really good for them thus far.
That's actually kind of wild. Like, I feel like, okay, hold on. We got Jensen looking for a little bit of something here. Won't be trading too heavily, but gets some damage across. Shouldn't really even be stealable as well. Fudge is spellbook over to Ignite anyway. So the chant, okay, yep, good smite, gets it in time, no problems down there. Well done, Golden Guardians. Somehow a Kayle team got first Herald, which I feel like is just so rare.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber attempting to make that gank happen on the bot side. You know, maybe they're calling for it. You know, maybe they felt that they need to kind of like fix the wave or need a little bit of cover there. Either way, he goes down towards bot. As soon as the bowling ball doesn't connect, you know, you're probably not going to get the ultimate. You're not just going to straight up flash in on their face because I think they can turn on you pretty easily at that point. But had he connected on that, there may have been the opportunity for a kill. So goes for it. Will go back towards this top side, though, and taking away another camp. Going to be able to steal away the red. Already got the Raptors once. The Raptors are there, but with Jensen back in base and no TP available, that would be a little bit too much in Blabber's mind.
Yep, you can see FTX total gold here. Stixxay and Licorice are the gold leaders of the game. Somehow, Kayle is the second gold leader. Okay, temporarily. Second gold leader in the game. Blabber obviously farming very well. Again, he stole the camp and now just stole a red, so he is off to the races, and that's great. She's a really strong team fighter. I think her scaling is quite good as well, but I mean, just impressive that Aphelios and Kayle, who are, I would argue, maybe the two best late game champions in this draft,
yeah,
are the highest in gold.
I think that's definitely a fair argument. You know, I think, you know, Jinx is obviously really strong, you know, Orin in kind of a different way.
Sure.
But, you know, I'm more impressed with the 2v2 because, you know, they actually, you know, were able to kind of create that advantage. Top side, I think that Licorice has done well, but it's kind of just been even farming, you know, hasn't been too much pressure put out there. And if you get to level 6 without getting ganked, you're going to be able to farm this one out, you know, even going towards Cull now. So we'll see if he can continue to keep that farm up as Pridestalker showing up mid here. Seeing if there's anything to grab, just going to help reset the wave. Seems like that's mostly been what the jungle pressure has been for this game. You know, less about looking for kills and more just helping to fix waves.
Pretty good damage here to Jensen. Chooses correctly, I believe, on the correct one. Keep in mind that, yeah, if you get the mark on as Yone, mark things like press the attack and whatnot don't, like, clone to the clone. So if you're paying attention to the debuffs you have an opponent, I know which one's real. Okay, I was the correct one. And even if you try to, you know, juke it, I sent the clone back. No, I can see the thing over your head.
Yep, and Jensen had a pretty strong point for Yone. You get the early zeal. He could be in some trouble here. Has the ulti.
Has to flash. Yeah, Q ult would have been a kill. Close to dead, but I believe has enough shielding. Ignite should not kill. Blabber there for good measure. Blaze Olive loses all summoners and does not knock back Jensen.
Yeah, it looked like Jensen had a buffer on the R. You know, he was mashing ER, so the flash came through a little bit before, so he could have actually held that potentially to actually go forward with the E, wait to see if there's reaction, then look for the ulti. Either way, it's still a great trade for Cloud9 and for Jensen, trading out that ulti, getting both summoners now off of Blaze Olive, who's gonna have very little kill pressure, you know, for this next couple minutes without that Ignite.
But as items come in, we see ourselves the Gale Force, and we also get the build towards Nash's Tooth here for the Kayle with Merc Treads to be anti-CC. Lilia certainly can be a threat. The Whimsy from Lulu, very relevant as well. 2 plates down to the bottom lane, so Golden Guardians, a 14 CS lead, a kill lead, a 2-plate lead. First Dragon, next one spawns in 30. Night and day from yesterday's Golden Guardians, where they lost every single lane and played for 0 objectives. This one, they're actually doing very well in all of them, and so far 2-0 on that mark.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. I mean, Stixxay out to a really nice advantage here. You know, with that early Mythic on Aphelios, it's such a nice spike on this champion, and we'll see if they can continue to press that advantage. You can see Pridestalker already down around the dragon here on the map, looking like they want to try to set up for this. You know, they have a couple of these nice deep wards in the enemy jungle, and going to be able to start that right on spawn, grabbing that second early dragon. Oh, that was a lot of damage, actually, with the Electrocute proc. You can see the Sork Boots coming through there. Last buy from a Blaze Olive. Spell Pen early here against no MR is going to make a big difference.
Definitely does. Keep in mind the durability buffs for MR were all in scaling stats. So at level 7, 8, 9, it's not that much yet. And the Flat Pen still does pretty well here. Early Smite, and that is second Drake secured onto Hextech Soul. The gates have unlocked. Make sure you get around the map faster with those. Should look good. So far, Golden Guardians, I mean, they're poised for a 23-minute Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
With the, you know, by the way, Kayle's level 10. We're going. Looking good so far.
They are looking really, really good. And, you know, you have to kind of wonder, is Cloud9's read that, like, we actually just have the better scaling, we have the better 5v5 later on, so we're not concerned? Because you are expecting them to probably try to challenge here at third Dragon, unless they just think that there's no way that they can win that fight. But, you know, now 2K ahead. Oh, gonna whiff on the ulti, has to flash back.
Flashes the chain, didn't want to get chained under the turret, it looks like, but that is Jensen down a summoner spell for the fight he wanted. That Ablaze Olive just simply sidestepped.
Yep, thought he had the angle there to actually get the kill. And if he connects with the ult, maybe he does, but as soon as that misses, he has to flash out. As you said, doesn't want to get chained under tower there, would be very, very punishing, but Jensen looking for the aggressive move here, not going to get anything from it. Jinx, Lulu still scaling very well on that bottom side is Kraken Slayer. You know, no surprise there for King as the attack speed is just, I think, so valuable. The Mythic passive is really, really nice on Jinx. A lot of people do like Gale Force as well. You know, if there's something in particular you're trying to dodge out from, I think it can be pretty valuable, but it doesn't feel like there's anything amazing to try to dodge here.
Maybe Wukong, like if you really screw up a Tahm Kench W, but yeah, I feel like you're pretty safe to go Kraken and just play backline. We have a Lulu for safety, but you do, like, the amount of damage you lose by going Gale Force over Kraken is very substantial.
Yep.
And you've got a Lulu on your team. You should be fine and just able to DPS, so go do 20% more damage, which is probably the right call, so very defensible here. Stixxay, Licorice, Pridestalker, 1, 2, 3 in money. Keep in mind, Pridestalker shared in that bottom turret gold, but Licorice still just farming up a storm. Sure, Cola's counting towards that a little bit, but doing very well up there.
Yep, and he's about to cash out. He's actually really, really close. 2 minions away from that cash out here. Does hit level 11 now, so now you have the AoE. You know, on your E, that is really big at full stacks. You know, on those auto attacks, you have the additional splash. On your E active, you have the additional splash. That is where Kayle really starts to get strong. Of course, at 16, you get the additional range, you get the true damage, you get the you know, fully stacked passive, just kind of by default. So that is very, very powerful. But a Kayle at level 11 is definitely no slouch, especially once you hit 2 items. But pretty respectable now, and looks like Cloud9 are moving over, but are they too late to actually contest this? The bot lane's pretty behind the play.
Clever, visible. Ole marks him well enough. Fudge wants in, finds the knock-up. Not much of a fight just yet. Wukong double knock-up here onto Fudge, forced to flash away. We've got Yone around. Jensen, does he have enough? Ornn's already dead. Knocked down by a Blaze Olive. Blaze Olive himself gets the shield from Licorice, stays safe. Rocket's not going to land for much more. He kills a clone. King gets the shield. King flashes to safety. The flash follows Stixxay. One shot from killing him. Jensen turns one back around. A 1-to-1 team fight.
1-to-1 team fight. They're very close, but Jensen in trouble now. Gonna get hit by the chain. He's
gonna
dead.
get snapped back. There's no way you live through this one. Wants to ult, still gets shut down, and Stixxay's on the board.
Yeah, Golden Guardian's able to take that team fight, even with Licorice using the ulti on a Blaze Olive's clone. It was a misclick there right as the clone popped. He ulted the clone. And that's why it can sometimes, in those situations, be really good to actually use champion portraits, because that can avoid those types of situations. But they get the Herald, they win the fight, they're going to get mid lane tower. They are very far ahead at this point. With the 3rd dragon here on the horizon, Cloud9 looking like they are in some serious trouble in this one.
And they get the charge, so mid lane turret, not long for the world either. 3,500 gold lead. And you already know what I'm going to say. They are looking good in the late game team fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it started off okay for Cloud9, but I mean, they're just not in position to really fight. Like, look at where the bot lane is when they're actually engaging this. The bot lane is still not even on your screen. When is the first auto attack from King, right? Just
there.
Now. You know,
Fudge dies.
Fudge is already dead, right? So that is the main problem here. There is the little issue with the clone, of course, as the ulti went onto the wrong target right as they split apart. But you know, I thought with a 3-man ulti from Blabber, there might have been an angle for them to win that fight, but unfortunately they just didn't have the follow-up there. Their bot lane was not in position, and it felt like they really overforced this one.
Yeah.
If you want your bot lane there to be there and to fight, they need to be there much earlier, and if they're not, you just kind of need to accept the situation as it is. Say, all right, that sucks.
Yeah.
Because now they force that fight, and now you can't really even realistically fight this one because they're down ultis. There's no summoners on King. It becomes very difficult to actually find an angle to do this. Like, if you show up to try to fight this, I think you just send in Wukong with the Kayle ult on the King, and he's probably toast.
Yeah, I don't know how you play around that one. Lulu can give him some durability, but yeah, gonna be a tough road. On the way towards Lord Dominik's here for Stixxay, basically itemizing around a 3-item spike. It is a trough here on 2, but wanted the Gale Force option as mobility, and then you know, not going Kraken for the tank busting, and that's just his choice to make. We are dragging up in 10 seconds. TP coming down, so Cloud9. They would like to fight.
But they lose mid lane prio. So Golden Guardians are going to be able to shove out mid here. And if they want, they could just trade the dragon for gold. And it looks like that is actually their option. They're saying you're overcommitting on this. Pridestalker could look for the steal.
He can W and then he
just blast cones in, then W's out.
Yeah. I was looking for a flash, but yeah, he can blast cone then W. Jumps over. Doable Q smite. He's going to grab it to Lilia. And now he's got no way out, actually. So he's going to lose his life for the play. The attempt will not get much. Maybe a snipe. Not quite enough of Blaze Olive. has to now sidestep. Ornn does so. Nothing lands. Mid lane tier 2 is gone. They take left side jungle.
I still actually like the call to go for this, because if he steals that, I think it is massively beneficial for them. They take down that tier 2 mid, and he's actually harassing the recalls here. So I think there's a good shot that they actually get tier 1 top as well. Cloud9 is going to try to trade for this bot side, but they take away some of the camps on top side. They get some vision on top side. They are just going to recall. Oh my god.
Yeah, he feels totally safe, jumps back over the wall. There's still 3 down here. This turret definitely taking a bit of shots, and it's going to be top outer for bot outer, it looks like here. So Cloud9, to be fair, are equally trading objectives in this one. Smart objective to keep the push going, but I mean, for how, I don't even want to say indecisive, inactive Golden Guardians were yesterday, the fact that they said, no, you know what, screw it. We'll mid tier 2 and take 3 jungle camps for a dragon, and just made the call and they're all on the page. Like, that's so much better than yesterday.
Yeah, no, I actually really like it. I think it's absolutely defensible to try to fight as well. Again, King had no sums, so I do think they could have tried to look for that, but they didn't feel that they had the correct setup. So if you can't win the fight, just get out of there, take something else. They are going to be closing in, I think, on 2 items here, pretty soon for a lot of these carries, you have to think.
Yeah. 7k gold on Kayle is basically double item plus Mercs almost.
Yeah, he's
like,
almost to his mythic.
It's like 32 for the mythic and obviously
the combined
3k for the Nashers. So yeah, 72 at minimum with no Dorans, which by the way he has 2 of these items. So on the way up, still looking really good, and obviously wants 4 more levels till he gets the permanent Arisen
I think
bonus?
It's Ascended or something like that. And yeah, I mean, he's already almost level 13. He's going to get 13, I think, on the next wave. And especially, getting 16, it is Exalted, not Ascended. You get the increase in attack range, so that really is such a big deal. The increase in attack range to 625 makes it a lot more accessible to kind of trade with some of these champions that do outrange you. So we'll see how effective he is going to be. But I mean, it's Golden Guardian's game to lose at this point. 4.4k, 4.6k now in the advantage here. Have really good scaling on their side. And have the objective advantage. So we'll see what they can actually get done with it, because Cloud9, coming in heavy favorites for sure. Of course, they're not playing with their intended starting lineup, but it's tough. You're missing your intended starters. You're in Super Week. You don't want to have, a 0-2 or 0-3 start, because that is going to put you way down as far as the kind of pace when you're thinking about the regular season.
And here we are into this one, 10,000 gold, 10,000 health, I should say, on the Baron, 4,800 gold lead, 2 dragons to 1, and we have it beginning. Blabber going to look for the Swirl Seed, Blue Trinket, they're going to get off. They don't find an engage. I will say teamfight engage a little bit small for Golden Guardians. You can kind of haste the Wukong and have him start it, but it's really just him diving into his face and hoping he finds a good target. Nothing like an Ornn, nothing like a Nautilus to really get a fight going.
Totally.
Oh, he's going to find himself knocked up. Pretty good engage here, but it was maybe a bait. There is Wukong. Blabber forced to flash away. Licorice low. Will ult to block more damage. Stays safe for now. Blabber at 1 hit. Lulu here to help, but will he die? Not just yet. Tahm Kench pulls him back out as well. So supports for days, keeping people alive. No one dies.
We'll see, do they want to just go back towards the Baron, pushing Blabber completely out. Blabber has no flash now and used his smite to actually heal. So they're just going to push it in the waves. Mid is getting pushed in there by a Blaze Olive. Licorice towards top. Has to be a bit respectful because he doesn't have his ulti. But they can just go right back on the Baron. They're actually on it right now. And it is going to go down very quickly. Blabber's nowhere close. He just did red buff on bottom side of the map.
Rocket gets tanked, 5k health, 1 fudge marked away. But yeah, they need to figure out where Lilia is. But here comes Jensen as well. Jensen does have an ulti. Olay a bit low, 2k health, dives across, almost dies. 200 HP left. The Blaze Olive marks the front line, goes for fudge. Baron is claimed. King left alone, will not be attacked yet, but Blaze Olive still in the chase. Double flash from the mid laners. And this is Golden Guardians getting a 0-death Baron.
Really well done. Just a great setup. They choke out the vision. They bring in Cloud9. They look for the turn. Pride Soccer committed very heavily onto Blabber, pushes him out completely. And with Blabber out of the picture, they just go right back to the Baron. Aphelios Kayle are going to kill that thing so fast. It was mostly just Aphelios sitting on it for a large portion of that. Licorice coming in at the end. Cloud9 feeling like they had to fight for it, because now down 6,000 gold here. A massive difference. And 3rd Dragon on the horizon here for them in 30 seconds. I don't expect Cloud9 to try to challenge at this one, but as the way it's going, they're getting further and further behind. Level 14 now for Kayle. Got a lot of experience there. Completed the Mythic Combine, so well on his way to that 3rd item as well. Has an Amp Tome, so will be interesting to see where he goes. Is it going to be like a Lich Bane or perhaps a Cosmic Drive or a Zhonya's?
Yeah. I would kind of just guess Zhonya's pros really love the stopwatch active, and that just feels like a default. It's 2nd or 3rd on every mage in the game sort of build situation. So we'll see, though. Lots of options are available if he feels he's safe enough because he has a Tahm Kench, which is a reasonable assumption. Can just go for more damage like a Lich Bane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Sonya's is pretty good against Yone ult, things like that. So there are some obvious ones that you can kind of use it on. At the top side, we do see Jensen pushing down. Objective bounties are active, so they are going to get some gold back there. And it looks like their option here is to just try to split push it out. Licorice going to go back and answer. Pride Soccer will just continue this push, but now they're sending back up Blaze Olive to answer, so they won't lose their tier 2 top. They do take a couple towers here down on that bottom side. They have full vision control. I mean, look, this whole area is completely Golden Guardians. There's no wards except that one in the center of the map there for Cloud9.
Yep.
So no chance of actually contesting at this Dragon. Completely choked out of that side of the map. So it's a good option for Cloud9 to try to trade, but they are just falling further and further behind.
Option 4, Banshee's Veil.
Banshees.
Yeah, all right.
That is a weird option, to be honest. There's like, it's Lilia is the only damage, and there's not really, like, I guess you could say...
It blocks Yone ult.
Yone ult, yeah.
It feels weird.
I guess. But also, like, if Ornn starts the fight, the first half of the Ornn ult breaks it, and then you still get knocked up. You avoid the slow.
Yeah.
Seems like a weird option, but either way, going to be going towards that. Doesn't really matter too much, very likely, in this game. Don't love it as a choice, though.
There have been 5 kills. We're spending a lot of time talking about kill itemization because we both play a lot, and like there's actually 17 viable items, which is fun. Like it's actually fun being able to like play the jigsaw puzzle of what do I like here and here and here and here. On the way towards some more flat pen here for Blaze Olive, and we are 4 minutes away from Dragon Soul Red Bull Baron power play ending and pretty much gold neutral. They got the income from the Baron, they got the XP, but as they traded turrets back and forth, all they did was claim their 3rd Drake. So pretty slow paced. Golden Guardians do not feel the pressure to end early, as far as I can tell.
And to your earlier point, they don't have great engage, right? So unless Cloud9 actually comes out to fight things, they don't really have a great way to start the fight, right? If they are first to an objective and Cloud9 tries to enter the objective and Wukong has a good angle for an engage, that's kind of how you start that fight out. But barring that, you can't really just like walk up and Tahm Kench W them under the tower and try to pull off a dive. You have to respect the damage that Cloud9 has. So Golden Guardians just going to continue to play for those objectives and force Cloud9 to try to come up with an answer. And I think the game is likely to be decided, in 3.5 minutes or so here at this Soul point. If Golden Guardians can get that, it's probably going to be lights out for Cloud9. So I do expect Cloud9 to look to actually contest.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Golden Guardians' big chance to try to really close out the game, to get a game-winning fight.
The one silver lining here for Cloud9, which reminiscent of their gameplay, unfortunately, in this one, is they've got a minute, just for fun, we flame. We've got a minute desync between the Baron coming up and the Dragon Soul. Baron, right, much harder for Golden Guardians to kind of sit on and be like, are we going, are we not? Whereas Dragon, like, just doesn't hurt you at this stage of the game. So theoretically, there's a Baron dance that I mean, we've seen more ridiculous Baron dances, as soon as 2 months ago. So certainly a possibility, but it is a slim one here, as Cloud9 will try their best. Ornn, level 14, does start to get to transform items, so that spike is coming through.
Yeah, it is, but on the other side, Licorice is 15, right? And I think that's like more impactful in this game probably than the Ornn items will be. And if he can hit 16, you can see he's about halfway through this level, so just continue giving him solo experience. At this point in the game, honestly, Pride Soccer should be giving him all his camps too. Just try to get him to 16 before the Soul fight. That is a really big deal.
Yeah, if you care about Baron, you got 65 seconds if to like get there. And yeah, just about 120 and change. So yeah, I want to see if he's gonna grab the Krugs and everything else. And we keep going. 6,500 gold lead. Dragon Soul point. And Cloud9 fighting from the back foot. Blabber gonna find himself a Blaze Olive. It's an easy sleep. Gets the Q first, then a dunk on the W. Lulu's there for the knockup. Should be a kill, and King is able to claim the money. Now the timer is going to be tight. 50 seconds till Baron comes up. No TP for a Blaze Olive. It is a 10-second long 5v4 if there's a small window here for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think with the resets, they're probably not even going to try to go for anything, unfortunately for them. But was a nice little combo. I thought he was actually going to be able to get out of there with Flash available, with ulti, just flash W, alt W, whatever. You could create a lot of space, but they actually layered the CC quite well. The sleep came in, the knock-up from Destiny's ult over the wall was quite effective.
Yeah.
Licorice there, very close. It looks like probably one wave will actually get him 16, so he should get 16 now as he does arrive down to that bottom side. Has the Banshees, so 3 items now complete. IE's done there for Stixxay. C9 going to be really happy to actually get that kill on King as well, because he's really close to his IE. So if you can get Jinx to 3 items and you play the fight well, there's always a chance, right? Gold lead be damned. If you get a couple good crits there before they can really kind of get in range, you never know what's going to be able to happen. Jensen, though, very, very far from his IE, which is a little bit unfortunate for the Yone. So not going to be anywhere close to being able to grab that now.
T-minus 1 minute until Dragon Soul. Golden Guardians may want to play a little risk-averse in the sense that as long as they're alive, Soul is basically theirs, and as long as they're alive, Baron is basically theirs. Cloud9, I mean, he knew the timer, and they just were not able to do anything about it. Golden Guardians collect their checks.
Yeah. It's a little bit strange. I mean, I guess they just didn't feel that they could fight, but like
it doesn't get better from here.
Yeah, Jensen's coming out of base. He has his TP. Fudge was bot side. He has his TP. So they could have tried to contest because now you've given up Baron. So the additional stats are just going to make this Soul fight that much harder. The waves pushing against you are going to make that much harder. So we'll see if they can actually find the right angle here. But this is starting to feel like a little bit of last chance saloon.
Couple of slows. Flash Q, he's gonna sleep Stixxay, but Atomkench will be in range. Grabs him. Ooh, double ults actually, as also can't put the button down. Prizelucker gonna get right back out, and Fudge just gonna be slowed up. He's gonna go down. Prizelucker gets kill credit, and a flash engage for the second knockup. Licorice goes in for a bit more. Licorice has never won a game against Cloud9, and he will do it today. On the way down to the mid lane, they will knock down the waves. They will go for the turret, and inhibitors standing, but not much of Cloud9 left.
Well played by Golden Guardians. Really clean game from them today. Bouncing back big time after their game yesterday. Cloud9 pretty much dominated start to finish.
They gotta wait. The wave's still gotta go down, you know. Even the durability update affected the Minuet as far as I can tell. The Baron on there. But we're going for it. Jensen, one last stand, trying his hardest. King Low cleanses, runs away. Licorice still alive. Ole cutting back and forth. And it's time for maybe a few more bits on the stats. Oh, the double kill in for Licorice. Nexus falls, and Golden Guardians knock down Cloud9.
Really big win for them. I like the draft a lot more today. You know, yes, they weren't super proactive, but they didn't need to be with this draft, and that was the big difference. Stixxay and Ole creating a nice advantage in that bot lane, getting themselves an early 2v2 kill here. Unlock Prizelucker to start stacking those dragons, kind of create that pressure point on the map. You know, Blabbert wasn't really able to find much. Jensen was looking for some aggressive angles, you know, throughout the game, but not really any of them were panning out for Cloud9. And it just felt like this slow and steady incremental advantage that Golden Guardians were able to grab and never really gave up.
Yeah, it felt so different from yesterday's game where Licorice was once again just trading farm back and forth, but instead of trading farm in Gnar, Camille, whatever, trading farm in you know, Kayle, Ornn, you're like, this is great.
Yeah.
We're both at 9 CS a minute. This is exactly my kind of game.
Well, and such a difference in the bot lane as well.
Oh my
right?
gosh, they clapped.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was such a big deal because yesterday it was just like they had to give up everything, right? They were playing the Zeri Yuumi. You know, that just did not work out whatsoever. You know, I think it was kind of a big struggle for them.
Yeah, and instead they just kind of crushed onto King and Destiny. Now, of course, we know eventually Cloud9 want a different bot lane.
Yeah.
I expect Berserker and Zven to look a lot better than this. You know, unfortunate, but like, yeah, these are your academy players getting brought up because, well, okay, Zven landed recently and Berserker is stuck in Korea right now. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, your academy players against an LCS bot lane, right? And I know Stixxay was an academy last split, but like, I've been a Stixxay homer like ever since he joined CLG. I always believe in him. I've believed in him the whole time.
Stixxay, Tristana.
I'm a big Stixxay fan. I am. Like, I just am, and that's the case for me. And I mean, those two played really well. Like, they completely ran over an academy bot lane. When again, half that bot lane was also an academy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he stepped up. Ole, of course, is great as well. Like, he's been grinding. He's doing really, really well. It's why I'm like pretty high on this Golden Guardians lineup. It went 9-9 last split. I expect better than that this time, personally. And good to see that they actually like played with the game plan.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it was a better draft. They executed very well on it, and it's a big win against Cloud9. You know, whether or not Cloud9 has their full starting roster, this is to be expected one of the top teams in the league, and so to get a win here against them early is just going to mean good things for your remaining strength of schedule. You don't have to fight them again until the second round robin. You have a long time before you're going to have to face them. So it is going to be a really nice start. But on the other side for Cloud9, now 0-2. even with Berserker and Zven coming back in. Of course, you don't have to get top of the stable. You don't need the upper bracket advantage always. But you think about TL finished last split 14-4. That was first place, right? They're already 0-2. It does make it harder to compete for those very, very top spots if you care about getting first place and having that kind of upper bracket berth.
And as we saw, like, 2 lives matters. Have you met EG, who lost first round and then ran the lower bracket?
G2 as well.
G2, who, 4th best team at MSI. EG, 3rd best team. We're just going to put it out there. Kappa. Anyway, but like that matters, right? So okay, are Cloud9 gonna reach top 4? Probably.
Yeah.
But if TSM are leveled up, if Golden Guardians and Flagwatch are leveled up, like if that becomes a close fight, right? Then who knows? And so, yeah, it's like really far in the future and everything else can matter, but it's still a relevant point of what's going to be going on. So we're going to be catching up with Licorice on the other side of the break, followed by the battle between Dignitas and Team Liquid Honda. Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your shimmering slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are here with our Verizon post-game interview. A victory for Golden Guardians against Cloud9 and Licorice. This was the first for you after being 0-13 against Cloud9. How are you feeling after that win?
0-13 is pretty rough, but I mean, it feels pretty good. I would say, like, I'll have to get a win against them when they have their full roster here, so just so like it really counts. But I mean, always good to take a win.
I was wondering how much that would impact your joy off of this win, but I think overall there is still a lot to be excited about. A win for Golden Guardians here at the start of summer. What did you learn from yesterday coming into this game? Because we saw some adaptations in draft as well.
I don't know that we actually changed too much in our draft priorities or anything. It's just like we were on red side and the draft just went a different direction, and I think we ended up with a really solid one and everyone played really well, so it was a nice, easy game.
Any thoughts on the type of meta that we're seeing evolve? Kayle, top being seen across multiple regions now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really punishing picks that you can pick in the right scenario. Like I think there, Kale was just a really good answer to their whole team comp, and you just have to be really careful when you're drafting that you're picking picks that are strong. And I think that's why I like in the LPL, they just pick Fiora because they're like, well, like I'll just beat you up. I like that.
Aside from the draft, we were all wondering what to expect from this team too, because you did have the roster change, Stixxay coming in. Can you tell me a bit about that decision and how much time you spent with him coming into the split, considering he was still playing and coaching for Golden Guardians?
Yeah, I mean, Trevor was around the whole time I've been here, but all of last split, he was like in the room and there and watching the games, and like he was really involved. And I can't speak too much to like the decision, but he's a really good player. Happy to have him back. Always good to play with him. He brings a lot of like communication for the team, and it's really good to have.
You'll have him with you tomorrow as well, as we are in a super week. 3 games to get through. CLG did get a victory yesterday. Any thoughts on them as your next opponent?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I did see the game, and they got a huge lead early, and then they were able to close out the game. So, I mean, we'll just have to see what it looks like tomorrow. I don't really have any expectations.
We're all looking forward to it. Always a pleasure talking to you, Licorice. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got another game ready and set up to go. Team Liquid and Dignitas taken to the stage. Let's get it all set up on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Latigris, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Great to hear from Licorice following that Golden Guardians victory.
You killed the curse.
Let's go.
Raz, what's Golden Guardians' scoreline?
1-1.
Nicely done. I'm proud of you. That's only going to make sense if you're
We're
on
all
Twitter.
caught up.
Dignitas are going toe-to-toe with Team Liquid Honda in only a few minutes. But before we dive into all that, do you guys like some trivia?
I'm a fan.
Sometimes.
Some trivia?
If I can win.
I got a quick.
I've always
I know
won
you don't. That's
LCS
part of the
trivia
classified
segments.
information that the producers were passing me when we were off air. I just have a quick question for you.
Okay.
3 supports have won the LCS since CoreJJ last hoisted the trophy. Can you name all 3 of those
Vulcan,
supports?
Biofrost.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Oh, you're all locking that in?
Yep.
Well done. You are correct.
Easy.
Okay. I think a lot of people would be quick to jump over the Biofrost one, which is why I wanted to pull this up, because we got Biofrost on one side, we've got CoreJJ on the other, and again, already in the summer split, we've been talking about the expectations that we have for this Team Liquid roster and for a player like CoreJJ. Bjergsen on that lineup alongside him now. Huge expectations. And it has been a moment. It's been a moment or two since CoreJJ has hoisted a trophy, and I think sometimes that gets lost in the general level of dominance that that team can show in the regular season, for example.
Yeah, like yesterday, where they perfect game the opponent. That was pretty crazy. What does it say?
I can't even read that. I don't have my glasses. I lost
Wait,
mine.
gone already.
The blind one on the desk.
Wait.
I appreciated it though.
Where'd it go?
Games.
Boom.
Okay.
Here you go. Here are all the previous perfect games that have occurred in the LCS.
Oh, we're going all the way back to Vulcan days. Not the support.
Well, it's everything in the LCS ever.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a team name, not the player. Yeah, there's been 7 total, including the one yesterday.
I am so sorry, Complexity. The fact that
the first 2 coming.
Complexity got double first game, perfect game.
Complexity is a part of a lot of really interesting, you know, like historical LCS beats. Yeah, exactly. Things like that, as well as 82 Minutes to the Dream, obviously. Everyone's going to remember that game fondly.
2 Cloud9 perfect games. Winning.
Hey, they've been pretty good, you know, a few times in their history.
Yeah, the major storylines, you take a step back on this one. The fact that there are only been 7 perfect games in the LCS, and Team Liquid Honda was able to do that just yesterday. When we were asking all those questions, specifically Mark is like, this team needs to perfect game them. Dominance. That is the picture-perfect image of dominance this game.
And I want to call out, obviously, we already talked about Core, but their bot lane, the fact that they locked in a pushing bot lane that they could play around. We're also going to see the Olaf that you love so much, Dash, coming out of Whippo, which is really, really gross. But I did want to highlight how well their bot lane played, how well I think they can take these picks like the Lucian Nami, play the 2v2 super, super well, and then take over the game. We already talked, or they talked on Cast a little bit about Lucian Nami and how we feel about that lane. I think TL is like the perfect team to pilot that and be able to play around.
Yeah, what a disgusting post-game breakdown.
Yeah.
It looks rough
it's
for
insane. And I agree with you, Emily. Their bot lane absolutely is the focus. The double bubble that we saw from CoreJJ, the gank setup that was there, the easiest gank setup you could possibly have, but I expect that to be the case when you're ganking for Core. And then Hansama in the team fights with his Lucian was just cleaning up. So it felt like this team was on point the entire offseason, just boot camping in Korea, the whole focus of recognizing in retrospect the failures of finals weekend when they went up against Evil Geniuses. And it felt like they had that chip on their shoulder and they smashed it.
I feel like this team, as a super team, sometimes they are like, oh, we can all carry, but I want some people to be a little bit more selfish. And this bot lane, like you're saying, can be exactly that. Hans and Core can play the aggressive matchups. More Lucian, Nami, Caitlyn, Lux, I don't care. Whatever it is like the strongest bot lane in the meta. Like, you can start indexing more towards them. If Bjerg is going to be the facilitator on TF or whatever it is, like, that's cool. I just want them to, like, lock in and really get good at one playstyle while having the others in their back pocket, where in Spring it felt like they kind of were just passing hot rock of, like, who's going to be the carry today?
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm so glad that they did go with the Lucian Nami. Obviously, it had to be left up for them to take it, but I like seeing a team where we have expectations of them taking the split. We want to see a 17-1 run, something like that, or akin to that. Okay, great. When you're left those opportunities to take the game from an early point and just completely snowball over your opponent, and you're good enough to do it, I want to see you go for it. I don't want to see you rest on your laurels, pick all the scaling comps, and just say, well, we are better, so we'll outscale and win that way.
And talking about the bot lane transitions really well into talking about Dignitas, right? Because last split, the main point of carry was, okay, we're going to play stuff like the Caitlyn Lux, we're going to have a pushing bot lane, we're going to have River come around and play through bot. And the problem we had highlighted is, well, Fake God was pretty shaky in a lot of those matchups playing weak side. Gamsu was supposed to kind of help fix that, right? I thought Gamsu was fine, but what happened was they gave up an early triple kill to Palabok.
Pretty disgusting.
And then, that kind of bot side of the map fell apart and the mid lane fell apart. So now we're looking at Dig and we're like, okay, if you don't have this identity as like, we're going to smash bot 2v2, which we already talked about is super hard to do against TL anyway, what else does Dig have for us?
Exactly. I mean, Dig is going to be playing a more controlled game around River. Sure, if he gets his ganks off through mid or bot lane, great. That's going to give them a good early advantage. But a lot of the times, Neo and Biofrost won't be going for 2v2 kills, much like Hans and CoreJJ will. That's probably the best attribute that Core has as a player is in his different iterations of bot lane, with Doublelift, with Tactical. They are just strong 2v2 duo that will look for kills if the window's open. So, like, that's going to be something that Neo and Biofrost have to be aware of and playing around, and River absolutely will be playing towards the bot side of the map. That's kind of an expectation for Dig throughout the split, honestly. So, want to see that bounce back from Dignitas.
Yeah, I think just last game, hopefully you can be, it's the first game of the split. You give up 3 kills right away to Azir. Like, just write that one off. Like, that's not indicative, hopefully, of what's going to be this team's future. Just because, like you said, Gom's supposed to be a role player. When the bottom half of the map catches on fire, it's like, well, that's not the greatest lens to view how Gamsu is going to be doing or necessarily what their team's win cons are.
Speaking, though, of him needing to be a rock or have that sense of stability in the top lane, I don't think Bwipo will be an easy opponent to establish that against, because he is the kind of player who's willing not only to pull out a pick like an Olaf and play somewhat, but also follow it up with rather the aggressive play style as well. So I think he's really going to get tested here today.
Yes, teams will look topside, Emily, and you'll just counter pick him or try and chip at Gamsu. That's going to be the strategy. I wonder if that's going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, Gamsu is going to have to be able to soak that pressure. And then the issue is, like, even if he does, if Bwipo still gets out of control on something like an Olaf, that's still going to be pretty ridiculous to have to deal with as it gets into mid-game.
I mean, the thing about being the weak side guy for people like Gamsu or Impact historically is you can't be the, ooh, I'm eating good tonight guy. Like, you're not the person that the other top laners are circling on their calendar, like, this is the guy I get to style on good. Like, that's not what being weak side means. It means that you don't get exploited. And so that's where I want to see Gamsu actually step up a little bit more. He didn't get exploited by Dokla, but Bwipo's going to be a little bit harder of a competition. And, like, you're not going to get resources. So can you be like Impact, who, when he was on weak side, did not get steamrolled? He was able to thrive without resources. That's what a really strong weak side player is.
Dokla did have some choice words yesterday, though, in that
Dokla had a great interview.
about
We might see some more of that
Gamsu's
again.
overall abilities. So he definitely thinks that Gamsu is maybe somebody that can get taken advantage of. Again, it's only one game of the split. We'll see what he's got. Another fun little factoid to follow up on that trivia that I had earlier. Biofrost is also one win away from his 200th LCS win. So if he is able to take it here against TL, he will hit the 200 milestone, which is a pretty epic milestone to say the least. And then what a team to do it against.
Hashtag
that to be your 200th win.
200th win.
Yep.
Quick, production, make a full screen graphic of the total wins. I want to see Biofrost and then everyone else around.
The fastest no.
The producer was instantly
the fastest no.
As he was saying it.
From production.
I was trying to help.
But
sorry.
I'll tell you this much. You did get them to get us off of the analyst desk.
They want to cut away
They were
from
like,
you.
that's it. They were like, Dash, get us out. All right, so with that, we're going over the Doug duo who are swapping into Cass for the rest of the day. Freaking Azael, take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. Doug Duo once again reporting for duty. I don't know what the salute was about.
I don't know.
It's not part of our thing.
Somehow it seemed to make it just cheesier.
It definitely made it cheesier.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell the salute was for.
I don't know. Maybe, the green sweater.
Yeah, I'm
Feeling
just
some army vibes.
That's me. Clearly fit and ready to go, doing some push-ups. Hoorah, Gunny. All right, let's get it going. Dignitas versus Team Liquid. I was a roommate of an ex-Marine for a while. He was an Arabic translator. So I know
like
a little bit of
osmosis,
No. The man. No. But I just know like a couple terms because I lived with them for like 3 years.
Okay.
Anyway, Team Liquid coming up the back of a perfect game. Dignitas coming up the back of a loss to CLG. And what's interesting is I think it's anyone's game just because it is early on. I think the drafts have been so varied so far that you can pivot wildly from what game one looked like. Be like, okay, we can fix all this. And we saw that with Golden Guardians earlier. So Dignitas, I mean, they have been Giant Slayers for so much of this year from lock-in onward. So always think it's in their possibility.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. But to be honest, I do think TL is heavily favored, right?
Sure.
This is our first place team from last regular season. I do think that they're very good in best of ones overall. They're a pretty stable team. I know that they spent a lot of time boot camping in Korea and really kind of prepping. And also, I just kind of think that this is like the perfect patch for them, playing that kind of more like scaling style. I do think Bwipo as well, in particular. Like this is a guy who you were looking up, how many champions he had played. He has such a deep champion pool. But I think a lot of the champions that have kind of like actually risen to prominence are things that he really excels with. I watched a lot of his streams, boot camping in Korea. This guy played an enormous amount of Olaf and Swain, and like that's how he was really kind of like climbing up to high in Challenger. He was dominating, has super high win rate. He obviously played a lot of other stuff too, but I do think some of those champions that are kind of new in the meta are things that Bwipo is really happy to play immediately. We got to see the Olaf yesterday, which was cool because I wasn't certain we were going to see it after it got the mid-patch adjustment. It got nerfed, and then everyone kind of just stopped playing it top, at least that I had been seeing. But it's great to still see him bring it out. I mean, he did the most damage in the game. He was really, really dominant in that one. Olaf with Stridebreaker is incredibly threatening. If you can't get away from him, you can't get the ultimate off of him, he becomes really, really strong. So excited to see if he's going to bring out more of the Olaf, more of some of these new picks. Like this Swain would be really fun to see as well. But I do think Swain has some tough matchups top lane.
Oh, for sure, right? Like he's not terribly tanky until he's getting the stacks up and the ulti for the drain tanking, and so relatively attackable. Minions will block his only CC in the game, and you can just dodge the W by right-clicking at any point in time in the next 5 seconds. It's like the inverse Morgana thing. Like you get infinite time to dodge this, and then just nothing happens to you. So the stat you mentioned about Bwipo's champion pool, though, 20 unique picks across the year so far. Olaf was number 20 yesterday. Gamsu's actually played 14 more games than Bwipo and has 5 fewer champions. Now, as far as like champs per game, like Gamsu's like at rate of other LCS top laners.
15 is still a deep champion pool.
Like Impact has another 15 games on him and has like 2 more champions.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and obviously, there's like that logarithmic curve of like you can't play 130 champions in 130 games realistically. So yeah, Gamsu has a champion pool, to be clear. Bwipo's that much above him.
I mean, Bwipo is that much above basically every top laner in the league, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the better point. It's not a dig on Gamsu. It's more like, wow, Bwipo has an incredibly deep champion pool. This guy is willing and confident to bust out really anything. If he thinks it's a good matchup, if he thinks it's the right pick, He's always been, really cerebral player, really intelligent player. I always think back to when he was doing 1v1s at All-Stars and how he kind of thought about and approached the 1v1s was like so different than everyone else. And yeah, 1v1 is just like a mini game. But it gave some insight into how he kind of thought about the game. And he had very different ideas on like what would be good picks compared to everyone else, which I just found really, really cool. Was a little bit of a delay on stage for a headset issue, but we are now getting into picks and bans, so should be getting this one underway.
Gonna be fun. I want to see what happens here. Fun to see Biofrost and Bjergsen reunited as well. They both took the split off after a very rough Worlds a couple years back, but now see what can come on next for these two players. As so far, haircut buff has looked good for Santorin. I see that one on the internet quite a bit. See if it keeps going.
Yeah.
As it grows out, he just like his like ping increases.
Gets worse.
Yeah, I don't know. Sent off the table. Not allowed here for Neo and Biofrost.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of marksman bans just in general. I mean, last game in particular, but overall have been a lot of focus on things like Lucian, on Zeri, on Kalista, on Senna. Those four in particular have been feeling like they're kind of just always picked or banned, or at least a lot more than usual. So it'll be interesting to see if that trend does continue. Lilia getting a ban out here. Interesting if that's more of just kind of like a meta read or a targeted towards River. River, I think, was exceptional, especially early split for Dignitas. But I do wonder, how is he going to adapt to this newer meta where it's more about full clear? Because to me, River was at his best when he was playing Jarvan, skipping camps, and finding these ganks that no one really expected. And the meta is like so far away from that for the most part that it's just like, do 6 camps, do scuttle base.
It's the interesting thing because when he was on PSG Talon, the things he was playing a lot of and winning a lot on were champions like Hecarim, like more heavy clear champions, more selfish champions. And so to me, like his innate, I don't think you flip your whole playstyle in 6 months. I think you can transform over time, and if what Dig needs the Jarvan, and I believe they do, like to your point, like that is when it has looked best. But it's like, hey, we're reinventing, it's summer split, the game is different. I want to go back to scaling picks, give me things like Lilia. That is what he's played the most of in his career.
Absolutely, and then I think the question is, who on Dig will step up to really kind of make action happen, and who will be, the true carry in the late game? Because if you do want to have a farming scaling jungler, that's fine, but generally they are there, more to enable your mid laner or your marksman to really kind of get you across that finish line. And if he's not putting them in that winning position, through early action, then Blue or Neo have got to be able to kind of step up and create those leads and create those advantages for themselves. Ezreal, early pick here, was 4 marksman ban again, surprise, surprise. So those 4 that I did mention, all taken off the table. Karma is, of course, up, so you're not expecting Dig to take it away because...
Karma's Seraphine!
Yeah, I mean, you can go for it. There are some other Karma pairings that people do like, but my expectation is that they're just going to give that over. Ezreal Karma is by far the most common pairing for both those 2 champions, and then we'll have to see, what the response wants to be. Do they even draft a bot laner here, or a support, or is it going to be kind of, breaking that trend?
Yeah, Viego is the most picked champion across pro play in this split. That is, of course, a biased stat because he's never banned. No one's really banning jungles ahead of, I think, mostly Wukong right now, maybe some Lilia and whatnot, so he's just always there, and one of the 2 teams tends to want him. Ezreal, of course, with Karma can be quite the bully, but going for Kai'Sa as a relatively scaling option. She's not actually the turbo late game champion, but like a little bit weak early lane, and then like really solid throughout mid game onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a shame that we see a lot of these days either, right? Which as soon as I see Kai'Sa, I think you're drafting for dive. And if you're not drafting for dive, I'm like, why are you picking Kai'Sa? Because Kai'Sa is not the best as far as front to back. It's much more, I believe, of the follow-up, kind of assassinating backline. Otherwise, you could just go for like a Jinx or a Aphelios or whatever.
Yeah, there are better Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer champions than Kai'Sa.
Exactly. So will be really, really interesting. The early Trundle here, can kind of just try to neutralize. I do think it's a great Santorin champion. I also think if you're expecting Gamsu is Mr. Weak Side, he's going to play a tank, he's going to play that style of champion, you're kind of like pre-answering that. And Santorin has historically just been so good on Trundle, able to find creative gank paths, able to really be strong in the team fights. Also sets up very well for Ezreal. The pillar into poke, I always think is a great combo.
Yeah.
Zir going to give them, answers as far as the team fighting, as far as, that kind of high amount of DPS. But Dig definitely going for what seems to be a lot more aggressive. And Ahri does fit more with that theme, like, of dive.
Yeah.
And as soon as you see Kai'Sa, you're expecting, like, at least I'm expecting, an engaged support. Nautilus was always, like, the super common pairing that we saw for many years. But I do think you can go with Alistar, you can go with Leona. TL may want to try to limit some of those options. There's also something like, banning out an Ornn, perhaps, if they're concerned about that from Dig, from Gamsu, because I do think that's a great weak side champ. And I do think that could be the answer. But, I mean, they could also just, like, 5th pick their top laner for Gamsu and try to get a more aggressive option. It's also worth noting that we didn't see TL grab the Karma, which was a little bit of a surprise. That they went for the Azir that early on. I guess concerned it was going to get banned out. So Karma will fall through, and of course is going to get banned as a result.
Yeah, of course. Going to be looking up global champion data in a second. But one thing I noticed, because I saw a lot of talk from Evil Geniuses in interviews and a lot of their staff on Twitter saying, wow, we're in a really, really slow, really scaling meta, no action. Yeah. And I'll once again quote Broken Blade from the post-game lobby of LEC, where he's like, no, we're not in a really slow meta. Like, just it's teams kind of warming up and like getting kind of acclimated on stage. No, that's not the right play style. And he played Yone, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's scaling pick, but still an aggressive pick. LCS is like most of the Corki Azir Victor picks, like globally. And I'll get the stat in a second when I can look it all up, but like more than half of the victors were just like in the LCS, and that was in one day.
And to be fair though, like LCK is also playing, very slow style. LEC overall is playing a very slow style. So it will be interesting to see this develop. I mean, Liquid played an extremely dominant game that was a pretty fast game yesterday. So we'll see if they want to go, for more of that kind of aggressive style in their final couple picks. Yep. Mix something in that could make some splash happen on the top side. Was a lot of support bans here. So triple support ban. Overall, they are going towards that Leona, so it wasn't going to be the Nautilus as I kind of looked as the primary option, but going to be that more secondary option, save 5th pick here for Gamsu. So it will be Bwipo blinding his top pick.
Yeah. Updating the stats now that I've looked it up. So this is only top 4 leagues, LCS, LEC, LCK, LPL. Azir is the second most picked mid lane champion. That said, very few bans, actually sub 50% presence. Champions like Talia are way more sought after globally. She's banned a ton and is, I would say, a more aggressive, more game focused option. But you have champions like Victor who are down there at 10 picks, really low presence, 17%. So, they are often up, and TL clearly likes their scaling. Mordekaiser, I think, a great anti-tank option.
Yeah.
And he's a fun champ. Let's see it.
Mord is actually really good. This is another one of those champions that I do think kind of rose to prominence with the durability buff. We were seeing a lot more of Mord, high amount of sustain, a high amount of percentage HP damage, really able to kind of do well in these long extended fights. I also think it can be a really strong answer to dive. Because if you actually dive backline as the Kai'Sa and you just get Mord ulted, it is very dangerous. You're going to have to itemize into a QSS potentially very early. Even if you just take him out of the fight, like that is the primary damage. Be interesting to see where Gamsu does want to take us. Hovering the Jace, they are. They're fine to go physical. They can fine to go AP here as well because they do have physical damage jungler. GP feels more his style, and I actually like that as an answer because you can orange out of the ultimate. So that's always a really nice interaction. You still can kind of push in here and sometimes bully out. If you get ahead, you can really start to shrug off a lot of the damage that GP is doing. But GP, great weak side champion. It's kind of one of the classics, and I think that fits the style of what Dignitas want to do. Yeah. You have the GP ulted. You drop that on the head of some of these carries, like the Azir. Leona flies in, Ahri flies in, Kai'Sa there to follow up, and you're trying to enable that dive while just kind of holding and neutralizing Bwipo on that top side. Bwipo notably is, at least for now, hovering that he's going to be starting Ghost, which is really good in the long lanes, especially allowing you to help to kind of chase down that GP if he does push off that tower.
Yep. No, Ghost is really, really good. I mean, flashing once in a while is certainly nice so you can get in range, but just being on the opponent, really big deal. Gamsu is 5-1 on Gangplank so far this year, his 7th pick. This is the 21st unique champion for Bwipo of the year. He keeps adding to the list. 2 unique champs in 2 games so far here in the summer split. Love to see it. Big Mordekaiser fan myself. Keep in mind that durability patch made % health damage, which is on Mord's passive better. He has % magic pen as a passive. That got better. Demonic Embrace for melee champions. That got better. So Mord, I think, is eating really well in this version of the game.
Yeah, Mord is really strong, and it's just awesome to see Bwipo, again, bringing out some new champions here that do fit his style. There was a trade bug, I believe, on the Dignitas side, so they're going to have to restart Champ Select, but they will just hopefully breeze right through it. Same picks, same bans, everything is going to stay the same, and then we will be getting right on into game. But yeah, it gives me hope that some of these other picks I've been saying him play a lot of in solo queue, because Mord is another one that was really popular for him that we are going to see. Yeah. And at the very least, it's going to force some of these opponents to respect the chance that he could be bringing out a Mord, he could be bringing out an Olaf, he could be bringing out these champions that not a lot of people are playing. Mord, really the only person I can remember seeing it from recently was like Impact in the LCS. Yeah. He has played it some as kind of a tank answer, and I do think it can be quite an effective one, especially if you're not that kind of like Fiora style player, and generally Bwipo has not been that in his career. You know, doesn't go with some of those more kind of like squishy split push style champions. Has not been a guy that like is big on the Gwen either.
Yeah.
So you know, this really fits his style. Like he's more of the bruiser style player that I always kind of see.
Yeah, interestingly, this is the first Mordekaiser pick of the summer split in top 4 leagues. So Bwipo, ever the innovator, was one of the first guys to bring out Victor Top back at Worlds 2017, I want to say 18 around then, when he went to the finals with Fnatic.
That was against Licorice. I remember that.
Yeah, yeah.
Where Licorice did Echo, right? And then it went really rough.
Yeah, it was. Echo was supposed to, like, Soliki did it was a really good counter pick, but didn't seem to come from the champion. But yeah, Bwipo has been an excellent top laner for a very long time. I mean, he even had to play bot lane for a while when Reckless benched himself.
And did actually really well.
Yeah. Bwipo can, like, do it all. That guy is great. I'm actually a really big Bwipo fan as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a fun player. I mean, he's extremely expressive. He plays a lot of unique champions. He plays a cool style. He gives great interviews. There's a lot to like, for sure, about Bwipo. And it'll be interesting to see if he can really kind of live up to some of those lofty expectations. Because I did feel like he started off last year, and it was like, oh, Bwipo's maybe the MVP of the league, right?
Round 2 or 3,
And I do think that it fell off quite a lot. You know, he set a very, very high bar for himself, you know, throughout lock-in and throughout early spring, where it was like he was the reason that they were winning, right? He was single-handedly carrying so many of these games. And as the season went on, I think other people stepped up for TL, but I also don't think Bwipo was having the same level of dominant performances. So it'll be interesting to see if he can really get back to those super successful games that he was having.
Yeah, of course, because at the end of the day, right, this is Team Liquid that is like the super team. Like they are. Right, I mean, they bring in the best players, right? Like, CoreJJ came over as a world champion, and hey, they won 4 splits back-to-back, 2 of them with Ole, 2 of them with Core himself, right? They had Double for a while. I mean, they're bringing in Bjergsen, right? His only LCS games outside of TSM, right, goes to this team. And the fact that they got 3rd place in spring, it's like, that was never the goal. That is so far below your expectation for yourself. It's like, you know, you do want to see this team actually play up at that level. Hey, they came in angry in game 1, right? They perfect game to Mortals, you know, for 7th time ever in the LCS, but like, I need to see them actually start rolling heads.
It's been quite a while since they've won, right? Yeah. And as you say, it's like, you know, I think this team was built, you know, with more than aspirations of like just winning. They were supposed to dominate, right? Like I think when you're picking up so many popular players, so many big names, you know, obviously a ton of money going to be put into that, a ton of investment going to be put into that, and the expectation is to dominate. You know, not only that they would win, but they would crush. It would even have, you know, potentially deep international runs and aspirations. So this is a team with, I think, a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming into summer, given that they did not live up to those expectations in spring. You know, they were the best team in the regular season, weren't able to make it happen in playoffs. So all the more pressure on them to really make it happen here in summer, because it's been quite a while now since they've actually won. You know, everyone really does think of Liquid as one of those absolutely dominant teams, but it's been a couple years now since they've won, and they've been trying to kind of change and evolve and add new players and change things up, but haven't been able to find that champion success really since kind of Doublelift left.
Yeah, and I mean, ever since CoreJJ won his 2 championships, Vulcan then won twice on 2 different teams. Biofrost, that they're against right now, won his championship. He of course, in summer split there. And it's like, well, you know, I feel like the viewpoint, I'm just going to like kind of tunnel on CoreJJ. I think he's a great player, don't get me wrong. But like, it's like, oh my gosh, it's CoreJJ. He's like the savior in A. He's like the best player in the league. It's like, well, here's a long list of supports who have won since you have. And like, I mean, it's been a while since finals at this point,
To be fair, it is a team game.
It is a team game, but he's on like the absurd superhero time. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's CoreJJ's fault, but like the continued trend of like TL are shelling out for the players, and there's those last 2 championships, right? That, to be fair, at this point, most of the players weren't even on that team anymore.
Yeah.
CoreJJ is, I think, the remaining member from that at this point. Doublelift's gone, and Santorin, that was like Smithy right back then. I mean, it was Impact back then. So like, Core's like the remaining guy from that run, if I recall correctly. And I needed to see them, like, you know, reach that line, right?
I mean, 2019 finals was like Smithy and Jensen with CoreJJ and Impact. So yeah, it's been a long time, right? And obviously, you know, the expectations are high. I'm going to defend CoreJJ a little bit.
Okay.
I think CoreJJ, you know, is one of, if not the best player in the league. I do think he is still played at an incredibly high level. I will give you that in spring. I don't think he played up to expectations. You know, he wasn't as much of a standout. But this guy has been incredible for a long time, and I do think does a lot for the league. You know, I think that the savior of the league is more.
It's a Reddit meme.
Well, no, but it's also more about, I think, what he has brought as far as like work ethic and what he has changed as far as the environment. You know, with practice, you know, incentivizing teams to actually do his in-houses and things like that before Champions Queue is there. He's a big proponent of, you know, practicing and really grinding hard and kind of like, you know, emphasizing communication in a lot of these games. So I do think he's done a lot of good things for the scene and for the league. So I will defend him somewhat with that.
Sure. And we are remaking Champion Select as the trade bug is happening. I am looking over on Azael's screen, and Champion Select has just ended. So the players are loading onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of the day. And we spent a lot of time talking about TL. Dignitas have consistently done very, very well in the regular season. They have constantly punched above their weight. Gamsu coming in, meant to be a meaningful upgrade over Fake God. Expectation that Dignitas should be a pretty strong team here, and I would like to see them play to a high level.
Well, one of the things I have to really give credit to for Dignitas is I think that their coaching, their team building is excellent, right? Because when you're thinking about these players, that they pick up, Dignitas is consistently able to build strong rosters that are competitive without anywhere close to the investment of a team like TL and some of these other big dogs that they are scrapping with. So, you do have to look and see what are the kind of consistent things there, and a lot of that is about the coaching staff. A lot of that is about the GMs and everyone in that org that is really bringing these rosters together that often are better than what you would think, are often better than the kind of sum of their parts.
And it's a mix of good scouting. It's a mix of understanding what players are going to work well together, because that synergy always matters. So we do have LaTigris ready to go with Team Liquid's head coach Gyoto.
Thank you, Freak. Gilhoto, you're coming off of a perfect game yesterday against your old team in Immortals. How is that going to compare to the results today against Dignitas?
It's a different team, and that's also how you want to take every game. We are not going to let the results of yesterday affect us in either any way that can make us underestimate Dignitas. They didn't have a good game yesterday, but it's the start of a split. Everything can happen, so we are just really focused on how we can perform as a team.
Yep, new team, new player in the top lane for Dignitas as well. Tell me about that matchup in the top lane, bringing the Mordekaiser out. We've seen from solo queue from Bwipo into the Gangplank.
I think Bwipo obviously has a lead compared to Gamsu. I don't think he was even one of the better top laners in Academy. So I'm expecting Bwipo to take over the matchup, and I think that this match is going to be much more related to how both bot lanes will do.
All right, thanks for the insight. Back to the game.
Alrighty, the prediction is Bwipo claps top lane, but bot lane's going to be what's important here and the more important part of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I always really like to hear from Gilhoto because he's very honest, right? He is one of the guys that'll give you his straight up opinion. I always respect that. Some people are pretty hesitant to because they don't want to give anything away or they're worried about backlash. But he's a pretty straight shooter, so always a great interview. And it will be interesting to track then that bot lane and see how that does go, because if he thinks that's really going to be the pivotal part of the map, the pivotal matchup there, will Hans and CoreJJ be able to create those types of advantages that they did yesterday in conjunction with Santorin? Had that really strong early gank. And they worked really well kind of as that three-man squad to really put themselves ahead.
Minions go down to the mid lane, trading back and forth. Nice pullback. Will not put him in a turret aggro, but gets the passive to knock down a minion as Gamsu keeps trying to spam with Corrupting Potion and Biscuits. Obviously has plenty of mana. The big thing about Gangplank lanes is his mana versus your health bar. That's why Thorn Shield is like such a big deal, because he will get to Q with Grasp. Like, you can't really dodge that. It is going to happen. Getting the barrels, though, is a big thing, because barrels don't cost mana. Barrel auto is here's 200 damage and it didn't cost me mana, so you're running out faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it resets your passive, which is always such a big deal. In this case, he's not in range to actually get those passive autos, but I agree. Getting tagged by those barrels is really punishing, because that can push it over the edge to being, okay, like, I'm actually going to run out of health before he runs out of mana. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Gamsu has used all 3 of his Corrupting Potion charges. Does have to respect the fact that there could be, a gank coming up here, and Santorin is going to be spotted, skipping the blue buff, but was doing, much more of a kind of full clear style. But with that cleared out, you could expect that he'd go back to his blue, but now he has no vision and his trinket ward's on cooldown, so you have to play much more respectful. And you can see him on the map. He's backing off, standing in the side brush there, and is going to have to play it much more safe, so can't really punish Bwipo, who is really low on health. And Santorin could even just go top and help him to reset the wave at this point, or if Gamsu's too far up, you could get a kill.
Okay, Gamsu just burns his passes. The move speed's not going to be there, and yeah, just thinks, okay, he's always got a barrel. If I walk up, he barrel autos, gets the passive move speed, gets it refreshed from the barrel as well, and it's like, okay, not really a play available, so good to always keep the barrel up, always has the option. Looks like he's kind of covered all his bases there. Yeah, Bwipo trying to, like, Ghost E is pretty flashable.
Yep, absolutely. So Gamsu playing it respectful, playing it smart. And you'll notice he basically wasn't trading at all until his trinket ward came up, and then he drops the trinket ward in the river, and he goes back to queuing him on cooldown, right? I think this is smart. And this is something that Dignitas really was looking for when they picked up Gamsu, because a lot of the criticisms around Fake God were that he had, avoidable deaths, avoidable kind of mistakes, sometimes playing a little bit too aggressive, getting punished for it. For Gamsu, they're not necessarily looking for the 1v9 carry guy. They're looking for the guy to be able to stabilize these matchups against some of the better top laners, not necessarily dominate, but as long as he's chilling up there, they believe in their talent on the other side of the map. They believe that Neo and Blue and River can really kind of get them across that finish line.
Yeah, and to be pretty harsh towards Fake God, like this is a team that made playoffs and was pretty solid with a black hole up there. So you get, just like a nice neutron star or something, and this team is sailing, So the rest of the team clearly is very good. Unfortunately, Fake God had a bad split, right?
Yeah.
Arguably the worst performing top laner by far in spring, and it's like if Gamsu is chilling in 7th in that metric, like this team is going 9-9 or better, and has a good shot at making some moves. So, that is the goal, right? Just like gracefully lose or gracefully go equal and then like go ult bot lane. It's like cool, like that's great.
Yeah, and I mean that's exactly what you want from GP, and I think this early game, not that it was that crazy anything happening up on the top side, but I do think it kind of exemplified it. He played respectfully when the jungler could be in the area. Nice little engage on bot side. Cortege just going to punt Bifrost away. He is of course playing Phase Rush. The slow resistance is going to help against the Glacial Augment somewhat. Going to be allowing him to go in and out. But of course, in a full kind of 100-0 all-in, you are a lot squishier than when you're playing with the Aftershock.
Yeah, it's basically not a keystone until you're playing team fights where the goal is like, I can WQ or like whatever. I can get it, and then
get out.
I'm running in and I can headbutt you backwards or whatever, right? Flash Q E auto puts on Phase Rush. I can get behind you, I can headbutt you. That's the kind of stuff you're looking at in a lot of these cases. Ulti traded now, or just thrown down in the top side as he knocks down part of the wave and wants to take his recall. We'll see if he TPs or walks, but regardless, does want to shop here. Easily has a Sheen. Engage in the bottom side looks pretty decent, but won't get that much done.
Yeah, and I think he had a good read because Santorin was recalling the river beside him again, right? So Bwipo will have the ability to freeze, but his jungler's bot side. Santorin has gone up there twice already, and he's doing fine, right? So he just uses the ulti to reset the wave. He will TP back because Bwipo did hold that wave. If we can get eyes on it, we can see if it's actually a full freeze, and it is. So Bwipo just held enough of the wave, but he TPs back. He gets the Sheen as well as the call here, and he's just going to look to fully push this in. Will reset it. Yes, he'll fall down a little bit in the farm because he based off of that, and he does have to be careful because he has no ulti now. Bwipo is going to continue to try to threaten holding this, but that wave will eventually bounce. He doesn't have that many minions there, so doesn't have to worry too much. And we can see Cortege is actually heading up here.
Goes, he wants to fight. Oh wow, gets the barrel as well. It's gonna look good. His pass is on, so the move speed is easily there. Gamsu has Cortege coming, can hat. No, what a flash! Really good by Cortege. Rewards arrive though. Is it gonna be enough? First blood comes to Mordekaiser, and River does not have the damage. Level 6, can he find the kill? Wants straight back on a Bwipo. Health bar getting low-ish. Ulti from the Mord. Stun Q. Flashed away the pullback. At what point do they find this kill though? River just finally gets the passive down, takes him over as the rest of the reinforcements come alive, and Dignitas trade one back.
Yeah, gonna be able to trade one back. Not too bad, but now pressure on this bot side. Neo gonna be zoned off here by Santorin, who's passing the opposite side of the map. They are gonna be losing place. He will likely try to move back up at some point, but he's down a level and is bleeding farm, plus at least one plate there already. 22 and 10 now for Trundle on Santorin there. Really, really impressive career stats. Has been one of his best champions for a really long time.
Yeah, looked really good for him. Great as an enabler. Anytime where he's allowed, just kind of, all right, I'm going to be efficient. I'll make sure your lane's looking good. Frequently stacked with incredibly strong teammates, pretty long laners, who just need that little bit to make sure that it's 100-0. And nice try by Bjergsen. Yeah, doesn't want to take 2 turret shots for it, so that could have been a dangerous, like, charm flash, and you die for stopping a recall. So,
does he have a read that he's in there?
Not going to matter. Nice try, yeah. 3 seconds away from that actually being a flash.
Yeah, pretty close on the timing. They're going to start Herald up on top side. We can watch this one more time. The Ghost popped here early. Flash was down there for Gamsu, and then it just flashed in from Cortege, lands the combo. Gamsu waiting on that W as long as possible, trying to get the maximum out of it. River just waiting out the exhaust, Bwipo, popping the ulti. And River was so patient with his own ultimate. I thought he was going to use the ultimate
right here it kills.
Way earlier.
I'm surprised he flashed.
Yeah, me too. I thought he was just going to save the ulti and then use it on the E or something like that.
Yeah.
But maybe he was worried that the W cooldown was up from Bwipo and he would actually get W as he popped in the air. I'm not sure if that cooldown was available, but Santorin again towards topside. TL are spending so much time up here. Good defensive ulti will clear this up, but
killer pullback, gotta say, a lot of damage, and they have enough as Bwipo takes the tower. Yeah, those dives are possible. Team Liquid are swimming in gold.
I mean, just no one's really helping Gamsu whatsoever. I mean, this is, what, the 4th time now? Santorin's been topside. We saw, the Cortege roam up towards top as well. and Dig have not been really helping him out. You know, Gamsu under his tower did ult defensively, very respectable as far as the play there, but tanky enough to just be able to pull off the dive. Anyway, well done by TL.
Yep. And as CoreJJ goes over there, as Jenstorm goes over there, what do the other lanes look like? Well, Bjergsen's up in CS on a 0. That looks good. Bot lane, 9 CS lead and probably a turret plate. That looks pretty good. So, yeah, TL looking pretty nice over there. That is, I believe, a 5 down at the bottom of the minimaps. Or it's a 3. Okay, so 2 plates have been farmed by Neo. So that is, I think, probably the tax they took as CoreJJ went topside. So that is something. But it is an 800 gold lead to Team Liquid.
And I mean, Santorin did a good job, you know, kind of evening out the bot lane farm, you know, with zoning off Neo, you know, and that got the plate for Hans. You know, that got a little bit of a CS advantage there. Bwipo very likely has his Mythic combined at this point. You know, we'll see if he actually does. You know, I think they got some plates. They did get the kill, so he does have the Mythic combined, and that is going to make him pretty much impossible to fight for Gamsu. So Gamsu, if he wasn't already playing super defensive, he's going to have to be just trying not to interact really with Bwipo whatsoever. You're fighting minions. You're not trying to fight Mordekaiser at this point. Dignitas did get a relatively early first dragon, and it's going to be starting that second one on spawn here for River. You can see Santorin heading down towards that bottom side of the map, but I do think he's going to be able to grab this one for free.
Falling close enough to parity. Like, yes, we're getting some poke from Hansam, but like they're not about to die. And because there's mid lane pressure, right? Bjergsen recalled to get his next bit of purchases. Good arcane shift by Hansama. It means that there's enough bot lane pressure that indeed River gets the second one. So on pace, if Dignitas somehow can have pressure on the bottom side for a 22-minute Hextech Soul, a Flash Force as Hansama, had burned arcane shift. I'm surprised he even flashed because you can cleanse that stun. It's a shorter cooldown.
Yeah.
Chooses the flash all the same.
Maybe just worried though if he goes for the cleanse that the E is going to connect to and kind of follow him after, and then he wouldn't have the ability to actually deal with that. Either way, drops the flash there early on. Both supports kind of seeing each other with that sweeper. Santorin again hovering down here on this bottom side. And it seems like now that Bwipo has his Mythic, he feels like he's kind of gotten him through the more difficult part of the game. And I think they're looking like they just want to kind of leave Bwipo now that they've got him ahead in this 1v1 on that island. And Bwipo utilizing the W, tanking up a lot of that damage, getting a good trade there. Sweet spot on that Q.
Yeah. That Trinket Ward in the brush, we'll see Krugs as it spawns. We'll see the enemy jungler as it goes down as well. Very good spot, by the way, to put it in the bottom right corner. Trinket Wards have pretty low vision. And if you want to see the whole camp and make sure you know everything's going on, that's actually kind of the spot to put it in. You get a lot of vision down there. So even the individual micro choice is actually pretty solid. You can see, yep, even the small Krugs are spotted. Sometimes useful, sometimes you just like need to know that they're in that bottom corner. Once in a while, it's actually relevant. So it is, you know, a very minor optimization, but a nice one to see. Because come through in the bottom lane, 1,000 gold lead remains for Team Liquid. Is it going to be enough? Likely, I think they are feeling very comfortable. Just the fact that, you know, Dragon stacking has Liquid for Dignitas. If you get lucky in 4 minutes time, oops, there's third Dragon. Wow, that's a really, you know, tight game to play around.
So it is in fact going to be Kraken here for Neo. You know, not going Gale Force, you know, not going more for that kind of like execution style, dive into the back line. But I still think that's kind of the way they're going to have to play the game. It's look at the engage.
Find the engage, flashes down. There we go. Out for Bjergsen, stays alive for now. Heavy back on the Battlecry. Stopwatch stays alive. Still free fight for the Kai'Sa, misses the W, though as CoreJJ wants back in. Kansama gonna find the kill on the Battlecry. River still fighting, but he is low on health, and now that's 0. A kill on the board for Bjergsen. A flash re-engage. CoreJJ sets it up, and Hansama knocks it down. Neo dodges, no bullets in that fight.
The TL taking a huge fight on that bottom side. Not Dragon even there, but both teams just fully down to scrap. They were driving the Herald, meanwhile, on that bottom lane tower, so knocking that down incredibly low. Hans likely going to be able to finish this one off now. And just like that, TL taking a massive lead in this one. Bifrost had a strong initial engage, and now he's roaming out towards this top side, but Bwipo has the ulti, so there's not really anything you can do here. If you engage as Bifrost, he's just going to ult Leona and kill you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe pull him towards the tower. I mean, the nice thing about her W is that it does block damage per tick, so it'll look pretty good against Mord passive, and if you're close enough to the tower, maybe he's in range and can't go for it, but yeah, no gank down there. Watch this fight. I think they had GP ult for it, which is why they went for it.
Yeah, I mean, they have the GP ulti. The initial engage is great, and I actually really like the placement of the GP ulti kind of behind where you're going to go. I'm surprised that Neo didn't ult in, right? Like, he had his ulti up that whole time. I think if you're going to hard commit to Bjergsen, you've got to get in that backline and execute him, or the fight's really not going to work out. Because when you're hard committing that much, you're sending in the Viego, you're sending the GP ulti, you're flashing in, using all cooldowns there on the Leona. If Bjergsen doesn't die, he flashes out, trades just his flash for that, he's going to return a lot of damage. Hansam is untouched, so the carries really kind of reigning supreme in that one. Got to be great on that initial engage as Gamsu just barely able to finish the recall, but TL going to keep rolling here, pushing on this top side. No one up there to help defend. So it will be the top lane tower going for TL, and we have to look, can Dig really trade back on this bottom side? Bwipo is just going to be a much better spot to defend. You can't dive this guy when he's that far ahead.
You see all 4 farmers of Team Liquid ahead of all 4 farmers on Dignitas. FTX Silver Gold looking pretty good on the TL side. I mean, this was close. This was 1,000 gold. It's 4x that now.
TL crushing.
In, yeah, they are smashing it again. Obviously, no thing like a perfect game. There's only a kill, already 2 dragons, but they have picked up where they left off, which is they are just slapping teams below them in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, and they're showing that, hey, you can actually, accelerate the pace of the game. They're moving around the map very effectively. They are looking for some of these aggressive plays. Really, Santorin's playing Trundle. It's not like some early game beast jungler, but he was just constantly up towards topside. Gamsu was doing okay in the 1v1, but TL just kept sending resources up there, got Bwipo ahead. Once Bwipo had the mythic completed, they're like, all right, Bwipo, you're on your own. You have this winning matchup now. And Bwipo has been very effective from there.
Wow, River just ulted away.
Yeah, I don't think he knew where core was and stuff. He was kind of nervous, I think, that the follow-up was going to be coming through. So, very defensive ult. Dig, I think, wants to continue to play for dragon stacking, but I'm going to be honest. I think if they try to fight this, they're just going to lose. Like, it seems like a almost unwinnable fight from the game state.
Yeah.
They are very far behind. I mean, Ezreal's already on 2 items.
I will say at least it's not Muramana exactly right now, and everyone at least has Mythic. So, yes, it's a 5k gold lead, and yes, it's really TL favored. Does it get better with Azir scaling? Maybe not, and at least you're all on a Mythic here, so you try. But obviously TL, not willing to fight for the dragon just yet. They're going to take down mid with the Herald. Tier 2 quite low as well. Pullback only going to find some minions here, but this gives now the map pressure for TL to easily look at the dragon, and now Dignitas are nowhere nearby, so I actually really like the choice made right now by TL. This guarantees it. Yes, Dignitas wanted to try, but it's not going to be anything.
Yep, well played. Neo going to be basing that on the bot side. Does get to push out the wave, so they deny a little bit of gold and experience there, but TL just continue to push out this tier 2, feeling very confident even while they have Azir showing bot, while Santorin, walk past that ward, he's doing dragon. They're just not really concerned about the potential of Dignitas to engage. They have this Azir tower to try to keep them safe, and Hans is just keeping this shoved in. The Muramana now fully stacked up there, and going to be looking really, really good into this part of the game. Neo very far behind at this point, and you can see TL just kind of cruising. X-Flash to threaten there the dive on a Neo, and he's going to have to back up and give up that tier 2 mid, which is just a pretty brutal spot for Dig to be in.
And an Azir turret is the only thing that has fallen for Team Liquid so far in the last 10 minutes. And those die on their own. You don't have much of a choice with that one. So looking very, very good for the regular season winners of spring. Hoping to make it the same now in summer. But a better track record in the playoffs, they will hope. And what's next for them, though? Bwipo still farming up a Storm, feeling pretty good. A lot of ways that Ruby Crystal and Blastoise could turn into. I'm partial to Ryle's. I actually think the slow is more important than the Demonic Burn.
Me too.
Just locking them in place is so valuable.
Especially with Ghost, I always just feel like the move speed differential then becomes just like, you're just unkiteable, right? Yep. And I kind of feel similarly with Swain a lot of the time, is that, if you are going to be playing these champions that really need to stick on top, Ryle is just so valuable there. So would like to see that as the option. We'll see if he wants to go that direction. I'm expecting it. I do think Bwipo, is going to really place a high value on that move speed, especially since he went Ghost.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to try the attempt now. Good flash by Gamsu. Actually, Bjergsen held it for a second and actually gave him the room to press the button. I don't know if he's trying to say, okay, he's not hitting it yet. All right, I get a chance. Timing is the way it is. Gamsu gets out, but still a much longer cooldown lock for the Dignitas top laner than the TL mid. So feeling good.
Yeah, it might have just been one of those situations where he's trying to E in and say, I'm going to ult you, better flash, and see if he can get it for nothing. Kind of almost like Gragas, he can go for the plays where he just body slam forward from out of range and like, well, if he flashes, I can't react, so I'm just going to flash now.
Yeah.
Either way, it's still a good trade, as you said. Does commit the ulti, but really, TL not being pressured whatsoever. There was that one scrap on that bottom side around the dragon that Bifrost went for the engage. They didn't really get anything from it. And now Dig is just kind of getting bled out of this game. They're being pushed in. They're losing their jungle. And now going to look for the fight.
Pretty good ult from Hans Summit as well. Jumps in and Biofrost goes down. W on cooldown. He walked over with it on. Cordial Day, whatever's going to withstand that damage. Really nice setup. The TL duo lane kills enemy support. This is going to be a lot of damage though. He's ultiless. That's ultable. Right? Like did he not have stacks? Did he actually, was that only Q, no auto?
Stacks. I think he's just scared to go in, right? And to be fair, if he goes in there, Bjergsen's standing beside him and Santorin, so you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Is it really worth going in, to kill off the support? It is a couple hundred gold, but I think at that point, it's probably not the one to go for. I think if it's like Bjergsen or it's Hans Sama and it's a committed fight, it's maybe worth just kind of risking it because you're so far down, right? You're gonna have to take what is a risky fight. Like there's no more 100% plays for Dignitas or anything close to it. But I think maybe that wasn't the moment. If there's anything this game for Neo, I would be looking back to that previous fight where they were looking for that all-in engage on Bjergsen, and he sat on his ult there. To me, that was really the moment where you're like, well, I think you're maybe playing a little bit too defensive because if your team is committing ults and summoners for this, and you're just willing to kind of cede that, the fight is pretty much lost, right? Sure. And that's where you have to kind of question. It's like, well, is Kai'Sa the pick, right? If you want to play this style, if you want to play just hitting frontline, I never like Kai'Sa as the pick. I think you have to be willing to dive back. Has to be Blue and Neo following up on any sort of an engage from Biofrost.
Yeah, there are, just to sort of put it in terms I like, there are better Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer champion. Yeah. Right, like, if you're looking for frontline single hit damage, this is the 2-item build. Like, there is no better build than Kraken PD. Yeah. Like, if you're like, I need to get through a Ornn, a Leona, whatever it is, those are the items. Again, there are better champions for that setup. A Kai'Sa, sorry, a Xayah, things like that will look a lot better for you. Nice try on the blue buff there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Core got it. Blue's going to find a slow. They're going to find the ulti across well on someone cleanses. There's the dive in, but Exhaust is in. Neo, stealth, but they might have baited in. Santorin nearly gets that kill. Core JJ will drop, and I love finally going in for the play. Stealth back out and makes 1/2. But be careful, they're going to find Mordekaiser for a second. Ulti might have been well timed. Bwipo still holding it, but Neo has to flash. Almost maybe grabbed into the Death Realm. Not going to happen here. Keep in mind, Viego ult will immune a Mord ulti. He couldn't have gone for that one just yet, but a 1 for 0. Dignitas get a little sign of life.
Yeah, and you always got to be careful on Mord if you're ulting someone near a wall, and they can just go over the wall, because he's not playing Flash, right? So just if you ult the Viego and he just ults over the wall, your ulti is going to be wasted. Oh, nice play there.
I do like that one. This time, Gamsu does not have Flash. Bjergsen does, and grabs 300 gold, shares half of that to Hans Sama.
Yeah, great pickup, and right before the dragon spawning, so pretty much guaranteeing they're going to get that. River should be spotted. Yeah, he's walking over that ward, so Bwipo going to look for him. Does have the ulti. Even if he can catch up to Biofrost, they're TPing in.
Biofrost not going to find the root just yet, but Bjergsen very much alone. Core JJ Santorin on the way. No ulti, summons a turret for a time. Stopwatch coming in is going to be enough now. Biofrost going to lose his W pretty soon. Kai'Sa lands onto a minion. Naka comes across. There's the pullback. Bwipo's in for 1 second to Santorin, and that's going to be Team Liquid saying, you think you caught us, but we knocked you down.
That stopwatch by Bjergsen was so clutch there. Able to buy so much time. Gets in, spawns the tower, goes into the stasis, buying time for the team. And TL, forget the dragon. They're going to be able to grab the Baron here. Multiple item completions coming in since we last checked in. 3 items for Hans. It is the Rylai's for Bwipo and for Bjergsen. So really prioritizing those slows there. Going to be able to grab the Baron. Now 9K ahead, 22 minutes in. Back-to-back days, TL are dominating.
Absolutely crushing the opponents. Sub 30 minutes, every single one so far. This one looking dangerously like that one here as well.
Fourth flash.
Dragon of the game is up. Is there a play to topside? Not just yet. GP pushing the bottom lane. Doesn't go for any more though. Actually, early recall to defend the base. Rebel Baron power play already 1500. Looking for a couple of turrets here to grow that one over 2,000 easily. Bot, or mid, I should say. Going to be pretty much a freebie, and here comes the top side look now as well. Bwipo getting plenty of damage, Bjergsen the same. Will there be an engage? Charm not bad in the core, actually has to ult away onto Alistar. Makes them a relatively easy target later on in this fight. They can't get much more done. Inhibitor down to the top side. Mid going to be hard to defend.
Yeah,
Kai'Sa now showing up. This should be an inhibitor drop as well, and that's going to be map control forever. Well, for 5 minutes.
Well, the game might not go much longer
for the rest
than
of the game.
And Dignitas was not able to even sneak out and grab Dragon, right? So it's pretty rough. There wasn't even a cross-map play for them. We'll see if they want to try to rush over to it now, but I don't think they're going to be able to. And with those Hex Gates on the map, TL just going to rush out, probably be able to grab that Dragon, go towards pushing bot, get themselves the second Dragon here, eliminate any chance of a Soul Wind condition there for Dignitas, and just continue pushing towards this victory. Looking so good in this one. Back-to-back days, really, really strong smart. They're just going to go straight in.
Santorin has a pillar, just barely cannot grab over that. Nearly locks him in. Yes, it'd be an ulti to safety, he'd always live, but could have forced a relatively long cooldown. Feral Chain finds nothing as well as Gamsu goes towards Ravenous Hydra for a very low, I think it was Hydra anyway, or Tiamat for a high ability haste version of the build. There's the second Dragon Claim, no problem. No objective bounty, no soul point for Dignitas. The first two ultimately mean nothing.
And I mean, it's still over a minute on the Baron because they were so fast at getting the first two inhibs. they're just going to continue the push, right? The wave is getting pushed in here by Bwipo. They're going to look to triple inhib here, and you have to think Dignitas has got to defend the triple inhib. I feel like if you give up that, the game is just over, even if the Nexus has not yet exploded. So we'll see if they're going to try to look for some sort of an all-in, some sort of an engage, but it is incredibly difficult to see how they're going to make it happen.
And it's not going to be at this turret, though. They're not willing to fight enough for it yet. Ulti comes down, no turret, but maybe it's enough damage. They dive in, and it's going to be River just dropping already 1 for 0, and the pullback onto 3. That's everything you need. Dig their grave, and the dirt they go as 3 are dead, and as triple inhibitors are gone as well. We're looking at 25 minutes. Team Liquid are running the LCS by storm, and an attempt by Bjergsen will not quite land, but no hope. Dignitas going to be 0-2. Team Liquid top the table 2-0. The Nexus falls, and Team Liquid came to Summer Split to play.
What a start to summer for TL. Crushing their opponents in their opening 2 matchups. Really, really strong stuff. Not a perfect game today, but pretty close, to be honest. 12-2. They were crushing Dig. Santorin, really good pressure towards top side, focused on getting Bwipo ahead. CoreJJ getting up there as well. Once they put Bwipo into the lead, Bjergsen and Hans Sama were just kind of naturally winning in their matchups. They were ahead. They were feeling like they were already set up for success. And from there, it felt like full control for TL, able to move around the map, find the fights that they wanted. Dignitas had one real attempt, over by that Dragon Pit where they looked for the pick on Bjergsen. They couldn't get the kill. And when they couldn't take him down there, everything started to fall apart. TL got so far ahead, took over the jungle, and really looked like they were cruising in this one.
And right now, looks like the team to beat. Yes, it's early. Not even every team has played 2 games just yet, but they've looked the most dominant in the fact that...
by far.
Yeah, EG, the defending champion, they had to do a comeback win to get in, right? Against a team with subs on it, right? And it's like, okay, but they win. Hey, they look pretty good here, but this looks really, really good. Team Liquid look just, quite outstanding, and can't wait to see more of them. Of course, we will see them tomorrow. We'll see them next week. But yes, the aspirations were to dominate. I think they've fallen short the last few years, but so far that track is looking good in this one.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see them, when they do match up against some of those top teams, when they go up against, EG or 100 Thieves, other kind of expected teams at the top of the table, or C9 when they actually get their full roster. Those are a lot of teams that people really are looking at to be kind of that big 4. So those are going to be some very, very exciting matchups. But, you can't ask for more than what TL have given thus far. They have been looking amazing. Feels like the meta is suiting them. And I mean, I think the most promising thing is not that they just had clean games, but that they actually pushed the pace of the game very well in a meta where most people are saying, you have to play slow. It's not about action. TL are finding ways to create large advantages and then finding ways to create action when they want it on their terms to really snowball games to victory.
Yeah, the fact that they feel like they can end fast, right? Like they didn't fight for the first 2 Dragons. If it's a slow game, the Dragons is a win condition. Like, no, we don't care. We're going to close before you can ever get Soul. So we are heading to the stage to join the Tigris and Bwipo for our Verizon post-game interview. See ya.
Thank you, Freak. I've got Bwipo here, a 2-0 to start this week for Team Liquid. Can you tell me from your perspective how your time was coming into the summer split and having such a strong start with the team?
We had a great boot camp back in Korea, so I think that helped us a lot in terms of confidence, and I think helped us understand some of the flaws in our gameplay really well. Coming in from a defeat from Spring, I think long term, it was probably one of the best things that could have happened to us. Understanding that we can't get away with just being, the best team on paper. We actually have to work on our issues, work as a team. We can't slack in any department if we want to be the best and showcase the excellence that Team Liquid Honda is known for.
I know that when we talked throughout spring with you and with some of your teammates, you talked so much about how those personalities work well together, that veterancy. Do you feel that that had an impact on your approach to this, saying that it was good to get that loss and being able to make a different change?
Well, of course we wanted to win.
Right.
It wasn't intentional. It's just we're all really capable players, and some of the issues we had in spring were the fact that we just, we didn't place ourselves in the team individually. So when we built this roster, at least, when Steve built this roster, I'm sure he looked at me as like, I'm the weak side player. I should be, Hans core is where you want to have the pressure, and that's the type of team you want to be. And I think that we were too afraid of embracing that and being like, you know what, that's our style, that's who we're going to be, and if you're good enough to beat us, come at us. We tried to be a more, two-dimensional team where, we were like, oh, we should be able to play topside, we should be able to play mid, we should be able to play everywhere. And I just don't think that that's something that we were ready for just yet. And I think that coming into summer, we just recognize, like, look, this is what this team is going to be best at, and we're going to commit to that. And I'm not scared of announcing that, because I don't think there's a single team in the LCS good enough to contest us at that, so I don't mind.
The thing is, a lot of people agree with you with that sentiment, many putting you at the top of their power rankings. You have quite a turnout when it comes to the fans that come through, a lot of screams for Team Liquid specifically.
Thank you.
Are you someone where that affects you, or do you kind of always drown out the opinions of the pundits out there?
I think it's very humbling, and I think that's something that's very good for me, because I tend to be a very cocky player. For example, when I died this game, I thought I was going to kill everyone. I was like, okay, maybe I can't. And then I just stepped down a notch, and I just realized, looking at my own gameplay, making sure I'm very stable and solid for my team is what my team needs. Even though it would be great to be a highlight reel player all the time, sometimes that's not what your team needs. And it was humbling to lose and come into the next split understanding that that's not my job in this team, and I will just try my best to be the rock that my team needs.
I do want to dive into that just a bit, your idea of who you are on this team, but in this evolving meta as well. I know that solo queue holds a close place to your heart. We saw the Mordekaiser there. We saw it today with Ghost. So your general thoughts on what we are seeing unfold in the meta for Team Liquid?
I actually have a very different read on the meta, so it's a bit awkward, because for example, last split I had a very different read too. So I came in and I was like, wait, am I trolling or are they trolling? I'm not sure yet. And then I play a couple of games, and usually I'm right, so I'm very confident that my picks are still very good. At least I can make them work very well, and I'm very confident in them, so that's what I'm focusing on. And I think that's what's important, like recognizing the strengths of my champion and aligning them with, is this what my team can profit from? Is this what my team needs? That's kind of what I've always excelled at in League of Legends ever since I've joined the league back, 4 or 5 years ago, in LEC, now in LCS. Like, I think it's still my strength, and rather than trying to play the best champion for every situation, playing what my team needs, I think that's what I identify myself better with, and I'm going to try and stick to that.
Well, it's always fun to watch you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and congrats again on the victory.
Thank you very much.
A 2-0 start this week for Team Liquid Honda. On the other side of the break, we have our finals rematch. Stay tuned.
People always ask us, what's it like?
The lights, the crowd, the pure chaos of the game. Savoring the moment of victory.
Back to back to back to back.
And the moments after.
So, what's it really like? It's like a dream.
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Thank you.
away with their hands up and like, Danny, Sir Danny, please take this gold. Because not only they just have so much confidence that he will carry the game, and he is playing like he will carry the game. He is playing closer to the edge than I've ever seen him do as well.
Danny's ready for the flash follow. He goes up in the air. The ward is in the brush. Does he have the dunk? We created a monster in the lower bracket. The Evil Geniuses are absolutely carrying through the entire LCS. FBI going in, trying to flash forward. Danny wants to turn it around. 100 Thieves, however, just get stomped. 100 Thieves are getting ran into the ground. And EG with a perfect ace. They got it, guys. We've got to finish
Danny almost gets another penta, and EG will begin their new reign.
It is the fastest finals ever, and it never felt this good to be bad. Evil Geniuses are your new LCS champions.
They say I'll never leave a legacy, but one day.
Welcome back to the LCS in the State Farm Analyst Desk. Ahead of us lies a spring finals rematch, and of course, the last time both of these teams went up against each other, both the crowd and the series seemed to go very much in EG's favor. I know it was just a short time ago, but what a wonderful trip down memory lane that little bit was.
It's amazing just being able to relive it because your culmination of your work throughout your career amounts to this, especially in front of the crowds. It's been so long since we were able to have that. The new players on Evil Geniuses going up against, you know, a team that was aiming for a back-to-back in 100 Thieves, and we get to see them play again.
It's just crazy. You heard the call talk about it, but how much that audience turned over the weekend into an EG home field crowd just off the back of that pentakill, basically, that Danny got, as well as like the NA homegrown talent angle. It was a team that I don't think had a ton of online support, it felt like, throughout playoffs. But then when you were there, anything they did, they got the loudest cheers.
Yeah, they showed our predictions yesterday about how all of us on the desk, except for Jat flopping at the end, predicted 100 Thieves. The entire crowd booed us every single time. Also, shout out to the man on your screen right there, Impact. He, for me, was actually the star of that series. I think he did so much. He had inspired you so much to facilitate the young carries on EG. And it was just a really unexpected win for them.
Yeah, a reminder of me for that one was like the Aatrox plays towards the bot side of the map.
Yep.
Alongside Inspired. I love how the joke about that series, and also just overall, Evil Genius's playstyle is just spoon-feeding kills to Danny. So, especially after this international event at MSI, it was about those two players on the top side of the map and Inspired and Impact that were just the standout stars. Players in front of you in Jojo Pyun, who's just been learning so much along their way and is just a great playmaker for this team. So I'm going to see more of that. Inspired and Jojo Pyun making plays across the map because they have a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, every single player on the team, right, in that finals or throughout the playoff run seemed to find an extra gear. But that's also something that I do kind of want to re-hit on, is that EG regular season versus EG playoff performance in spring were starkly different teams. I know Azael has talked about it plenty. You know, a middling team, 9-9 in the regular season, right? Barely scraping through, but to then find that performance. I'm going to look for them to put up a little bit better of a regular season here in summer to show us that growth moving into playoffs again.
I want that too, but I'm also not going to condemn them otherwise. They have a lot of veterans on this team, and you know, sometimes veterans in long seasons, they will experiment more in the regular season. They'll pace themselves, and I think there's a world where, you know, Impact was synonymous with pacing. He was the top guy at the end of, you know, summer. And so I'm not surprised that EG was a team that peaked in playoffs. I think their coaching staff is also very aware of the peaks and valleys that you'll go through over a long season. So I think there's a lot of reasons not to hand wave a 9-9 record completely, but it's not too surprising in hindsight.
Yeah, I mean, I think even yesterday, they didn't look like super dominant against C9, right? Like it was a little bit of a shaky win, and we even talked to one of their performance doctors for the team yesterday, and she was like, you know what, like we are taking this as a long-term building thing, and coming off of the grueling schedule that involves MSI, I think, like Mark, I have tempered my expectations in terms of like, oh, they're not just going to go raise through the split.
And there's that revenge angle from 100 Thieves.
Yes.
Let's go.
But because they're the team that was at the top of the LCS, was that huge winning streak at the end of the regular season. And then it was on these players in front of you. Right now it's closer, but eventually it will be like someday the top set of the map that was carrying this team for so long. And being able to see FBI and Huhi like really step it up during the playoffs, and then not being able to get that extra star, not being able to win that second championship. They're going to remember that. And this player in particular in front of you, Abbedagge, who has been a highlight in terms of consistency, like not being able to have that during the last split, that will be on the front of his mind. 100 Thieves are going to be extra hungry specifically for this matchup to be able to prove to themselves that they can take down Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and I thought they did a really good job just yesterday of playing around his Ahri, right, and making picks. When they ended up taking over the game from TSM, it was definitely because they understood how to execute their composition a lot more. And the other surprising thing that we kept bringing up is that, you know, it was closer, it was someday. This was going to be a bot lane focused team, we thought, and the way that they found their stability was actually through topside, which is really interesting to me now going into the summer.
All right, now this is a game where I definitely want all three of you on record.
Finals rematch prediction?
Exactly. I got to make sure I get this prediction. I got to make sure everybody at home knows where y'all stand. So, Emily, I'm going to start with you just because I believe the graphic starts with you. Where are you going?
Oh, I thought you were going to do me last.
I do want to do. I don't know if they can fill it in. Can you fill it in the opposite? Mark, go first. Let's find out what happens.
So I didn't learn my lesson. I'm going Hunjo Thundo again.
Okay, well, he's going 100 Thieves. Raz, you go. And then
I did not
Emily
learn
goes,
my lesson whatsoever. I'm doubling down 100.
Also on 100. Okay, so 2 votes.
I'll give
for
my
the
reasoning after. I don't know if you have special for
Now
Emily.
I drop it off to Emily.
This was so close for me that I actually told Dash going in, I was like, if everyone else goes 100 Thieves, I'll flop to
There it
EG.
is.
So there we go.
Boom, and production's got it on lock.
That's why I wanted to go last.
EG prediction for Emily. One of these days, we're going to get that reverse functionality. I promise, I promise. All right, from here, we're back out to the cast.
Just to
see
make
the
it
game
interesting, you know?
Underway, finals rematch. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Casa Desk. That is Azael. I am Freak. We are known as the Doug Duo. Would you like to salute this time?
Nope.
Nope. Understandable. Yeah, this is going to be a very fun, very, very fun game. I saw the cast assignments earlier this week. I'm like, I get to do the rematch of the finals. Hell yeah, I'm excited. Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves. EG, a team that had not won a game off the top teams throughout the entire regular season.
Yep.
Got kicked down lower bracket, and then bunch of 3-0s to make the way back here.
9-9 in the regular season, 1 game off missing playoff, 0-6 against the top 3 teams. That was the pedigree for EG going into the playoffs. But they found another gear. They found a style that really worked for them, and everything clicked. And EG just smashed in the lower bracket. They looked incredible. And now it's, can they really bring that level into the summer split? Can they bring that level of dominance in the summer split here against 100 Thieves? 100 Thieves obviously won their game yesterday. So did EG in pretty different ways, I would say. You know, Abbedagge, they talked a little bit about on the analyst desk how he was finding some really good picks in the later stages of the game. But also, we would be remiss to not mention the fact that he was actually way down early against Maple. Like, he was down a good 75, 80 CS against Maple. He was, you know, getting focused pretty hard, dying a lot. He was struggling, but he did find the ability to really change that game, found multiple big picks on a tactical. And 100 Thieves was able to really turn things around. So we'll have to see how he matches up here against Jojopian. And also what kind of a style we're going to see out of EG. Because EG went late. They went scaling. They went tank top. They went control mage mid, you know, bringing in the Corki, playing, you know, Ezreal bot. They went for this poke style composition where it was like all about, you know, playing around objectives. Whereas 100 Thieves was much more mid-game focused. You know, they went Gnar, Wukong. They had Ahri as well as the Lucian Nami bot lane. That was very effective for them. So interested to see what kind of a draft difference we may find. But again, 4 marksman bans. Seems like that is going to be the go-to here. Karma is banned out, but Ezreal going to be first picked here anyway.
Yep, want to play for it there. Kai'Sa locked in right away, and alongside Wukong. Wukong can set you up, so Kai'Sa can follow. I'm expecting a more aggressive look here out of FBI to jump in most of the time here with Closer. That man very aggressive himself, closer, and on the Wukong should look quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy application of that plasma there. You know, you jump in, you knock him up. FBI can fly in to follow that up. Again, we didn't really see that from Neo. He was playing very passively. I believed in a lot of those 5v5s until it was kind of too little too late. But 100 Thieves has always been really good at playing aggressively towards that bottom side. That is the Braum answer here from Vulcan. So a strong defensive answer. If you go exhaust Braum, Kai'Sa and Wukong both are going to have a lot of trouble kind of diving past you and into you. It becomes really, really tricky to actually get onto and kill off that Ezreal unless you can kind of 100-0 him. The Braum is really going to be disruptive there.
Here's a fun stat, by the way, for FBI.
How fun?
I think it's very fun.
Okay. I'm a FBI fan. I'm just going to keep listing one player per game I'm a big fan of. So he did not play Kai'Sa at all this year. This is going to be his first Kai'Sa game of the year. However, it is his third most played champion all time, most played champion. His highest win rate champion with more than literally one game played of all time by a lot. 79% win rate on Kai'Sa. He has been really good as a champion when it's been kind of in the meta, when he's been willing to play it. And so I'm excited to see him dive in and you know, kick a lot of heads off.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Kai'Sa was that kind of every game champion, FBI playing a ton of that. You know, has been very, very strong throughout a lot of different metas. Kai'Sa, you know, kind of coming back in a little bit. He seems here today. At least, you know, it's kind of like below the top tier very clearly because we're getting like 4 or 5 marksman bans every single game.
Jerry, Lucian, Kalista, and Lucian or Senna combos, right, are the top 4. Okay, sure. Here we are.
Yep, exactly. But back-to-back days, we are going to get the Ahri here from Abbedagge. So not going towards, you know, Azir, Corki, and any of that sort of stuff. As you said, hasn't been played as much. Azir the most picked though out of the big 4. So clearly has been some scaling. Banning away some of the answers will be interesting to see if they're going to have multiple bans towards JoJo. Lissandra really kind of came to priority in MSI. You know, Xiaohu was so good on that pick, and we saw a lot of people actually kind of picking that up as an answer into the Ahri. The lockdown in that matchup, very, very strong. Traditionally had been an answer into LeBlanc, but people kind of recognizing, hey, this is actually a pretty strong answer to multiple picks. So will be the Azir ban as well. Corki, Victor, both available. We saw Corki yesterday. It was a Corki Ezreal combo that they did go for.
Right.
So there is the possibility to run that back. But so far, I like the champions around it less for that because they don't really have any engage. They don't have the setup as much in that same way. Of course, you could look towards something like a blind Ornn for impact. Someday, you know, is someone who's going to be pretty comfortable. And with Kayle, I actually think it's Ornn for sure now. Unless Someday is willing to pick it on 4, but there would not really be any reason for him to do so unless he thinks the denial is super important. Because then impact could go something like Mord, but maybe their comp kind of sucks without any engage. So not expecting it. I'm expecting them to lock support. I'm expecting Ornn from impact. And then we'll have to see, you know, what the answer is going to be there from Someday.
Yeah, because when Cloud9 was in this draft position, their bans were Fiora, Gwen. They got rid of the skirmisher options, the fighter options that would do well into Ornn, and then split push and be unanswerable. This time, yeah, it's Kayle. It's the Licorice option, the one that was eventually used and actually won against Cloud9 when they're in the situation. So
Kayle also good in the GP, so that would make some sense.
Kayle's good in GP, yeah.
But I am concerned about like how do you start fights, right? You know, I am never a fan of compositions that have no engage. So I do still think we're getting Ornn. We'll have to find out for sure. Zoe, a great poke pairing, you know, with that Ezreal, you know, similar to what they did from yesterday with that Corki, but is instead going to be a more aggressive option. So EG changing things back up a little bit. This feels much more like an MSI draft. You know, going back towards some of those picks that were very popular. LeBlanc, I think it's Jojo Pin's probably his best champion. You know, he's been very, very strong on it. He is known for his aggressive laning. He is known at actually, you know, being very successful, you know, in a lot of these 2v2s and 3v3s early on. It was something that was getting banned against him at MSI a ton, and that a lot of players have been talking to me about, like, that being one of the picks that they were kind of scared from him. It is, in fact, Gwen top, so they are going to go no engage. It does make it, I think, kind of like pretty reliant on winning early. Because if you're not ahead early, it's just so hard to actually enter at these objectives. If you are ahead, then, you know, face checking into the Ezreal and LeBlanc, that becomes very difficult. You have great scaling in the side lane with the Gwen.
Ooh, we saw this one earlier. I remember, I think it was Someday versus Summit. And he did, I think, really well. Maybe it was Impact in the Summit. Did really, really well in the Akali Gwen matchup. Eventually, too many ganks turned it back around, but was actually winning that one early. We are going for the Gnar, though, a much safer option up there. Another solid team fighter, right? Press all, hit 4 people, gonna look pretty good over there. Obviously, plenty of ways now to start a fight. Gnar's not bad. Nautilus is great. Wukong's pretty good at it. And certainly Kai'Sa and Ahri are gonna follow up. So definitely an aggressive comp, but a well-rounded team fight look as well. 100 Thieves have, I think, a pretty solid looking composition. As you mentioned, EG, very little actual engage. Hope they can win their lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, hope they're going to win their lanes, be first to the objectives. The other option is always just try to absorb that engage. I'm not sure if we're having trade bugs again or if they're just really slow to do the trading. It doesn't seem like EG is actually trading, so I think we're going to have to, unfortunately, restart this again. Yeah, now some trades are coming through. Not really sure what's going on. No, sure. They're going to drop out. So yeah, trade bugs again, I'm assuming.
That's too bad.
As EG weren't able to actually swap all the champions around in time there. But we will be able to get back into this pretty quickly. Of course, the picks and bans will stand. We'll be able to zoom through that, hopefully. I don't know if anyone can hear that or if that's just like blasting people's ears in the earphone by you clapping into your mic.
I was following the audience, okay? I am a sheep. Bah, what you do, I will follow within reason.
Within reason.
I'm glad we got some sheep cheers, by the way. Like,
if they'll cheer for awards, they'll cheer for you being a sheep.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's. Yeah. Speaking of cheering for awards, we can. I've actually been told to not encourage that behavior because I've done that many times. I've been told, with no uncertain terms, please don't encourage award cheering. So I'm not encouraging.
By saying that, you've just done exactly what you were told not to do.
No, do not cheer for awards this game. Yeah, do not cheer for my puns.
Well, no one was going to do that. That's a certainty.
Hey, we're trying reverse psychology skills, okay?
Doesn't work. It's not that effective.
One day we'll get some of that. Oh well. Yeah. So unfortunate trade bug. That is too bad. Yeah. I kind of want to like drill onto the like no engage comp thing because I really hate it.
Me too.
I really hate comps with really bad engage. Like if Braum is your best engage, I think your draft actually just sucks. Basically
these comps are popular,
which is weird.
I mean, people's read is clearly, I mean, you can continue your point, but...
Yeah, sure. So basically the idea is, right, like, you don't know how a game's going to play out when you start. So, like, you have to have the highest chance of winning. When draft ends, then your coach will walk off the stage, you got to play a game of League of Legends out. We aren't robots. Mechanics aren't perfect. There are vision pockets where you don't see things. Like, there just are situations where, like, landing an Nautilus hook is going to win you a game. Or a Leona ult, or whatever. And... EG hoo-ha. Yeah. But having those options is a really good way to win games.
Yeah.
Like 10% of your games are won by an Nautilus hook from Fog or some engaged tool from Fog, right? Like that's just like a pretty inarguable number. And you're like, nope, you don't have that option. One's gonna ghost at you is not the same thing. And I just think that it hampers your ability to win the array of games that could happen once you get onto the Rift. And I think that is a missed opportunity to never have that possibility.
To me, the most kind of like concise way to say it is it just limits your win conditions. And that's always what I have felt. Is that these comps with no engage can be actually very effective from ahead, right? If you win your lanes, if you're ahead in the jungle, great. You're the first to every objective. They have to face check into you.
Yeah.
Turns out you don't need to engage.
Yeah.
But if you fall behind, guess how you normally come back into games? Picks, right? And if you're behind in the game and your opponents are the ones dictating when you always fight, you don't win a lot of those games. And that's kind of my major complaint, my major criticism of it, is that really does limit your win conditions. It puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the players to actually get ahead early. If anything goes bad, sometimes it can just feel like the game is already over. So I tend to really be a fan of teams that do have the ability to find picks, that do have the ability to really get that engaged. And yeah, LeBlanc can hide in a bush and try to like 100-0 someone, but it's very difficult to do that from behind, and it's very difficult to actually establish vision and to take over control of certain areas of the map if you are behind and you don't have any engage.
Yeah, I think a good example of this to bring up two things, right, is remember MSI where Jankos was on Wukong, killed 3 camps red side, just ganked mid, and was like, surprise! You're Rekong level 2, bud. Enjoy not having a laning phase. Oops. Guess we're not winning the lane anymore. Yeah, because Jankos ganked you, like junglers do from Fog of War. But I've seen so many games this split. I remember some LPL games, some LCK games where it's like, they could be setting up around Baron, and a Braum walks towards the Pixel Brush and is like, Lissandra ulted. Or takes a Nautilus hook, and it's like, your support instantly died. And was CC'd and pulled the dead. It's like, unless you have Wukong, you're not doing that, right? And that's going to be telegraphed. So those plays do definitely matter. The draft, I believe, is down to 0 seconds and done once again with the champs in the right spot. So we are getting ready to go for game 3 of the day. 100 Thieves were the winners bracket finalists, all the way up at top of the bracket, and EG 3-0'd them as they made their lower bracket run. 100 Thieves had looked pretty damn good during the regular season. Question is, does EG work well in a almost no engaged composition. 100 Thieves, I think, looking very well-rounded, are personally my favorite for winning the regular season this split.
The real question is, did the client boom again? Because it's been stuck on 0 for a long time, and so now I'm getting nervous.
No, I think the timers are weird for whatever reason. I saw the 0 second for a long time as well as I looked over, but looks like we are loading into the game. I'm seeing it here. 5 things to go. Let us get ourselves onto the Rift. EG versus 100 Thieves. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift here in week 1 of the summer split of the LCS. Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves doing battle. Both teams at 1-0. And Impact, playing his most played champ of the year, still on the Gwen, has been a much bigger carry force. He has so often been the weak side player. He's on tank duty. You can just, he's going to be gangplank, no one's going to help. But the man has actually been doing a lot of the damage, and he's doing well with it.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And to give him credit, I mean, I just think internationally, he has always shown up. Like, he has been one of those guys that has been so consistent to perform when it really matters, whether it's in playoffs, whether it is international. You really can depend on him to rise to the occasion. And a lot of that has been on some of these carry performances. He really did like the Gwen. A lot of MSI is playing the Ghost Gwen, so we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here against Someday. As a nice little check on the brush, will find Huhi, and they did invade on top side to drop a ward there on Raptors. So Closer was able to spot it, but it will very likely reveal that he started top side if the fact that Someday is leashing does not.
Giving themselves the red buff start here. We'll see if he's able to path around that Trinket ward at some point, but so far shouldn't be, I believe, a guarantee they know he's starting top side. Although now that Nar's not in the lane, it's like, okay, you probably leashed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think the leash does give it away somewhat, but the fact that, fact is, you're almost never going to skip Raptors there. I would expect if he wants to skip Raptors to dodge it, he could. Yeah. But now you're going to see that, almost always you are going to go Raptors there. So as soon as you do that, it is revealed. And it can be kind of understood that he was starting topside anyway, so not that much information given over. Nice little trading there, back and forth from Jojo and Abbedagga. Jojo getting the early level 2.
Q-Auto Electrocute looked pretty good. Yeah, big chunks there. I mean, getting level 2 first as well, already scrapping pretty nicely. And the thing is, that was a Q start LeBlanc. Like, he had no AoE and still got the wave before Abbedagga did.
Yeah, he did. And Abbedagga, I think, wasn't able to even, proc his Electrocute on that earlier trade. I think that's why Jojo was able to create a pretty big HP advantage, then gets level 2, procking the Electrocute again. Getting
you're kidding! Yo, Jojo! God, he needs a level. He needs a CS. He levels up the minion. Thank you, Tower.
Oh, Jojo could have killed him with an auto. He actually hesitated there. He went in, thought he was dead. I think it was a biscuit that got popped, and then he leveled up. And as he popped the biscuit, Jojo goes, oh crap, he's not dead, is he? So he tried to step back in, but realized he hadn't reset the tower aggro. Now gonna
that's a charm. That's turret aggro. This boy is dead. Abbedagga steps up when needed.
Oh, Jojo is gonna be kicking himself for that one. He had the first blood. He had Abbedagga dead to rights. But miscalculates here. Let's watch it one more time. I'm almost certain it was like a biscuit pop or something that made him miscalculate. Because Jojo goes in, he gets the Q, he flashes in W. I think it was a biscuit right there because his HP jumped back up. Yeah. Then he gets level 2. And Jojo tried to step back out of the tower range, but was a little bit too close. Then going forward here, this is very risky. He does hit 3 first, W's forward, but then the charm connects as he autos. And just going straight at him, you can expect Abbedagga is going to hit that charm. He would have had to be behind the cannon there. But, Jojo going for that really aggressive play would have been a massive deal because that was a huge wave at Abbedagga's turret. If he had actually pulled that off and gotten the solo kill, would have been a tremendous advantage. But now, giving that over means Abbedagga is way ahead. He's playing TP. You gave him the first blood. You're down summoners. That's going to be a great position for Abbedagga.
Yeah, turns out only TSM are allowed to camp the mid lane and get kills in Abbedagga. Sorry, EG. You don't have it's not the initials, you just can't.
This was a 1v1. There wasn't even a jungler.
Yeah, but that's the standard TSM, right? You need 4v1 mid lane. That's how it works.
Okay.
Inspire, gotta get rid of control ward. Good. No. The clapping is enough. The clapping is enough. Okay, Anchor's gonna land, but on to Braum. They're gonna be fine here. The trade back looks pretty good. Sidesteps the Mystic Shot, would have been another couple 200 damage. We look at the next camp. Spawn, Inspired. No, it's Closer getting the smite. Well done. That is most of the XP, though not most of the gold.
Yeah, that Q missing on bot side actually a pretty big deal in that trade because you proc both the Braum passive and then get the Mystic Shot damage. And maybe you can even get another auto in on the back end of it. So lucky for Huhi that he was able to avoid that. Jojo still trying to push the advantage. You know, he is double the farm right now. Yes, there is some for Abbedagge to pick up, but it is back-to-back days. Abbedagge has really been struggling to keep up in farm against his opponents. You know, he was very far down in Maple. This has been straight up 1v1. And he's the one with first blood and TP, but really getting bullied still in this matchup. And we'll see if he can start to kind of turn that around.
Yeah, impressively done so far. And you can see as the top lane resets, an 11 CS lead to Impact. Yes, someday Leash probably allowed Impact to kind of set the wave how he wanted at the early lane, but I mean, a more than wave and a half lead off of the first like 8, like that's just, it's just, skill diff right there. It's well done to Impact there. Take some damage. We'll get no, not gonna get the last part of it there. Good W to block what would have been Hyper. A lot of damage out of that one.
Ooh, 3 mid coming now for 400 Thieves. They see Abbedagge struggling a little bit here. They're trying to get there, trying to get the setup to actually be able to find some sort of a play. Nice little side step from Jojo Pian. Closer was spotted clearing down towards that bottom side, and now you got to be a little bit careful here. Inspired is in a good position, will spot Closer, and will it be the very early Dragon start here? That's what they've got to be wondering. So now they're actually wrapping around to look for a bait here. They're going to look for a death trap in this brush, almost assuredly.
Oh, they're brushed though. They're going to get the mid laner. Ulti's available, but we got a lot of damage coming across. Right back off, and it's going to be Closer flashing to safety. Just barely stays alive, but Danny is here, and Danny picks up where he left off, killing Closer again.
I was actually really smart. I like that entire play around Vision 400 Thieves. Very intelligent, but EG just brought everyone up, and Braum really swung things. Yes, they got the hook on a Jojo, but as Braum flies in, Guardian is up, the door is up, Exhaust comes down. Vulcan making all the difference in that one, as surely Impact will have to go back to base here. Very, very low, does have the TP, so not a big deal. But Danny makes a rotation, gets the kill. Really nicely done by EG. Kind of anticipating the plays from 100 Thieves, but it would be interesting to watch that one back because I just thought it was really smart. They clear out the ward, they walk around as though they're in the Dragon, and then actually pull back off the Dragon to say, okay, EG, you think we're on the Dragon, now we set up the actual brush camp to try to look for a kill. So I thought that was really cool stuff to see. Even though it did not quite work out for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's cool because you call it too. Like, I expect the brush camp, but it's not that one. Oh, it's the other one. Like,
you get this with a W. This is cool too. Support leashing the scuttle, I think, there for Kai'Sa.
Oh, close. If he had just like preemptively EQ'd, would have gotten the stop, but
that's actually a really big deal because if he stops that there, then somebody's kind of locked in the lane with no item and probably has to take a pretty bad base. Would have lost some farm off that. So nicely done by Someday to be able to get out. Of course, it's the early tier 2 boots for Impact. Melee versus range, you almost always are going to really index towards move speed. He has the Ghost, he has the Tabby, so he will have that move speed advantage now. And as a result, somebody's going to have to pay some respect to the fact that if he is overextended in lane, he could potentially get run down.
And similarly, Trinity Force for Someday gives him move speed there as well. Of course, using the aggressive option, doesn't want to like rush Swifties, that wouldn't make much sense, or even Steel Caps himself. So goes for a bit of a combo of damage and move speed as a bit of poke comes out of Danny. Cool, great. Doing Conk Reversion, by the way. It's a really good way to stack a bunch of AD. Pretty solid damage in a long form team fight. 600 gold lead to Evil Geniuses, even with giving up first blood. That felt pretty solid. Better laning for sure. As we look now at the Herald being attempted. Bit of poke back and forth. Bahuhi on the way, Closer on the way, and Inspired. Yeah, he wants to stay, but there's too many people. So can I hold it out here? Can I? No, probably not. Hits it once more. Out it goes.
But now, with Mega actually popped and impacting the push, they're just going to start it again. Because without Mega Gnar and with Impact having that brush, this should be theirs. Neither of the bot laners are moving up. Danny can assist a little bit with an ult if they actually start. So just smart play from EG. They had the read, they get the push through top. That's going to give them access to the Herald. So now 100 Thieves have to cross map again and try to look for a Dragon as a response, very likely. Or maybe go for an invade on the red buff. Try to see if they can set anything for that up. Will EG try to take control over their own jungle? Danny playing very respectfully here, knowing that he could be getting wrapped around on. So he's sitting back in that area on the map because this is that little spot where they would wrap around on. He had a ward here in this brush, so he was just kind of covering this sort of section there on the map, and that's why he's not actually farming out that wave. So smart stuff from him there. 100 Thieves looking for a play.
Yeah, they're going to try Abadaga right in the front. Gets knocked up, though, flashes, but they're going to shut him down all the same. Jojo Pyun gets one. Looking for a bit more in there. Kaisa is hitting. Inspired barely lives, but he's burning. He's burning, and he's going to fall. Closer trades one back.
1 for 1, but again, 100 Thieves have the extra member there, so it is positive, you have to say, for EG. Danny going to be pushing out bot. We'll see if 100 Thieves can get anything done elsewhere. But EG, you know, giving as good as they're getting. Vulcan has been such a difference maker, it feels like, in these fights. The Braum has been really, really effective. You know, landing the ult on the Abadaga, the exhaust again. Guardian and Wall is so big in this, and he tagged him with the ulti himself. The Braum passive can follow that up, so has been really nicely played by Vulcan thus far.
Yeah, really, really good. We got the CC and got that pick, so that's pretty cool. Still pretty close in gold right now. Still yet to see our first dragon, but with the Herald in inventory, you have to imagine that's going to be plenty of money coming in at some point. Plate check, 0 taken for either team. So probably just going to be that 300 gold Rift Herald. Not the highest value yet. Maybe it gets paid off later if you can find the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been so heavily based around mid lane, right? You know, the early pressure from Jojo, and then everyone has been kind of just piling into these fights here. Nice tag initially there from Vulcan, then backing up with the door as he dashes in, tags him, knocking him out of the last charge there of his ulti, and he already had the passive on top. So Inspired piles in. The autos there landed as well from Jojo to proc that passive. They do get the kill. FBI on the rotation is able to join with the Kaisa ult, which was really nicely done to trade one back. But still, when you have an extra man there and you go even, you are losing somewhere else, and EG was pushing in the bot side. Now they're able to actually take this dragon away. So taking both those early objectives.
And he thinks it's time for the play. Of course, nowhere near Mega Gnar. Ghost is on. Ult's trying to land as many as he can. Has the big snip available. Big slow as well. Repositions. One more auto should kill, but it's not going to be enough as E wasn't ready until just now. And that was never going to be anything but under the turret when it happened. So someday lives. He's Mega Gnar soon. And he knows Impact does not have the burst anymore.
But now Jojo moving up. You can see he's actually rotating up. Abadaga is on the follow here, but he can actually turn around and try to brush camp. So this does get a little bit dangerous. Jojo realizing that they're not actually going to be able to pull off any sort of dive, someday meg it out. So I really like the option to try to threaten the fact that you're still moving for the play, draw Abadaga up. In this case, it does not amount to much. But again, intelligent plays around vision from both teams. I really do like how thoughtful they are being. They're thinking one step ahead. Okay, I'm going to move top, so you're going to follow. I can't actually pull off the dive, so I'll brush camp and look to create pressure.
And ultimately, no, it doesn't fall for the play. Abadaga stays alive. He trade back and forth, sidesteps the chain as he puts damage towards Jojo, takes the better half of it. I believe Electrocute not triggered by the LeBlanc. Land everything he needed. Q auto, not enough in that case. Uhi there to say hello to mid lane. Knocks down the minions again and get rid of vision once more. As that set of wards right there, the control ward on the brush and that green ward over there, pretty much guarantees that you will see if LeBlanc goes bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves has been moving towards mid lane a lot to try to help Abadaga reset these waves. You know, has been pressured pretty heavily in this 1v1. It feels like, despite actually, you know, getting the first blood himself, you know, have made some good rotations to really kind of get him out of some tough situations. But the game thus far, very, very even. The FTX gold advantage is basically nothing. It is, you know, 100 gold in the favor of EG. They do, of course, have that first dragon under their belt, but things looking really, really even.
Yeah, and Danny going for the same build he went for in the previous game as well. We have seen, I would say, largely Trinity Force Ezreal. I think it's generically his best build, and if you're trying to force one build every game, it's Triforce. But it's once again Essence Reaver, Manamune. He did Cyrilda's Prowler's Claw.
Yeah.
And it basically meant it was the highest spell damage build he could go for.
Yeah.
Like Prowler's Claw's mythic passive is penalty lethality. Stacks with Cyrilda's, which by the way is the one armor pen item that didn't or magic pen item that didn't get nerfed in the patch. So like Cyrilda's builds actually got better in the Drill update. Stacks that with, again, the same Prowler's Claw, and just has a lot of damage. His Qs will hit really, really hard on that build. Late summon here on the Herald, and it will be plates number 2 and 3. Knocked off the bottom lane.
Yep, Danny not able to get too much more from that, but giving him a little bit extra gold there. Vulcan standing away, so he doesn't actually have to share it with his marksman player. Trying to get Danny that additional gold. Something we saw them do so much throughout playoffs. It was very, very effective, just funneling gold into him, trying to get him ahead. A lot of action in this river, though, early on. Jojo moving down, Inspired in the area, so they're trying to compete for vision, trying to sweep this out, but not actually catching either of those wards. You know, their read was that the ward line was going to be in the river, but you see this line of wards right there, 400 Thieves, really kind of circumvented the sweepers. So some intelligent placements on that, and EG didn't have the correct information on where those wards would be placed.
Looking again at the red buff steal. 100 Thieves looking around, but EG safe enough down here. Kai'Sa calls, hey, no one's in my lane right now. I'm getting a free push. Ezreal probably moved. Indeed, he did. And Spired able to grab his red. Doesn't have full vision, so he smites it. Didn't know if someone's around the wall or there's a ward somewhere, so plays it safely. You can see a defensive ward just go down for Vulcan as well. Definitely playing it with respect to what 100 Thieves might be doing. Still a very close game here. 400 gold difference plus a dragon. So it is very slightly EG favored. I just worry about what their mid game looks like because, again, it'll be hard for them to pick fights, and 100 Thieves, much easier for them to do so.
Yeah, I think a lot is going to rely on, can they continue stacking these objectives, right? Can they grab this next dragon, have this focal point on the map where 100 Thieves is going to have to come to them, and then try to really take over vision in that area, force them to be face checking into you, try to create that sort of a difficult situation. So I'm getting more and more aggressive. The early laning phase did feel like it was going in Impact's favor, but Triforce now complete. When you do go for the tier 2 boots, you are going to be delayed on your mythic timing, and somebody is really making the most of this, has been very adept at actually harassing Impact under his tower. Yes, Impact almost had that 1v1 kill, wasn't quite able to get it, and it's him actually getting the tower damage down. It's about half that damage off the tower. They are looking to fight around this Herald though, and Impact is TPing back in.
Yeah, but I get tagged for a second. Jojo goes in for the fight, gonna land the chain as well. Sidesteps the charm, looks really good. Gets out, gets the Everfrost gone. Now on the left-hand side, we have Huhi running a stopwatch. Will he be burned? Ult's gonna be able to find him. One hit left. Inspired grabs him, and he will come back with a Nautilus kit. Is it gonna be enough now as Wukong knocks up the team, finds some pretty good damage. Kai'Sa's in as well. Is it enough? Abbedagga flash follow. Inspired wants him, but he's not quite gonna burn. No, he does. I think that was the red buff knocking him down. Traded back one for the Gnar. Impact gonna heal right back on a Sunday though. Puts on the shield, looking for the snip, and he's not quite gonna find any more. Still,
oh, the cross map ulti.
+1 as ult will not tag. Aimed wide, but Sunday doesn't have a good way out.
Whoa.
And FBI sidesteps it. Wukong trades back onto the Gwen, holding for his W cooldown.
Oh,
that was that was sick.
Does he actually check back? Wait,
Sweeper sees him. Sweeper sees him. Sweeper sees him. I don't think he wanted to stop him.
No, that was the other person's sweeper. That was Closer's sweeper.
It was?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't hit
It's Closer's sweeper. That is actually too funny. Wow, that was good stuff. That is good stuff right there. He got it with the S move. Exactly, exactly. That's the classic. It's like the Shaco Juke or the classic on this. Jojo Pion, though, making a big difference in this again. Catching Abbedagga on the rotation, pushing him out. Huhi does buy time here with the early stopwatch, but Inspired connecting, gets that kill, and the resets are always going to mean trouble in these fights. FBI joins, but it is quite light. And again, Vulcan is creating so much space for them in the team. Yes, the Braum does eventually go down, but the health is so much higher for EG as a result of that. And it's a very nice escape, really nice S-move juke here. What this is, if you don't realize, is that when you clone, your clone basically just stops moving, right? So it looks like you clone over the wall. If you just walk to the wall and you press S, it appears that you've jumped over the wall, right? And in this situation, should he have known that? Did he know there wasn't a pink ward in the brush? Because that was actually, oh, never mind. There's another ward right there that would have been shutting that off. Because I was wondering, could he have actually known that that was the sweeper turning off, but he couldn't. So just really well played there by Closer. Hey, if it doesn't work, you die. But he would have died if he just played it out normally anyway, right? So really, really good stuff. So good Closer and Oscar.
That's good. Standing still. Listen, that is a talent sometimes. Okay?
It is. He's playing a clone.
Yeah, that's good. Alrighty, well, Wave's going back down, 1,600 gold lead and a second dragon. It is EG who have found their ways better and better in this game. Again, I've been really concerned about what the mid game would look like for them, but so far, smooth sailing. It looks pretty solid. They found those picks that they wanted, and that's impressive here. So they're going to keep this one going. 18 minutes now into the game. Second Herald cleanly attacked. That will guarantee, almost certainly guarantee, an actual turret kill.
Yeah, and they did grab another dragon as well. During all those replays, they grabbed their second dragon, so working their way potentially here towards Soul. It is an Ocean Soul, which is going to be very nice, especially when we were thinking about that Gwen versus Gnar matchup. Gnar really relies heavily on chipping you down. Looks like 100 Thieves are kind of debating, do they actually want to commit to this? Now that Abbedagga has arrived, we'll see if they go for it, but the eye exposed, no shot to do so. So EG do claim it. 100 Thieves move everyone down to try to look for a contest, but are not able to find it and won't even get mid pressure. Yeah. It is also Jojo pushing out top, so Abbedagga going to have to go up here towards top to try to answer that pressure. Bot looks like it's pushing very slightly, and both top laners are going to head down to answer. So all things considered, it is better there for EG.
Nice try. Leona would have landed that, you know. But ultimately, all right, no engagement behind. They got a little poke. Mid lane will almost die, and with the numbers advantage, 4-2, they can just stay. This is going to be turret falling. So enough siege. EG 4-0 on neutral objectives, and that's actually meant they've gotten both turrets now as well.
Yeah, I've got to give so much credit to them. I actually think that they've been very active with this comp. You know, I think a lot of it is because Jojopion has just been laning better than Abbedagge. You know, he's been creating pressure. I think that drew a lot of 100 Thieves members towards mid, and I think Vulcan in particular has been exceptional in these skirmishes. He's been such a difference maker, right place, right time, 100% KP in this game. You know, Braum is not really considered one of these super active champions. It is generally looked at as more passive, but he has been able to find a way to be such a difference maker in most of these skirmishes. And I think that has been the biggest difference for them thus far in this game, though it is still quite close. 2K in the favor of EG. They do have the 2 dragons in their favor, so definitely looking good. And Danny is going to be fully stacked on the tier before their next fight, very likely. Just needs about one more Q, I think, and then he will be ready to go. Has a tremendous amount of CDR, and with the extra call fields, you can expect it probably is the Serylda's, so has so much CDR at this point in the game.
Yep, and then it'll be Prowler's Claw 4th. And in the previous game, it was the fighter version of QSS. Silvermere Dawn.
Yep.
Health and MR and...
that one's really stat efficient, if I do recall.
Yeah, it's actually really good. So is the Kempug Chainsword. I know Flowers talked about Skarner players doing it. That's one I identified as well when the patch came out.
Yeah.
We should just see, like, generic...
The AD buffs on it.
It was like 10 haste, 100 health, and 10 AD. There's going to be a big knock. If that might be enough, will it kill Jojopion? Not just yet, but he's low, and it's going to be a 1-for-1. Viego gets one, Nautilus the other. Gold in a better spot here. Both mid laners die.
Nice charm, though, from Abbedagge to set that up. You know, being able to try to find that pick onto Jojopion. Abbedagge was great on the RE in the later stages of the game yesterday as well, finding so many of their key picks. But Jojopion able to get enough damage out that as the reinforcements came through, they're able to finish off the kill on the RE. Huhi, of course, will have to back off, and this will mean Impact grabs a tower here. So EG, again, you know, coming out with these incremental advantages. It feels like after a lot of these skirmishes, somebody will be able to trade back on the bot side, so we'll see if they can kind of even out that gold.
And that will be the turret falling. So 1 on the board, 500 Thieves. We are Nash's Tooth for Impact. You can go Cosmic. He has before. That would be the tankier option. While still giving good damage, but we can watch this again. But I guess the turret goes down. Everfrost kind of zone him away. And as he takes the chain, really good prediction into the hook.
Yeah, just lands the charm, the hook there to follow up. But Jojopion with his dying breath getting so much damage out there. Proxy Electrocute has the Ignite down, lands the full combo. Inspired does come through to try to clean up that kill. And Danny here getting the red leashed for himself. Closing in on those 3 items. Of course, FBI is on Kraken plus BD, so a lot of frontline damage here again, favoring that same build that we saw last time. We'll see if he is going to be looking to try to dive in with the team or more just focusing on hitting those frontliners. Because it is interesting to see Kai'Sa really kind of rising and picked alongside a lot of this dive, but people, at least thus far in these 2 games, have not been super aggressive about trying to dive through.
Ooh, that's going to be the charm landing. Everything going to here, and the chain going to give him away. Jojopion down to 100 HP. Closer finds the kill. Beautifully done by Abbedagge. We get the dive at FBI, and Jojopion dives into the dirt. Now we get ourselves the 3rd dragon of the game. 4v5, and EG stick around. Do they have remotely the poke required, though?
Mega Gnar is almost dead.
Smite is a possibility. Going to be claimed by Closer. Team fight starts. Here we go. Closer going to knock out the back line. Down low is Vulcan. Closer dives in, and he will finish the job. 2nd kill in a row now. Looking for a bit more impact to jump the wall. One traded back by Danny. Stays alive. Goes in for the damage on a Huhi. 2 more autos will kill. He'll find it. Inspire. Able to wake right back up. And Sunday going to get him away. Danny jumps in. Be careful. Abbedagge needs one more spell to find a kill. Just barely gets out. 2 for 2 is the total kill count. EG actually won a team fight 4v5.
Man, yeah, that was really close. But again, Abbedagge finding another charm. It just feels like he's coming alive back-to-back days in these mid games. Really been good with the picks. Looking to try to steal away that blue if it was actually being taken. Of course, it was not. EG, evening out the kills in that fight. Of course, they were down a member to start. Yeah. It's just the charm of the wall. Abbedagge, good positioning here. You can see the W started. So he actually was very quick on the reaction, it looked like, from Jojopion, but gets tagged out of it. It does take you out of the dash on that. No hesitation from FBI, straight in with the ulti to help to finish him off. And then again, starting this up, but I think it was a good contest because you look at somebody's health, the Mega Gnar is about to expire, Abbedagge has no more ulti charges, and the ulti from Vulcan there, again, very effective, putting up the passive stacks. Closer dives into the back line, but they're not really able to follow it up because there's no ulti on FBI. Somebody's already out of the Mega Gnar form, So they kite back, they get these resets, Inspired very, very low. Another charm really making a difference, because if that charm doesn't connect, if he actually can clone that charm or something and go forward, maybe they can actually continue forward and win that fight very, very heavily. But a couple of key charms there from Abbedagge making the difference, to really keep 100 Thieves from losing more.
And Impact did a really good job kind of zoning out the backline. The fact the divers just got like 2v3'd, as everyone else was like, but there's a Gwen.
Yep.
And okay, Someday dodged away from a lot of it and take too much damage, but Impact kind of just solo, like, held back the entire back line. Really, really well done.
I mean, that's one of the big powerful things about that Gwen is you use that Shroud, you use the mist to really be able to kind of create this zone of safety for the rest of your team, right? You act as that pseudo front line when that mist is up. But I've got to say, Someday has been playing really well around the hops. Being able to kind of like backstep through Impact and then jump back over him, consistently pulling that off to create space. And in that fight, even juking out some of Impact's ultimates as a result of that. So Someday has been playing that very, very well, working towards what appears to be a Force of Nature next to try to deal with the double AP solo laners here. Ezreal, of course, going to have some magic damage. Braum got some magic damage. So I do think it's a pretty good buy, especially given that it is the Nashers, which kind of leads you to believe he's playing sides. But this is going to die fast. Gwen will shred this, absolutely. I do think they have an inkling that it's going on, but can they actually get here in time? Jojopian is going to be guarding the sides.
Ult for us, only a slow at this point, but Closer is pushed out. It's going to be smiteable, will be claimed. Nicely done. Evil Geniuses have the support and mid push back everyone else, and they do so cleanly. Baron picked up FTX Gold advantage, 3,400 to EG.
Yeah, that was great. Just really good timing on it. They knew Abbedagge was not in the area. He does TP in, but Closer just can't walk through the LeBlanc and the Braum. So yeah, the Braum ulti doesn't connect, but you have to walk over the slow field through a LeBlanc, which is just not going to happen. It does make it very, very difficult. You can see, though, the 100 Thieves feeling the efficiency of MR is very high this game. There's a Maw, there's a Banshee's Veil, there's going to be a Force of Nature. They'll lock it in there as well. So a lot of resistances being built up, which does put more pressure on Inspired and Danny to really be bringing the damage in these fights. And Serylda's is now done, so having that additional armor pen in that build is going to really kind of help to ramp things up.
Push forward again. Minute 14 to go till the, well, it would be EG's third dragon, but the fourth of the game.
Looking.
Yeah, wants to play in that brush and has teammates nearby. Control wards give them a bit of safety, but now spot on the way over. FBI knocks down one of the control wards. EG for now just playing for the waves. We still see 2 minutes left on this Baron buff.
This is kind of risky for Jojo, though. He's got no vision, and he's going down towards that bottom side. Like, look at the map. There's no wards. Vulcan is heading down, but he doesn't really know he's safe until just now, where Vulcan and Danny are looking to move and cover. So was patient enough, waited for them to get mid-prio. Then as they get mid-prio, EG moves from mid down towards bot, now moving up into the jungle here, pushing in multiple waves here with their solo laners, and they're going to try to bounce between that mid tier 2 and this bot tier 2, Inspired in position to go to either side wherever he is needed. If no one responds mid, they'll just chill bot. They'll take that mid lane tower with the Gwen very, very easily. Inspired can even go and answer that if they need to. And they see Someday top, so there's really not that much of a threat. 100 Thieves are going to have to answer mid, though. They're TPing deep. They're going to try to look for the flank here.
Pin shift, double knock up. Here comes Wukong as well. Big damage into Danny. Get a flash over the wall. Stays safe for now. FBI cannot find his target anymore. Someday coming around. Looking for his first stun. Inspired jolting back to safety. FBI still stays alive. And it's forced to be Inspired zone. You stopwatch. Now we've got look at Abbedagge. 100 HP left onto him. They're going to find the flash forward. Jojo gets that kill. 1 for 0. The stun lands on a Wukong. And 100 Thieves get absolutely nothing but a pair of coffins. 4-0, EG gonna push in for more.
Let's see how much EG can get. I mean, they have that mid lane wave. Are they gonna go for the end here? 30 seconds on a lot of these death timers. Do they just go for inhibs and reset? Or do they try to push for the end? 9 seconds here on Huhi. It would be a risky end, but they are posturing forward. They're for sure at least gonna go for the inhib. The base was not stopped. I don't think they can end. So they are gonna back it up. Respectful play here. They're low on health. Look at the damage from Danny, though. 4,700 in that skirmish. Vulcan was just applying passive to everybody, and they have to play so carefully around that. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to grab the dragon here as well. Let's watch this one more time. It was the Mega Gnar TPing in very, very deep on the mini-map here. Way back here, he's looking for this play. Danny, very smart with his flash, though, flashing back this way, knowing the Mega Gnar is going to be coming in from this side. Not retreating into the Mega Gnar, or he would have been going down in a hurry. And then watch Vulcan. Like, look at the passive. It's just on 3 players at a time here. He's just kind of walking around, autoing different people so that they're all threatened. FBI with 3 stacks of passive, you can't fight. He has to wait for it to expire. Someday, 3 stacks of passive, you can't fight either. He has to back it up. And that little play, from Vulcan is helping to threaten and create space in such an effective manner. Danny hitting a lot of his spells there, really pumping out the damage. Prowler's Claw now complete, so the mythic bonus from 4 completed items is a big spike. And EG are just skirmishing really, really effectively. Like, their fighting has been so good, and I just feel like I can't say enough about Vulcan. He's really, really impressed me on the Braum.
He does look really good. I find, 2 to 3 individual, small things every single fight. So in this case, Inspired predictively stopwatch the Gnar ulti. Because it's basically instant cast, right? Like, if he's on top of you, if you press the R, you've been knocked back, you've been functionally stunned, and he stopwatched. It was the only person he even had a Gnar range. It wasn't like he, flashed into 5 people. He's like, stop! It's like, oh, he's on me. Yeah, it's me. And, was right, and then walked out with 200 HP. Very, very impressive play. Great hands here on Evil Geniuses. Looking to take care of business now.
FBI.
Yeah, a decent chunk in FBI. Not going to fight this one very easily now. Is a 3-item Kai'Sa. Right, that is an Infinity Edge. If you can get to hit someone, it's just been so tough for him.
Yeah, it is really tough, and he has no resistances, so he's very relying on that Nautilus to kind of protect him with the Locky. They have no exhaust. If LeBlanc combos you, you're going to die, right? LeBlanc is very strong. If you're getting chunked up by the Ezreal, it's tough, but they're going to look for someday.
Mega Gnar jumps in on the 4. Flash pulls in everyone he can. FBI goes in, and they're going to shut down Danny. Mega Gnar trades his life, but will it be enough? A bunch of knockups come through for Closer, but it might just not be enough. It's still just in the same spot as last time. Inspired, reset after reset, finding more and more to kill. In the rubble of the top lane turret, he plays Kai'Sa better than FBI does. He does everything better than 100 Thieves as Inspired wipes off the map and takes it home. Nexus turrets fall, EG picking up where they left off, crushing every team in the LCS.
What a way to finish. What an incredible final fight there from Jojo and Inspired, taking over with the resets. Has turned in an incredible performance as EG out-skirmish, out-fight 100 Thieves. Celebrating the win, taking the extra time here to enjoy it all as Closer can do nothing. I love that little S-Duke there again at the end. He's like, I got you earlier, though.
Oh, impressive stuff. They pad a few seconds of the game time. Really beautifully done. And the fact that, hey, mid lane, super spicy.
Yeah.
We had a bit of an int under the tower at level 3, and he came back and was like, I'm still winning this lane. I'm still the better mid laner. Jojo Fun played with extreme confidence. Danny finally at the end gets picked off, a good engage, but just such a well-played game by Evil Geniuses. Our defending champions are taking names so far.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a close game for a lot of it, but it just felt like every single skirmish, EG was coming out a little bit ahead. They would get extra kill, or they'd bring a less member and get an equal amount of kills. They'd take a tower somewhere else. They get objective after it. They were always kind of eking out these slight advantages that just felt like it was always them pushing that little bit further ahead over and over and over. You've got to say, great engage from Someday, though. They were way down when they actually took that fight, and it was won by the slimmest of margins from EG. That was the goal difference in action. If that went a little bit worse for them, if they get the ace there, maybe they buy some time, can really start to turn things around, because EG really stacked up exiting that base, and Someday saw his timing. They almost made it happen, but EG just a little bit too good in those skirmishes, and I've got to say, yeah, Wallet Diff for sure. And Vulcan was I just think Vulcan was incredible in that game.
He really was. He did a really, really good job.
He was just everywhere at the right timings. We were kind of pretty critical of the fact that they had no ability to engage, but it didn't look like they needed it because he was everywhere he needed to be at the right times, absorbing those engages, turning them around, finding key ultimates. Right. Of course, it was a full team effort, but I was really, really impressed by him that game.
They set up around Baron, or the Herald, and they go. They lost one around Dragon. You're going to take Dragon? Okay, we're going to be here, and you're going to fight us, and it worked out really well. So good job, EG. Now we are meeting up with the King of Spring, Vulcan, for the Rise and post-game interview.
Thank you, Freak. So happy to get to hear from Vulcan. This was the finals rematch. What were you indexing into that in terms of the emotion and the experience?
Well, the biggest thing was that last time we won against them in the finals, in the post-game conference, I trash talked Closer a lot, and this was like his chance to clap back. If we lost, I feel like he would have gone kind of hard on me, and I'm glad I didn't give him a chance to. And I do kind of regret saying the things I said. It was like in the heat of the moment, right after the win, and I think it kind of sucks to trash talk right after a win. It should trash talk beforehand is better. So, yeah, I just know that it's coming. Whenever a Closer wins a game against me, he's gonna talk about it. So I'm just waiting for it.
You've become such an expert trash talker that now you're micromanaging your own trash talk and leading the meta in that regard. As far as this game in particular and wanting to show up 100 Thieves, you're playing very well, player of the game, in fact. I wanted to get your thoughts on kind of the comp and the fact that there's not a lot of engage in some of these comps that puts a lot of pressure on you. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an Ezreal comp where Ezreal's going to stand up, flex on them, and he's going to be like, what's your plan? What are you going to do about it? Because he's just there and with his E and flash up, and it's kind of on 100 Thieves to find a play. They have to be creative, and they tried when we had Baron, they tried the TP flank. That was a pretty good play, but unfortunately we were like too fed, or the fights didn't go their way, right? But I'm just playing Braum, trying to peel, trying to think about what plays they're going to go for. I'm the kind of player who plays a lot of engage, so I kind of know what teams are looking for. Like, I knew they were looking for a TP play. I didn't catch all their wards, unfortunately, but I knew it was coming. I was preparing my team for it, and yeah, just chilling.
You were for sure locking them down, whether you were chilling while doing it or not. I guess you're Braum, so that kind of makes sense. But as far as your role on this team, there was a lot of depth discussing that in the spring, being a leadership, being a veteran. Do you feel there has been any evolution in you or any of the players since summer as far as that dynamic between you all, or are you still one of the primary shot callers through and through?
No, I think we have a lot of shot callers. I think both are, like, all of us kind of contribute, and I think Impact, Inspired, and me have a lot of experience, and we're usually kind of leading the team when it's downtime, and like, are we going to go for bot side, top side, whatever, TPs, stuff like that. Like, what do you want to do when we get off a reset, right? So it's kind of like the game plan inside the game, and we're also leading reviews. A lot of the time we'll talk about what we think we should have done differently in scrims or on stage, and we kind of have like a wealth of experience, and we have at EG a really good mix of experience and any talent, you know, young any talent, as people love to say. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm like the primary shot caller, but I'm helping my team.
Speaking of downtime off the Rift, something that EG did not have very much of coming into summer, can you tell me a bit about how the team is feeling in terms of recovering from MSI, coming into this week and picking up these victories?
Yeah, we tried our best to recover. It wasn't much time, like you said, unfortunately, and also Riot decided to drop a very big patch right before summer splits, so I kind of had in mind that I would take some days off from League after coming back from Korea, but the first day after I came back, I instantly went into solo queue, because I didn't feel like going on stage with no idea how this durability thing works. So I didn't get much off time. We'll see how that goes throughout summer. I'm trying to pace myself, so trying to save some juice for when playoffs and Worlds come around. But so far, looking good. I'm glad to be 2-0 yet, so it's nice.
Definitely a way to start things off. Thank you for the interview, Vulcan.
Thank you.
More LCS to come, but if you don't have your fill of LCS content, remember the show Players is streaming now on Paramount Plus, the first 4 episodes. If you don't have Paramount Plus already, you can use the code PLAYERS to get a free month of it. Check it out.
11 teams, 11 dreams, with all eyes on the LCS trophy.
When most fans think about gaming, they think of one name, and that's Cream Cheese.
Hey, buddy. In 2015, we started Team Fugitive together. Fugitive! I've played in huge arenas, gotten a ton of girls. I bought a Porsche. We're going to the LCS.
Honestly, we'll probably win 7 championships.
He never met the expectations that he set for himself.
It's just a matter of time until Cream Cheese is no longer the face of the franchise. Because fans are ready for the era of Organism.
Organism, hop up in the middle. Into the middle?
He's gonna be the youngest pro player in North America.
I don't have that much time left. I've been here for 5 years. You've been here for 5 minutes. I can't play with him. I need to win a championship.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork!
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock!
No king!
The people shall have the right to vote.
Even the stupid ones? Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Nobody's going to the moon, ever. Why not? It's far. It's too far. It's far.
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか。出ていけ。語りがいいとも言えるぞ。語り。
like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot.
I mean, it feels really good to be back, and I think I'm a lot different than the player I was when I was back in LCS a couple years ago, so really excited to show what I can do now.
Obviously, you play a lot of different stuff, Yone being the champion of choice for this game. We saw a couple bans on that champion already this weekend. Is this just one of those super busted champs, or is this a champion you're personally really attached to?
Well, I think the champ's strong, and I'm also really good at it, so it's good. But I think the enemy's draft was like really bad. Like they self-banned Gnar, so they didn't want to win, so it's all good.
Is this the pick you're taking for the matchup, by the way, or is this more of a like generically good top laner?
I mean, you can pick anything into Gamsu and do fine. So, I mean, TSM's looking pretty shaky. I mean, Huni's only gonna play like Rumble probably. So, I mean, I don't think all the teams are pretty good right now. I think we're pretty underrated, and I think we'll be top 5 and probably top 3 by the end of the split.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. I know we had a pretty baller Blippo interview from earlier today, and he always delivers a great one, but that Dokla interview from day one is going to be hard to beat, I think, for the rest of the split. Taking to the stage next, 2 of the longest standing orgs in League of Legends history is CLG on one side, is TSM on the other. There is so much history, not just the 10 years in the LCS, but even before that, right? These 2 organizations, Mark.
North America is built on TSM versus CLG, and you know it's been hard times for a little bit recently for these teams, but this was the original rivalry. Reggie versus Hotshot, then you had Dyrus in there, Doublelift was in there, like all of the original big names of the LCS basically was because of this rivalry. And then TSM, skyrocketed. They started dominating championships. CLG eventually started finding their own. But like we said, hard times recently.
Yeah, these are the standings from last split. And for people that aren't looking at them, 8, CLG at 6 and 12 and 9, TSM at 5-13. One thing that I thought was really interesting from that Dokla interview that he just did is he's like, people have ranked us really low. I think we can surprise a lot of people. And for himself coming back, I think already in their first game, he's showcased that he can be a point of pressure and a potential carry for the team.
Yeah, and 2 things. One thing is, the fans are there because of the history for these regions, for these teams, right? It's not that long ago where TSM were at the top. It was honestly just literally last year with their roster.
Won a championship.
Exactly. Yep. And then for CLG, I guess that one's a bit of a reach for how long ago it was since they were at the top. But still, the history is what got them those fans. And looking forward, it's the players. The players' personality on TSM and CLG, you already heard from Dokla. You're going to love hearing from Dokla more during the split. The same could be said about Palafox and Contracts. There are people who have that kind of style and personality. And people have already heard from Spica and Tactical and Huni. So I think these players, hopefully the performance will get much higher. We saw a little bit of it yesterday, but the personality is there.
I definitely think they're not going to finish 8th, 9th again, these two teams. CLG with that win yesterday looked pretty convincing. And TSM, while they lost to 100 Thieves, they were controlling for a while there. So I think both teams are starting to look better than their spring form.
And as you see behind us up the draft, one thing that Dokla brings, again, is carry potential.
Oh, you're talking about that side.
You're going to do your side.
I thought we were on the Seraphine.
But that's important, right? Because previously, when we were looking at this team, we were like, okay, Luger is going to carry. He's going to be our hyper carry. Now it seems like they have options.
I mean, both teams, right, on the outside. Again, it's only one day of play, but both teams look immediately better than what they, I think, showed us in spring. But now it becomes a question of how much growth can they achieve in a summer split? Because we obviously know they're not satisfied with 8-9. That's not a question. And we know that they do want to get into that playoff picture and contend for a top 3 Worlds placement, of course, on both sides of the coin. I think really it's just about, is there enough time in summer split for these rosters to achieve that? Do these rosters in and of themselves have that potential, have that ceiling? Can they get there?
Yeah, for CLG, it's like, how does Dokla come onto the roster and how well do they do? Here, we're going to see some plays in mid lane from TSM. Yesterday, I was actually surprised that Spica and Maple seemed to be pretty well coordinated, and they had some good early plays in this game from TSM before 100 Thieves kind of took over with just a better understanding of where they could make picks.
Yeah, TSM should have won this game. Because they had such a large lead early on, and there were 2 major picks. Of course, Tactical getting picked up on Drake and Maple getting picked off in the top side of the map that really made it difficult, as you can see in the post-game breakdown. You should be a lot more positive, as we already are, I guess, on TSM's performance just based off of how they were able to take on 100 Thieves. It's just in their first game of the split.
And the fact that they have roster swaps coming in,
yes,
time to adapt against the finalist team, that's not a shot at TSM. I think that to your question about can they improve, absolutely.
Okay. Well, let's see who will come out on top today, or at least who you think will come out on top today. We're going to do another prediction segment here. I'm definitely most intrigued to see where Raz and Mark are going to go on this one because you guys got called out by the Spica.
Well, Emily should go.
Emily is going to go first.
I avoid everything just because of my PTSD around having to do power rankings.
Non-confrontational.
I'm very agreeable.
Only the most lukewarm takes from here. I picked CLG. I think this is going to be really, really close, but I liked their cohesiveness. I liked the flexibility that they did show in draft yesterday because I do still think that they can always go for a hyper carry in that bot lane, especially if they still want to continue to play Enchanter supports. So that's why I picked them, just because I thought they looked pretty cohesive yesterday.
All right, CLG vote here. Raz, where are you going?
Yeah, I have faith in the individual players on TSM. So I have TSM taking this one. So there it is for me, already looking pretty split. So I'm interested actually to hear more from Mark.
Well, so we ranked both teams pretty low.
Yes, we did.
For CLG, I put them last place. They made this little care package for me.
Okay.
With a custom note.
They just delivered this, by the way, on their way
to stage.
It,
I'm an idiot. There we go. They had a note saying, even though you ranked us last in your power rankings, we're hoping to flip the script this split.
Yeah.
They're showing kindness, even though I doubted them.
Yeah. So Spica called for your head.
On the other hand, Spica asked for me to be fired.
True.
Right.
So I'm leaning CLG. just if you are curious, I can be bought. Well, thank you, CLG. I think you're going to crush them now.
No bias on this
We got to
analyst
come
desk.
up with what do we want to buy Mark for in the future?
I know,
We'll give that
right?
some thought as we toss over to Pastry Time and Jad, who are stepping in for CLG versus TSM. Take it away.
Hashtag defend the faith.
Thank you very much. Well, unsurprisingly, Jad, Mark can be bought.
Yeah.
But thankfully, we get to cover these games instead. It is a tale as old as the LCS, which I believe is turning 10 this year.
Yeah. It's going to be 10 full years of LCS at
Yes.
the end of this year. We're rounding up towards that. And
Don't worry about it.
There's been countless, you can't count them, but for me, countless
Countless.
COG versus TSM games. And they mentioned it's like the foundation of the LCS. Like currently, the foundation isn't that good with how these guys did. 9th place and 8th place last split. COG actually finishing ahead of TSM for the first time in an extremely long time. And this always matters, like not only to the players and the fans, but like even the ownership groups of these teams. Like that rivalry goes back deep.
Yeah, I mean, it precedes the LCS. Back when you were a player, Jad,
Yeah.
you would constantly lose to these teams.
I don't know about that, actually. I had a short stint where I beat some of them, and then I was out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. And then now you're here, and we love you for it. Here's the into draft here. But TSM versus CLG, TSM starting off with an L, although they did get ahead against 100 Thieves yesterday, and CLG with a pretty dominant-looking win to start off their split. It is Lucian, Renato, Wukong Band on the TSM side, and Rumble taken away there alongside Zeri for CLG.
Yeah, pretty cool. COG gets their second straight Red Side game as well. Red Side has actually had a good amount of success so far in the LCS, and I do wonder if that type of creativity from ThinkCard and Croissant is going to continue. Yesterday, it was the first pick Senna given over, which is also available this game, and it was an immediate Seraphine lock, which had double Enchantress kind of run over the game for COG, but TSM not giving that window with a very generic and safe first pick Viego.
Yep, I believe this was Contract's jungler from yesterday as well. Obviously a generically good pick. Both junglers are comfy with, so Speaker will happily take it here. It is a possible flex, but it's like a 10% chance to be flexed, I feel like. It's a jungle 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, once the Viego's health regen was lowered, he became pretty much a primary jungler. He had that brief stint of top lane at the start of spring, but interesting here that COG is willing to blind the Senna, and it would open for Tactical to be able to do the exact same thing, but they're just kind of saying like, hey, actually this was a niche counter we prepared. We don't think TSM is going to be ready with the Seraphine Karma to counter our Senna, and a very early Nidalee lock, what looks to be an answer to Viego. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. I mean, this is actually for both these junglers, this is a pick they reach to a lot in their careers, especially coming up in their solo queue days. Both Contract and Speaker very well versed, and Contract's feeling like this is the kind of matchup where he can maybe bully Viego in the early game and get ahead. Because if you don't get ahead as Nidalee, it's a real bad time.
But I'm just looking, and I'm looking at Games of Legends for Summer Split, which
how many
takes
Nidalees we got?
This is the Nidalee.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's not exactly the consensus pick into Viego, but it's 2 days in a row here where COG, as a response to the opponent first pick, pulls out a very uncommon champion. So I want to see how this one works out, because yesterday the Seraphine worked great.
Certainly did. As we're counting down here for TSM, Tomkin's already locked in for Mia. It is going to be Tactical's Jinx at the ready, so plenty of good action in the 2v2. And of course, mid to late game especially can really open up team fights as this great defensive core. CLG though, what do you want to finish off here? Are you going to pop something alongside the center, or do you have another pick in mind?
I think right here they're likely just going to match up with the Senna, but the thing that I'm going to be looking more to in this draft is how they get set up for Nidalee. And they're just going to do Senna Seraphine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's back.
So I actually don't hate it. I think yesterday they played it into Senna Tahm Kench, and this is more saying that, one, they think Seraphine is somewhat generically powerful, but 2, they just really like double range into Tahm Kench as a support, which I do tend to agree with. I think it's actually quite strong, as you see, especially with the durability changes making Enchanters better. So they got a lot of very healy boys. They have 3 champions right now with heals, so the rest of their team comp is going to have to round out with a lot of damage.
Alrighty, LeBlanc, the ban for CLG here in phase 2, protecting whatever Palafox might want here, but obviously generically good champion. Obviously Maple has quite the history on the pick as well. Yone, get him out of there. is the call for TSM. No more UNA for Dokla.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, when you're TSM, I don't think you will have scrimmed against this at all. Just because both Nidalee and Seraphine at the moment are pretty much absent from the global League of Legends meta. So I think TSM will, like, they're just throwing bans at what they think might pair well with this, like, theoretically. And I think TSM themselves are going to go with a fairly generic comp and just hope to be able to win in team fights.
I think the other thing of note, and this was true yesterday as well, but one of the things that people were interested about with Dokla and Luger is that these are players that, when they're trying to carry, they need resources, right?
Yes.
And you can't really afford to have your resources be pulled from opposite sides of the map. So Luger seems to be happy to play more supportive style picks, whether it's Senna or Seraphine in this game. And with the way this draft is getting set up, we're counter-picking for top lane once again for Dokla and CLG. I mean, you don't ban 4 mid laners and not take a mid laner, I feel like. So I imagine Palafox is going to blind here, and then Dokka's going to get whatever he wants versus what TSM shows.
Yeah, there is an opportunity to pick an AD champion both mid and top, since they're going to be having enough magic damage from what is likely a farming Seraphine in the bot lane and a Nidalee. The Twisted Fate is still set up for Nidalee, but right now they are very magic damage heavy.
Yep.
So it does make counter picking for Dokla a lot more difficult, since he can't pick purely for a matchup. He must take a strong, high damage AD champion.
Yep, certainly imagine that will be the case as TSM rounding out these last few picks. Maple, of course, seen TF plenty of times in his career. Looks like Galio mid going to be the answer for him.
Yeah, trying to get that early pressure. I mean, if any of you watched MSI, which I feel like if you're a League of Legends fan watching Game 4 of the LCS, it's a high chance you saw some MSI games. There were some very good Galios there. And Galio's general ability to push and move can really take over games. Probably throwing the Gwen in here as well for the counter. But basically, it's just telling me TSM isn't just happy scaling for late game. Maple wants to try and accelerate it. Personally, I don't think it's that good into TF mid, because TF can actually get the push early, but we'll see.
That's a throwback there for Poom.
Yeah.
The Yorick. I don't think that's the pick here, though. GP might make sense, seen that a decent amount of times into Gwen, but Dokka is the kind of player that wants to be very flashy, very aggressive, and as you mentioned, does need an AD champion here, so it is going to be Jace.
Jace is a fairly common Dokla champion. It was one of his big picks in Academy last year when he was on Team Liquid, so it will make CLG very poke heavy, but they have a ton of sustain, so we'll have very different goals in these team comps, because if you look at the TSM side, they are massively outranged.
Yeah.
And they need to be able to find ways to create fights, because they actually don't have what I would consider hard CC. There's like the Viego W if he flashes, or this really slow Tahm Kench engage. So CLG might be able to play at arm's reach. They definitely have the range advantage. So we'll see how this plays out.
And there's kind of two things with poke, right? So one, you need the poke, which obviously they have. Plenty of range between Delete, Jace, and friends. But the other is typically like a way to defend, right? Because typically the way you beat poke is by engaging on it or splitting them up. Now, I know you talked about it a lot yesterday, but let me tell you, if you're trying to sit together in a little bundle and poke people away, you need a defensive tool.
Okay.
Empowered Seraphine W.
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Turns out, if you stand together, it heals for a lot more.
Yes.
It actually multiplies for every individual that's in the Seraphine W. I read the tooltip yesterday during the cast. If you're curious and don't want to just read the tooltip yourself, you can go back and listen to me.
And if you would like Jack to start a podcast where he just reads tooltips of different champions to get you to sleep, add him on Twitter. I'm sure he'll get it done.
Yeah. I will do anything for engagement.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Fourth game of the day. Second of 3 days. And two very old rivals will take the stage once more. Of course, the teams are quite a bit different from year one, but it's always a treat to see TSM and CLG play as TSM bundled together. Gonna zoom up towards this top half of the river.
And both teams really hoping to start off the summer split with a better trajectory than what happened in spring. TSM, as we've already discussed, was 9th place. Same record as the 10th place Immortals, only 1 game worse than the 8th place CLG, and they did make significant changes. They went into 2022 talking about having somewhat of a development roster, even though in their announcement they said, to be clear, this is not a development roster. Then they kind of talked around it and it was actually a development roster. So they no longer have those development roster players, which was Shenny and Kaido on the LCS team. Instead, they brought in Maple, a decade-long LCS or League of Legends star, winning many titles in the LMS. They've also brought in Mia, who spent actually a long time in the pro game. He played in the LCK. He's also played on LATAM, was kind of found through Champion Q. So 2 roster changes for TSM, definitely opting for more experience. They took what was essentially no experience to probably about 14 years of combined pro experience in those 2 roles. So they're really hoping for more stable games. And then you look at CLG bringing in Dokla and now having 2 games in a row where they're running double Enchanter bottom lane. To me, like draft-wise, they are the most exciting team in the LCS so far with the compositions they've decided to play.
Yeah, definitely different looks of both these teams, as Huni off to the races early on at level 1. Definitely curious to see how Dokla's kind of pick works out. He is a player that loves to play for lane, but Gwen is a pretty tough champion, especially in the early levels.
Absolutely. So I don't think Dokla's going to get too much done early. I think for the most part, they just want to hang on.
It's a big
watch out here.
Luger in trouble. Senna pretty squishy. Poom, of course, also on the Seraphine this go around. Pretty squishy himself. But again, these are the kind of champions, chat, where if you don't get them dead, they just keep healing.
True, but they can't really heal that much yet.
At level 1, yeah.
The Senna can heal. Seraphine might take W at level 2 for a little baby heal.
Nice. Look, good trade there from Dokla. Going to get the wave most of the way in as well. Gets the ward down, not going to take the recall just yet. Wants to stay in lane and keep things going.
Just to talk a little bit more about the compositions, I do want to see how Contracts' Nidalee plays a little bit more. So in one sense, it's nice because it's, oh, gotta watch this.
Big damage. Luger's still going in. Needs one more auto step, but Luger's low. Mia, though, going in for it. Luger needs to be protected. First blood over to the Tahm Kench, but Poom gets revenge.
So what actually ends up happening is the, quote, carry for COG gets the kill, whereas the support for TSM gets the kill. So I think that actually neutralizes that first blood bonus and is probably in favor of COG. I think Seraphine will use that gold a little bit better than Tahm Kench, but a very spicy bot lane start.
Certainly so, as Powerfox getting some damage down onto Maple. Level 4 trying to move to help out Contracts. Dokla as well has the prio, going to go in onto Huni, and Contracts just fancies a go at the gank in top lane as Speaker's right behind him. Contracts lands the spear, maybe going to go in. They want this crab, but Maple's already here. Powerfox, though, in for the 2v2, but Mia's the first move from the bottom side. Powerfox is going to go in, but Maple with a beautiful taunt finds 2, he's low, but he can't go in just yet. Pala low as well, but Mia once again going on through Viego, finds the stun. It's Speaker going to get the possession, takes down Pala. Mia falls on the other side, and Luger at level 2 has roamed up from the bottom side of the ramp, but can they do something? Huni now getting chased down. Contracts getting queued. That should be a kill. Easy anti-dikes, and Dokla's going to pick it up. A mess here in the top lane.
A big time river fight from CLG. Actually almost won a 4v3. Because if we go back to that, Tahm Kench for TSM was there before Senna was there for CLG. And they traded so much damage back over to Maple that it could have gone actually a lot worse for TSM. If Luger doesn't even go and just goes to dominate the bottom lane, then they lose all over the map. But getting the 2 kills onto Jace with this 5 range huge poke comp is massive.
Yeah, Dokla going to be happy with how that went. Now has a Dirk and a Tear who's going to start charging up. Still sticking together are CLG. Fought for the first crab, fancy a scuffle for the second. Level 2 Tahm, level 3 Speaker. These are not the champions you want to be fighting for. CLG relentless in their invades as Contracts going to take as much of the baby raptors as he can. It's Speaker with the smite that takes the big one as CLG fall back.
Yeah, a cheeky soul on the way out for Luger as well. Being able to watch the jungle camps fall. The ones that Contracts was able to steal away. So one other thing that I was going to touch on before all the action popped out was watching what Contracts does in this game, because when Nidalee is really in the meta, it's because a lot of big setup champions are there. That's why Renekton Nidalee is so big, because you just use the Renekton W for the Nidalee Spear. That doesn't exist in this team comp outside of Gold Card. But we're going to have to cut to live, I believe, as Maple has moved top.
Yep, very nice move there. Dokla, the target, does have the flash. He has to use it. No, actually, just the Thundering blows enough, and he goes back for a bit.
Yeah, it's a health trade. They don't get the kill. Maple found the window to move right there. We'll see if it's able to be punished by Huni, but really nice phase rush kicking in there, allowing him to get out. And Maple's trying to stick around and apply more pressure.
Yeah, both mids moving a lot, actually, trying to get to the action. There's been quite a lot of it here. 5 kills in almost 5 minutes as we progress just past 6.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Some action. COG versus TSM.
We're going. Contract's up. He's out. Sees Maple, but Dokla going back in onto Huni, just fancying himself a scrap. Wow. 1v1 trying to take down this Gwen. Does have the level lead, and Huni's going to have to be a touch careful here.
The items are just so big for him, having the serrated Dirk and the tier this early.
Incoming dive.
Well, he has W.
Yeah, but it's not going to matter. It's melee range Jace. Contracts takes the tower. A little too much so out of Dokla. Punished for his hubris as Huni takes him down.
That is the worst for Dokla. And that, honestly, is something that these players still need to adjust to, because a month and a half ago, that definitely kills. There's a little bit more durability on every champion in the game, and the turrets also hit a lot bit harder. So Dokla dies faster under turret, Huni doesn't take quite enough damage, and it's actually a disaster because the total gold swing there is not only the 450 that goes over to Huni, it's the denial of the kill and Huni's ability to get the wave. So all told, I feel like that's about a 1,000 gold swing. So the game is actually still 1,000 gold in the favor of COG. If that goes the other way, they'd be about 2k up 7 minutes in and then complete control. So that failed dive keeps TSM in the game.
Absolutely. Huni didn't even have to press W that time. Just vibes there as the dive goes slightly awry, and the durability patch keeps Huni safe. As Speaker and Mia once again joining up here as Contracts on the blue. Maybe going to take it here. Looks like Palafox isn't going to make it in time. Palafox is level 6 though, as Contracts does indeed take the buff, but TSM are moving into this bottom side of the jungle, maybe looking to start this dragon.
Yeah, and Speaker doing a really good job keeping pace ahead of Contracts. Nidalee not able to have as much farm as Diego. Very surprising. He spent a good bit of time hovering and skirmishing rather than just power farming, and as we mentioned, not great setup. So I think this is going to be a difficult game for Nidalee, although maybe his job is just going to be, hey, maybe I'll land some spears once we start grouping, since TSM's engage isn't that big.
Oh, the cleanse!
Oh,
did not line up properly for Tactical, and that is going to be a 2v1 kill as Poom emotes that insult to injury, and Luger grabs the kill.
I gotta watch that again. Tactical cleanse late? Early?
Early, I think.
Serpent
is a tricky one.
And they're moving in for the Rift Herald right now. But again, Mia is here, so his movement on Tahm Kench has actually been pretty important.
Nice taunt here, but Dokla actually isolated as a result. Has to flash away. Stun lands in onto Maple. Huni, though, fancying a go. 4v3 right now with Dokla having no health means Rift Herald is going to go TSM's way.
Very narrow escape. Twice. Durability update keeps alive. I'm only going to mention that for the first week. It's going to just be what League of Legends is like after this. Interesting, though, TSM does move up for the Rift Herald, but it does really sacrifice a lot of gold over to the bottom lane. Now 3 plates down for this Senna Seraphine Enchanter lane.
Oh, look, Mia can't even walk through the choke there. Doesn't really fancy it. Tactical trying to lock him off with the chompers, but Luger and Poom being aggressive, and I love how active Luger is on the Senna. I know that you talked about this yesterday as well, but like, souls are all you want, really, as Senna.
Yeah, and I'll be keeping track of his souls kind of throughout the game. He's at 37 through 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Of course, every 20, you'll be upgrading your range just a little bit. Let's watch this one more time. So, I mean, Tahm Kench is in River dancing with Nidalee, so it's just flash, and like, he does cleanse, but there's just too many people there.
Yeah.
Because even if, that's the one thing about cleanse, even if you don't have a perfect cleanse, it still reduces the incoming CC for a little bit afterwards greatly. So you saw he wasn't actually rooted for that long there, but there's just nowhere to go. So overall, just poor place for him to be, regardless of the skill shots and the spell usage.
Yeah, nicely done there on the CLG side. Luger finding the opportunity, re-ganking his own lane. Managing to get a kill there, hand to Poom over a little bit more gold with the assist as Contracts vibing here in mid lane, but nothing going. Palafox has been pretty active, but hasn't used his ulti yet, most notably on the Twisted Fate. So wants to get out of the lane and try and influence the sides, but hasn't really been able to just yet.
Yeah, it would be really nice to see Contracts push out with Palafox here, and then as we have a fight, that's trouble.
That is very troublesome. There's the ulti, actually. Poom commits it all. Speaker here as well. Luger, though, firing away, and that damage is just massive.
Yeah, so what I actually want to see happening is, if we pull up this minimap, is ideally Twisted Fate can push a little bit, and then they can get control wards here, because that allows Twisted Fate every time he pushes to move, and it stops these guys from being able to push up safely, especially before Tahm Kench is level 6 and before that cleanses back up. But those things are going to be changing really quickly, and it's going to make it harder and harder for TF to be involved.
Yeah. So Maple doing a good job kind of anchoring Palafox here to the mid lane. Again, both these mid laners really want to push and roam. But CLG are at least going to go ahead and start off this dragon. It's actually very late for this first dragon, but CLG will be happy to take it regardless.
Right now, I think CLG is happy about a lot of things.
Yeah.
They would be ecstatic if Dokla didn't give over the shutdown to Huni, because we'll have to see if Gwen is able to be a menace with the W and team fight. Since there's 5 range people, it's going to be basically impossible to hit during that. Palafox just...
Yeah, I think tried to ulti there.
I think he got interrupted, and now he's dead.
He's dead. There's the center shield, but it's not going to be enough. Spica will claim the kill.
Spica with the big plays for TSM. Kraken Slayer Viego as well. He knows he has to do a lot of big damage there. And it did look like, I mean, that was going to be an attempted gank and probably a kill from Palafox onto Huni. Huni was pretty low in that top lane. And more action.
Luger low, heals. Mia in there, but again, Tahm Kench not that threatening. Jinx ulti is, but those shields keeping them nice and topped off. Also, health wasn't that low, so the Herald instead mid lane is going to give Spica that first tower gold, although local gold does go to Maple as a result of the play.
Huge gold swings when TSM is getting these kills. It felt to me like CLG was winning so much of this, but the 2 plays with Dokla dying in the top lane and their Palafox dying in mid translated massive gold swings. Mid turret going down to Maple actually gives TSM the temporary lead.
And the thing you just said before was Spica making the big plays just like this, that is music to League of Legends fans' ears, especially TSM fans.
On Palafox just...
Yeah, he's trying to go. Nope.
I don't like it. I don't like that one. He saw Spica on the control ward, still popped his R, and really, like, it's not like he didn't know what he was doing. He gold carded him. Nah, I don't. That's a tough one for Palafox.
Yeah, not a window I believe you get as
Yeah.
Twisted Fate. Your stun isn't that long. It's not Morgana binding. Everyone relax. It's CLG pressuring down to the bottom side here. Dokla though in a spot of bother. Spica once again trying to make a play. Toonie kicking it off. Flash stun. Job's done. Spica gets another.
Spica with a lot of big plays early on here. The question will be, will it be enough? How will he deal with the Enchanter Ball that is inevitably coming for CLG? But as of now, absolutely keeping them in the game with these ganks and kills.
Yep, been really nice to watch him work alongside his solo laners. I think he and Maple, even this early, have looked really exciting together. That's a duo we'll be keeping our eyes on throughout the split. But for now, in this game, it's Spica with 3 kills on that Kraken Slayer. He is the reason TSM are currently up a little bit in the total FTX gold advantage. Not much, but it's enough.
Absolutely. The one Mountain Drake, I think, will make this game pretty square. I also really want to track what Maple does throughout this game, because just Predator Galio with Everfrost, like, how creative can he be finding angles to engage onto CLG? Because, like, just overall with team compositions, a lot of times people will say, like, oh, you need engage is one thing, or you just need to outrange. And there's a world here where the CLG comp just wins because they hard outrange TSM. And even though CLG doesn't have engage, if neither team has strong engage, the team with longer range will win. And that could be the story here, unless Maple can find creative angles to engage, in which case CLG might have like such squishy champions that they just get obliterated. So that's what I'm going to be tracking as we move more into the teamfight phase.
Yep. Good little siege here though from CLG. Again, Seraphine Center, very annoying when you're pinned under your turret. Luger, by the way, 65 souls in 15 minutes. TSM look to make some counterplay here on the top half of the map, but CLG just back away slowly.
And a different mythic purchase for the Seraphine today. We have Poom going Leandries, where there was a Moonstorm purchase yesterday. So definitely trying to get a little bit more damage since they have such an abundance of healing between Senna, Nidalee, and Seraphine.
Spica on this Herald is going to draw the team up. Maple going to check the brush, going to get it down there. Contract's going in. Not sure what the angle is here. This is a 4v2. Luger going to have to flash away, but Spica's low gets devoured by TK. And now CLG going to try and go in. The double goal. Boom finds 2. And Palafox goes in for it. Luger finds a kill with his ulti. CLG, and now Maple's a touch too late as Palafox is going to get stunned up, but it's not going to matter. 2 kills for Luger, and maybe more on the way for CLG as Palafox is low, but the shields, the heals,
That's
they
unreal.
keep on coming.
That's unreal.
Tactical, ridden under the tower. Luger's diving them as the spear goes just a touch wide, and Tactical lives for now.
Yeah, for now. He has no... Oh, just go take the side door. Unfortunately, there's a Jace there.
Hello! Happy Vito Clip picks it up, and Tactical does indeed go down.
Easiest kill of Dokla's season. Not life. I'm sure there's been easier ones. A teleport coming in too. Maybe desperation here by Maple. Double TP though. They're low.
Huni in, going for the kill. Gwen, not bad, but the stun's good right in the zone. Luger though still firing away. They've got so many heals. Luger's still going. The root is there. The damage is enough to take down Contracts. And Speaker here once again possesses Nidalee, dives on in. Dokla going to be forced to flash, and TSM do get them off the Dragon.
I don't know if we're done. I really want to see the replay, but there's still action because TSM is starting the Dragon, and it looks like CLG is just going to give it and go to live another day. That whole sequence, aside from the very end, is kind of TSM's disaster and nightmare, where they are there, but they don't have a good engage. So we're going to see here in Roccat Flip Switch replay how they just can't get to CLG, and then Seraphine and Senna and Nidalee just do so much. Like, it looks like there's just 2 people there, but as soon as Poom is there, the double W speeds them up, heals them. TSM has to kind of turn tail, and the funniest thing about this whole sequence is how this, like, 20% Palafox Twisted Fate acts like he's invincible. Because he just feels like he has so much help, which he does. He has 3 supports with him, and they're able to run him down.
Bottom side gang. Palafox didn't even ulti. And Mia's going to dodge, but he can't dodge forever. Wildcards pick him off as Mia goes down.
Oh, man. Kill the Palafox going to be very good for the late game TF scaling, because if they get enough power on TF and the Jace, it's like the 1 gold card is just going to be a kill when you start layering in the Nidalee Spears, the Jace, Shock Blasts, and even just Senna's ever-increasing range through Souls. COG's looking pretty happy right now, and the nice thing for Senna is, like, the thing about the, quote, fasting Senna or the support Senna is just because you're not farming doesn't mean you don't love gold. You actually multiply off gold really well when you have a lot of souls, so getting kills is just so sweet when you're on this fairly low-income support Senna, because you're still great with gold, and your items matter a lot.
Yeah, don't hit the minions, hit the champions, and get the souls. That's the Senna 101, as Luger here is even going to pull the wave in mid and drop it off for himself.
Yeah, I mean, if your contracts, just go gobble that thing up. But he wants to make sure he's controlling vision first, as the wave is just sitting there, and there's no immediate thing that COG has to do on the map, so I don't mind that freeze at all.
And a little play on the top side there. Speaker dropped the Herald. They did get a tower down. So all told, CLG up 2,600 gold. Caught 3K or so. So a decent lead, but still going as CLG. We're gonna have to continue to find ways to open up this game. I definitely have eyes on the first Hextech Drake of the game, which will be our Soul.
Yep.
Tuni demonstrates this by zipping along the Hex gates.
I also do want to point out, as it looks like TSM will likely take a turret. Nope, we're going to have a fight.
Everfrost poured on in. Beautiful encore. Good devour, but Mia's going to be left for dead, and Tactical can make it out alive. The Chompers, I believe, save his life from Contracts coming on over.
So anytime TSM is showing like 3 people on one side of the map, the like death ball of enchanters will run at someone else with TF stun, and it's been very effective. That's how they're actually creating action, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Palafox again, we liked his productivity early, but didn't see as many ultis. This time now, map's much more open. Able to make that a lot easier. This mid out is pretty valuable to get. Tactical, you just cannot stand there. Damage is big. Ulti from the center's not going to connect the damage portion. And now Dokla, caught splitting in the top side, is going to get picked off by Speaker. And now Huni, my goodness, he's going for it. Maple charging on in. Poom is separated. This is a very easy way to pick off the Seraphine, but Luke is still dancing around as well. Poom's going to fall. It is going to be Speaker that will grab that kill. A shutdown to boot there.
Baron's alive, too. TSM could completely try and turn this. COG seeming like they had the entire game in hand, but Dokla gets picked and they get split in mid lane, and they could be losing control of the game right here.
Contracts up alive. Flash almost available. Sweeper activated. Contract's gonna check, puts a ward in there, knows what's going on, hits the Q. Half health for the Baron. Luger chunking down Huni, but they're going for the kill instead. Luger, what a flash! Gets his way out of there, but they have to kite this fight so perfectly. Teleport in, Mia gets stunned, Everfrost out, but doesn't work for Maple. Flash forced by Contract as the spear just misses and TSM disengaged.
Oh no. This game is so swingy, so they have to recall now, and everyone of COG is just back at full health because they have 3 enchanters on their team and they're just gonna take the Baron themselves.
So again, Baron damage might not be the high, but Baron sustained very nice here. TP in the back.
Oh boy.
For TSM, CLG think better of this play. Oh goodness, it's so low. They're gonna go for it there. Contract's not able to get in there. The Baron goes over to CLG as Dokla flashes out. Contract's left for dead. Will be killed by Huni. And CLG are gonna have to try and escape. Poom's low. Luger gonna try and heal him up. And they get 1 kill. Poom's still alive. The Ignite burning down. But Poom is gonna live.
What a ridiculous sequence of events. CLG only loses 1 person in all of that. There's 5 TSM players on Baron. CLG contests his 3. Poom narrowly escapes multiple times throughout that sequence. And they come away with the Baron. They will lose this Drake, so we could be in for a long one because the Dragon stacking is going to be very, very slow. But you know what? They're not necessarily giving this up. Palafox is here.
There's no jungler anywhere. Palafox is like, hello.
Hello, Huni.
Gwen's immune. She'll be less immune for a while. Jungler, where are you? Oh, goodness. It's loose and Tactical picks it up.
But we'll have to check back on this, how important that steal ends up being from Tactical if TSM is able to stay in this game.
Because that's the thing, right? CLG up, 3,500 gold. CLG with the Baron should be able to make good work of the Red Bull Baron here as they're going to take the easy tower in mid. But there's more for them to grab here. Dokla's going to be in a side lane. The 4-stack's going to be there for CLG. A minute 30 to keep on sieging. This siege comp, by the way, absolutely filthy.
Pretty, like actually very good soul count from Luger as well. He's at 108, 23 minutes in. So he's been able to really maximize his access to souls this game from farming, from being near jungle camps that are farmed, but also just by having a good choice of what waves are there. And we're very lucky, Patriot. This game is so high action. It doesn't look like it should be, but it definitely is.
All right, Palafox gets stunned, gonna have to walk away, flashes out to safety, but the Everfrost from Maple's gonna get it done. Now the Watch is gonna try and protect him. Over the top, Dawning Shadow's not enough. It's Huni that gets the kill. Maple low, but not dead as Tactical's chasing onto Poom. Once again, they're separated. The Enchanters of CLG need to stay together, and they cannot.
Well, Dokla just wasn't there. He's off there splitting. CLG nearly won a 4v5. I mean, if they win that, the game is over. So it was a little bit of a dare with saying, yeah, we're Seraphine, Senna, and Italy. Like, come at us, bro. We're going to just heal it up. They nearly return enough damage. But I think the fact that Dokla wasn't there, and they have so much range and so much poke, if they would have just grouped as 5, I don't think there's any world that TSM could win that fight. So overall, I do think it's a mistake by CLG to be split up there, and TSM capitalized.
Thank you, Treathan. By the way, that tweet is wonderful.
What did it say? I missed it.
Speaker is just imagining every CLG player is Moxie. To your point, though, my question is, CLG have shown that as far as this game is going, their intention is to play Dokla in the side lane.
Yes, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes and no. So I think, and this is just my observation, looking at COG's compositions over the last 2 days, they have picked compositions that want to win through grouping. Like, how are you actually going to beat yesterday a team with like Seraphine, Karma in a 5v5? Well, like, okay, how are you going to beat Seraphine, Senna in a 5v5? Well, it would be by splitting normally. So then what they've done is they've given Dokla a good split push champion. And here they've given Palafox a good champion at punishing split push. So it's like almost trapping TSM into 2 bad choices. So TSM, okay, you can try to split, but TF Jace will kill you. Oh, you can try and group? Well, then you're going to lose to Seraphine.
Right.
So it's kind of taking advantage of very powerful champion in Seraphine. When you can do it in the right way, it can be really exploitative. And I don't think COG's executed this well, but I think the theory is quite sound.
Agree. And I think it's cool to see that CLG not only willing to play the champion, but can flex it in both spots in bottom lane. Obviously, when you have a player like Luger, probably give him the marksman, even if it's the support champion.
Very good point.
Dokla, though, in trouble once again. This is the part of the split they haven't necessarily gotten away with. Dokla is going to be in trouble. Damage is big. Dawning Shadow will keep him alive long enough, and a double TP actually from CLG. Going to keep him alive.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because you think normally the team with Twisted Fate Jace would want the map split, but it definitely looks to me like CLG is disadvantaged when the map is split. That's how TSM is finding their opportunities. Spica has enough damage to fatally kill Jace when he's alone. If you're not grouped up around Seraphine Senna, you're not taking as advantage of the healing as you can. So I'd actually kind of like to see Dokla more catching and grouping, and then waiting for the next Hextech Drake to come up, waiting for the next Baron to spawn, and actually, I think they're going to win in a 5v5, but weirdly enough, they are getting picked off in these split situations.
Well, about a minute to the two objectives you mentioned, so teams are going to reset and regroup. Luger in trouble, and he knows it. And there's Spica going in for the play, barely misses the stun with the slow. Might be good enough. Luger gets tagged by the Jinx ult, but the healing's coming on in, and that's it. You can't kill him now.
Wow, look at that. He's just back to 80% health. Really scary, though. I mean, sticking around likely, just wanting to get a little bit of extra gold before he can get Rapid Fire Cannon, which is going to make him very oppressive, by the way. 125 souls. So, with Rapid Fire Cannon complete, I'm going to try and find it here. He's got 720 range.
Right now.
Right now.
That's a lot.
The Rapid Fire's not complete yet.
Okay.
So it'll be more when he does complete
more
it.
Than 720,
it'll
you
be
say?
150 more.
Okay.
So it'll be an 870 auto attack slow and large amount of damage when he gets it. And that's why they're going to be happy outranging and grouping, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's the question, right? And that has been the question, right? Can you get through the range, the long, oppressive range of CLG? Like Tactical, 2 items are working on number 3. He'll do the damage if he can hit the enemy without exploding on the front lines. As Dokla's going to solo up that Hextech Dragon.
Well, I also think that's why Tactical's gone like Gale Force RFC. By no means would this be the build you would do on Jinx if you're up against Ornn, Sejuani, Trundle, where you need to hit a lot. But it's literally like, how can I get as much fake range as possible? And that's with the Gale Force mobility and the RFC extra range, because Tactical just is unable to hit most people on CLG.
This is the adventure we've been on here. The FTX Gold graph has been up and down, but mostly up for CLG right now. But 4,000 gold in almost 30 minutes. Not a massive lead for CLG to lean on, but it does feel like they're pretty comfy with the way things have gone. Yes, they've been caught a few times, but I think in a 4v4, or as you mentioned, 5v5, CLG are feeling pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, 130 souls now for Luger. This is a game where we could see some pretty ridiculous soul numbers.
I'm excited.
Because it's like 4,000 gold. There's 2 Drakes to 2. We're still 4 minutes away from the next. So the earliest soul we could see would be about 36.5 minutes. I'm looking forward to some redonkulous ranges.
Yeah, Luger does have that RFC now, by the way, so expect people to get chunked from ridiculous distances.
Yeah, it's like, who's Palafox going to get with the gold card? And does he have to extend to a point where they're worried about flanks? It doesn't look like it, so they're just really bullying mid lane. And I don't see how TSM ever is the first one to access this wave. So what's going to kind of happen is they're going to be able to push up that mid lane and just move into the river here where they have full vision control. So there's nothing that they can see. And they're just going to keep popping their heads out over and over again until they can find a gold card or a Senna W and hopefully just like one hit someone on TSM. Very hard map to play for TSM here.
Yep, nice setup as a result. Here for CLG, think you observe covering that vision because they have to burn the Jinx ult just to see.
So they're trying to buy a little bit of time in the bottom lane here. It's like, well, if we push this up far enough, we'll force them into a decision. So they saw them start the Baron. Now they're teleporting in, and TSM's only hope is to trap them in this pit.
Yep, that's Huni teleporting back around. Maple doesn't quite have the flank just yet. He's a little off to the side. Baron is very low. They're going to get it. And now CLG, can they kite effectively? They are running away. TSM, I don't think you can run through this choke. CLG just yeet the Baron off the rift.
Love it. They don't actually kill Baron that fast. That's like one flaw of this composition. They're very healthy when they do it, but there's a huge fear of being collapsed upon, so they had to make sure the waves are pushed. But Dokla, you can't get caught like that.
You know, 1v2, but it actually does a lot of damage to Spica. Now the teams get reinforced. Luger shuts that down. Maple ults in place after Spica dies, and that's going to be a second little present for CLG.
Okay, I want to re-record that call. Dokla, he's caught him. He turned it around. He was close enough to the rest of his team.
Genius.
They get 2 kills for it because TSM was trying to capitalize on the play, and now they can really set up that siege with healers and poke.
And now we go back again with the Baron to try and siege, as you mentioned, down the rest of these towers. Inhibitor is available in top side mid as well, missing 2 towers. So bottom lane is the obvious point to pick up your gold because that is the easiest tower off the map to take. But CLG looking at 1, would love 2 inhibs. You know, unless the game ends, they'll be happy with that too.
Yeah, I want to see where they group. So what they're doing now is they definitely need to. You can't just 5-man group out of nothing. So they want to prep this wave and this wave at the same time, and they're holding 2 people in here so that they can freely move between the jungle and hopefully bounce both of them to get. But I do want to see at least 4 people grouped, probably 5, but that's not what they're going for. Dokla is going to be a soloist, and it's going to be the other 4-man grouping here, which gives TSM a small window to engage.
TP coming on in from TSM. It's Maple charging on in. Pretty speedy. Palfox snips it out though. Pops the stun. CLG again with a nice disengage, and that buys space for Dokla to take the easy turret. And now the map is getting ever smaller for TSM.
Yeah, that was nicely done. You could see the engage tried to come off the side. They just moved down the river, and Dokla had it started. So now they can 5-man group here. There's no way that people can get behind them. I've drawn a lot of lines, but it makes sense because TSM is trapped in their base, and they have no clear way of engaging on CLG.
And now Pala is the one in the 1-4, but he's got the ulti ready to go as well. The poke is absolutely obscene, by the way. And CLG just bully down that turret here in bottom side. The inhibitor is going to be left for dead, and now they rotate over to their mid laner.
Yeah, really, really nicely done here, making sure no one on TSM can get behind them, because if CLG has eye contact, they do not lose.
Yep, again, mid, now dead. 5-4 group, excuse me, Dokla is going to rejoin the team, though. Maple trying to find the flank angle. Dawn does find 2. Palafox going to get caught up there, but over the top goes the Dawning Shadow, and it's just absurd. It's ridiculous, the healing. Maybe enough though, as CLG still kiting out.
Oh, no.
And it's heartbreak for TSM as the CLG Fortress will not be broken. And CLG are gonna wipe TSM and take their 2nd victory on the weekend.
Pastry time, what year is it? CLG with the 2-0 start, taking down TSM yet again, and doing it with style.
Absolutely, CLG gonna dive the fountain. Luga's range is ridiculous. They'll get 1 more kill for the Raiders. Tactical dies. And CLG take their 2nd Nexus of the split.
154 souls for the Senna, but also 2 victories for Big Dokes. Coming back to the LCS stage, a recent promotion by CLG, and a clear style difference for CLG coming into this summer split. 2 different Seraphine players, both effective, both unique as well to the LCS. They also threw out the Nidalee here. They picked no tanks, they picked low engage, but they picked a hell of a lot of healing, and they played it like they fully understood how to win.
Willing to scrap when they needed to, understood the limits of their comp and their champions. Luga's Seraphine looked great yesterday, but I think Poom might be the better Seraphine on CLG.
I think Poom farmed better. I'd have to check it. His CS was really high.
Yeah. A little bit behind Tactical, kind of as expected, as Demonte shrugging his shoulders, feeling happy for the squad. Palfox on the Twisted Fate, playing a nice supportive role as well. And TSM had some moments in there, but it just looked hopeless at points in that game.
Yeah, I do think that the 2 comps that CLG played so far this weekend have been really, really good.
Yeah.
They've found the right angle for Seraphine, even though it has kind of been the same thing twice. But they just, as I said, they have a better 5v5, but then the other team doesn't have the ability to split it up well or engage it. So how much of that would be the CLG draft versus the other TSM draft? I haven't dove in enough to really understand it, but they've had big advantages from the draft in both of these games and deserve both of the victories.
Well, another Turkish king arises as we are now going to join Luga and LaTigris on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Pastry Time. I've got Luger, a 2-0 start for CLG thus far within summer. Tell me about that game, though, because it was pretty swingy and a bit cray-cray.
We were kind of ahead early game and from bot lane, and like we end up help team, try to like help team, and yeah, we win around like that, and yeah, kind of easy. Yeah.
Got the win in the end. We're seeing some similarities but differences in the drafts from CLG. You had the Seraphine and Karma bot yesterday, Senna and Seraphine today. Can you tell me why you are all going in this direction?
So I think like against Senna, like something like Sona, Brand, Seraphine. It's something like champion is kind of good against Senna. Yeah, we choose Seraphine against Senna. Yeah, I mean, this game we pick Seraphine, Senna, right? We pick Seraphine, Senna. I say like film. I think time to show yourself with the Seraphine this time because like I played yesterday. I think just yeah, I play Senna. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Good enough to get you player of the game, in fact. So would you say you're feeling pretty comfortable on the picks that you've played thus far?
Yeah, I was really confident like entire game. Like I tried like give my confident team also same time because we were winning team and like same time like you need to kind of explain your team like you're winning hard, you fucking gonna carry, you know the game. So yeah.
Your teammate. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean I was confident. I think kind of easy game for me. Yeah.
I think your teammate yesterday had a similar energy, a lot of confidence, Dokla coming through. Tell me about what is different with this team having him in the top lane.
We are, I mean, everyone putting like CLG like templates team. I think like Kester's like ranking like last place team. Like I think give us like good confidence for like people are looking us like bad team. So I think we get the good energy for this. So I think say more like a bad team CLG, and we're gonna show in the match.
One way to get that going and keep that energy high and keep the chants going through and throughout the season is a 3-0 start. It's Golden Guardians that stands in your way of that. What do you think of them? They just won today as well.
GG, what they play, I don't know. I think gonna be probably easy game for us, same as like today. Yeah.
All right.
Good luck.
Lots of fun had by the crowd hearing your answers. Luger, thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
CLG fans rejoice with the start that they have had thus far in this summer split. We're kicking into a break. We've got more gameplay on the other side.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Respawning was refreshing. Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. Immortals Progressive is taking to the stage against FlyQuest. They're going to face off in just a couple of minutes. And as they do, Immortals are writing the next chapter in an international saga. We've got Power of Evil and we've got Ignar reunited from the LEC or
and
the EULCS
so
from the
good.
glory days. I mean, it does feel
right?
so good.
It is.
From the glory days of Misfits, a number of fans, I'm certain, weren't even around when that international storyline broke, and those guys pushed some of the world's best to the limit. From there, of course, over to the LCS, Immortals now, FlyQuest before, and these guys have kind of been all over the place.
Yeah, they had a lot of success, at least those two individuals, right? Because we talked about the fact that they went to Worlds together with Misfits, the whole, what was it, Fervor?
Fervor Leona.
So that was a fun one for Ignar, and a lot of people kind of saw him differently because he thinks about the game differently than most, a lot of people, right? A lot more aggressive-minded. That's been some of his greatest attributes on teams is the fact that he looks for fights, and so the success carried over to FlyQuest. So it's great to be able to see that they're reunited. And the funny thing is, Revenge is on that organization too. So it's not as if they don't know each other. Revenge knows these two players incredibly well, which I'm sure attributed to the team coming together in this fashion is that it's very easy to just start day one when you're already on the same foot.
I also think that the Ignar PoE combo, they don't actually really play the game that similarly, but I actually think it can help because PoE is the more reserved control mage scaling up, but very, very reliable, whereas Ignar is very aggressive in his engages and the opportunities that he's going to take and will make risks, and sometimes it's, I wouldn't say coin flippy, but it's just very aggressive. And I think those two actually tend to balance each other out quite well, and when Ignar does find a great engage, PoE is able to follow up very quickly, and they have had success, both with Misfits and then, obviously FlyQuest making Worlds and going 3-3 there. This combination does have a lot of potential.
And the really interesting thing to piggyback off that is where Kenvi fits in here, right? Because with a mid laner like Power of Evil, you can benefit a lot from his stability, even if he's not necessarily going to be having a lot of forward percentage because he doesn't tend to push up in lane very far, just historically. That can benefit Kenvi a lot. And then obviously, Ignar teaming up with Kenvi to make plays around the map can also benefit him a lot. Of course, it didn't look good yesterday with that draft and the Taliyah and no setup. So it was a rough start, let's just say, for this trio.
Yeah, Raz, we could talk all we want about the fact that this team has some makings of greatness, but the reality is they got perfect gamed yesterday.
Yeah, especially this play right in front of you, which really does, the double bubble into the counter gank, which was just lights out at that point. And Team Liquid played incredibly well around playing through jungle and shutting out an opportunity there from Kenvi. So, the actual draft itself was hard to play out. What makes it even hard is if you do fail that first play, it's just what are you going to do to get back into the game?
And everyone was against the draft just without having good, reliable setup for the Taliyah. And so even though it's a fast farming, you can carry, it doesn't have the tools that you kind of want to help set it up. So I think a lot of people were flaming that draft, and I kind of hope they're right in the sense that I want to see more out of this team and not just be oh yeah, they're going to get perfect game by TL when they go up against them. I want to put more of the blame on the draft, hopefully, and see when Kenvi gets a good opportunity to get it off the ground, can he actually make plays happen?
Yeah, and kind of going back to what you said initially about the building of this team, how you're right, both PoE and Ignar play the game, differently. And there are a lot of successful iterations of League of Legends teams in the world where like you have 2 different types of styles, but as long as they align with each other and go through with each other's plans, they can complement each other really well of not being too aggressive as a team when it comes to how you guys want to play the game. So you always have like a strong voice in one way or another. So I think it has been successful for them in the past. Yesterday is just probably the smallest sample size of a lifetime with just one game, but it was that sample size sucked.
Yeah, so. That was the worst sample you gave me. You got one scoop from the ice cream place, and you're like,
no, thank you, Casper. I'm gonna give me any of the other 31 flavors. So yeah, obviously rough start for Immortals. Other side of the coin, though, FlyQuest 1-0. A very solid start for them, and so they're gonna feel good coming into this matchup here against Immortals today.
Yeah, I mean, they looked a lot more proactive than Golden Guardians did for this entire match. I also still do want to highlight, like, again, they realized that they could play through bot. They locked in the Udyr pick, I think was great, making the most of that and making plays early. And then additionally, Philip looked like he was synergized with the team a lot more than I expected, which was really cool.
I think they picked up right where they left off at Spring. They were a team that had better mid to late game coordination than a lot of the teams below them in the standings, where other teams would int games away. They were coin flippy. FlyQuest was pretty stable for the most part. You have a good mid-jungle combination, Takoi and Jose Dioto, like you said. Your bot lane is extremely stable with Johnson and Afro, and the question was, how's Philip going to look? And I think he got taken apart a little bit by Licorice in the lane phase. I think it was up to about a 50 CS lead at one point. It was like 210 to 160 or something. But then late game, he played Camille in team fights, which is actually, I would argue, more important and the harder part than just slamming lane over and over and then being useless in mid to late game.
100%. So that's why I'm looking towards, like last split when Kumo was on that roster, it was more so like looking towards the bot side of the map in the core 4 and how they're playing it out and how Kumo can like basically play alongside that, knowing that he was going to be on the weak side of the map for the most part. So that's why I want to see what Philip can do in a consistent fashion. But yes, my eyes are 100% on Jose Dioto and Takui and how they can play up against Immortals today.
Another really interesting thing is that he picked the Camille in the first place, right? Again, like that was a quote-unquote like riskier pick, I guess, as your debut stage on the LCS. And I think if there's another thing that FlyQuest has been pretty interesting about, it's like if they recognize that they need to do something very unique in draft or interesting in draft, they do rely on their players to be able to execute it. It doesn't always work out, but we've seen some interesting draft looks from them previously, even when Kumo was on the team, so it's cool to see that carrying through.
I definitely like their experimentation, and I would push that Camille and Tanar is not even experimenting. It's something that in North America has been more averse to just taking Camille in these range matchups.
Yes.
But like you go to LCK, it's just the answer. You know, like people just play the hell out of Camille, and that's why it's cool for Philip as a young player to be like, yeah, this should be expected of me. If you pick Gnar blind, I should play Camille into you.
Exactly.
It's definitely tough to predict when one team had such a rocky start and the other one a fairly solid one. But I'm going to ask you all to do it nonetheless. So Emily, is it FlyQuest moving to 2-0, or the team's tying up at 1-1 at the end of the day?
I picked FlyQuest.
She picked FlyQuest. Boom.
I
like it. Short and sweet. Raz, what are you thinking?
Earlier today, I doubled down on 100 Thieves. I was wrong. Now I'm going to double down on IMT.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Explain, sir.
Absolutely. Like, the draft yesterday was really poor, but for me, IMT's success is going to be around Ignar and Kenvi, and I want to be able to see how they can play out their core 3. We didn't get an opportunity to see that yesterday. They went up against one of the best teams in this league, and with a better draft, I feel like that's going to be different going up against.
Mark, the question to you is, which of the two teams paid you off?
Neither paid me off, so I can be 100% unbiased.
Nice.
Okay, all right.
Actually, I was wearing a FlyQuest shirt in today.
You did, yeah, you did, actually.
I did.
What's this?
He was FlyQuest top C9 bot.
Okay, but I swear I would have said FlyQuest anyways. Listen, Raz is just afraid to admit that he was wrong in his power rankings when he put Immortals this high.
It's true.
I put CLG too low. I admit that. I was horribly wrong.
Oh my
it's
God.
okay.
I'm not a knee-jerker, all right?
My knee is wham!
I'm staying solid until I have a little bit more.
You flip-flopped on so much, though.
In the past, I'm a new Raz now,
Okay,
okay?
all right,
I am a
all right.
solid, firm,
Let it be known.
reliable Raz.
Today is the rebirth of Raz. Who knows what we're getting moving forward. With that, we're going to get ourselves off the desk and over to the casters. Patient time, Jat. Take it away.
Maybe after Champ Select.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I believe him. Reliable Raz?
Bless.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's bless a Raz that doesn't change his mind. It'll be interesting. I'm glad that he was able to stand by them, and I'm gonna try and put myself in the mind.
I'm ready.
Of a team that just got perfect game and saying, yeah, they'll win the next one. They did only have 1 day from PoE arriving in the U.S. To being here on stage. They did have no setup for Taliyah.
Yes.
And also, Team Liquid has looked very, very good.
Also true.
So it's possible. I think the 66% win chance for FlyQuest, if you're going 2 out of 3 analysts, is like fairly representative.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be open-minded that Raz could be right.
Okay. We'll have to see. Raz's pride is on the line, and so is IMT's potential first victory of this one. FlyQuest wanting to continue 2-0. Udyr apparently is just out of there. Can't have that pick in the hands of Jose.
I do not mind it whatsoever. Just FlyQuest had a very systematic victory yesterday where they had a very strong pushing bot lane. They had Udyr in the jungle, and they got a very early Dragon Soul and then just won. And that's a very repeatable way to win. We heard even Whippo talking in his post-game interview today about how in Spring Split they were trying to do all this stuff. And he actually said, oh, by the way, in Summer, I'm going to be weak side. We're going to play through Hans and Core, and that's just going to be us. So a team that has an idea of how they should play, to me, is always more dangerous. And that's one of the reasons I like the Udyr ban.
I would have, I'd say Whippo quite bold for making the plans that plain. I think when you're that good, you can maybe get away with it. We're in this game, though. IMT, Kai'Sa, Wukong, first 2 picks. Ezreal, the first pick there for Johnson. It is all reliable for many of the AD players here in this league. And Jose is having fun flashing the brand for the fans.
Absolutely. Want to explain the Ezreal Kai'Sa a little bit right here. We've seen this trade several times today. It's a little bit old school where Kai'Sa is seen as an answer into Ezreal. It is definitely a pick that needs to snowball, however. But basically, if left alone, Kai'Sa usually has the ability to get solo kill pressure onto Ezreal, mainly because of how well she can close with her ultimate. But you really do need to play very aggressive, up-tempo, and have setup for Kai'Sa as well. So the same way we were complaining about Immortals not having setup for Taliyah yesterday, hard CC will proc Kai'Sa passive stacks so she can ult into the backline. So I think Kai'Sa does pair well with Wukong, but also, I mean, back in the day would pair with like Lee Sin soul lanes and things like that to allow backline one-shots. And that's what you need against Ezreal.
Interesting here for Fly. Afro actually going to go for Rakan, the champion that he basically debuted many years ago now in the LCS, but also a champion Ignar is very famous for. So interesting pairing there alongside the Ezreal, but IMT are going to wait on the second half of their bottom lane. It is Ahri for Power of Evil as their final pick of Phase 1.
Yeah, I think PoE was actually earlier on the Ahri train than a lot of people. Even though many people see him as an Orianna one-trick. I know he was tweeting about how much he loved Ahri before it became meta and was understanding of its power. I also think the Rakan pick you just talked about for Aphromoo is twofold. Like, it's decent with Ezreal, but it's also just a denial. Yeah. Kai'Sa Rakan is also a fine lane, so I really like that choice by FlyQuest.
Look at them. They're just picking on Ignar. Modulus out of there. Maybe they'll ban something like Leona. We'll have to see. Viego on the other side, though, as Jose is going to lose at least one more champion here. Maybe a second here if IMT want to go that way with this second ban, their 5th of this draft. And they do. Lee Sin banned.
Yeah, I do think that's heavily targeted just specifically at the player.
Yeah.
Because Wukong, in theory, is pretty good into other AD junglers. But understandable why you'd ban those 2 champions from Jose.
All right, so Fly. Is it Leona, which is decent into Rakan? Can definitely lock it down. Rakan's tricky to lock. No, Renata instead. Definitely a very powerful support. Going to be taken away here.
I'll be curious to see what Ignar chooses. He should pick right here because Immortals will want to give counterpick to Revenge. It's something they did a lot last split. It's also a very standard thing for red side teams to do this year.
Yep, see Coach talking to Ignar. Ignar's nodding his head. So I think they do agree that it is going to be an engaged support, which is very likely for Ignar, with Enchanters being strong. Definitely something that is an option for these players, but Ignar is not incapable of playing those picks, but heavily prefers the aggressive champions.
Yeah, and in terms of cohesion with their first pick, which is Kai'Sa, there's a lot of it. All 3 of those champions have the ability to combo with Kai'Sa if they're trying to assassinate the Azir or the Ezreal.
Time to Trundle here for Jose. Gonna be the matchup there up against Kenby's Wukong, which leaves us in top lane. Philip gonna have to go ahead and blind something here.
Yeah, Philip, as they mentioned on the desk, had a pretty good debut, even though I think expectations are fairly muted for him. Definitely seen as a long-term play for this organization in the top lane. And when you do have to blind a pick, Aatrox is actually not the worst if you're just going to leave him alone up there.
There's no on, but yes, Philip will be isolated. That's pretty safe. He was a weak side player in Academy. That is likely carrying through here for FlyQuest in this iteration, as Gwen going to be the pick here for Revenge.
Yeah, I actually think Ornn probably would have been bad. Ornn Trundle in particular, as those two, is too low damage. It really allows the other top laner to run away with things because you need to bring more than just the jungler. So Aatrox plus Trundle will still be enough to threaten whatever Revenge would have picked in the top lane. It's not as good for like actual 5v5, but in terms of playing out the map, does simplify things a little bit, so I understand the Aatrox.
I like it. This team's going to go ahead and trade champions back and forth. Don't worry, Afron Johnson will trade. There we go. Get him over there. That's good.
So if you're Immortals, right now, you're just trying to clear your head. Yesterday didn't happen.
Nope.
I mean, some say your LCS season doesn't really start until you kill a champion or a turret or an objective.
Yeah.
So it hasn't started yet for Immortals. They can just imagine that this is game one.
Good mentality to have. We'll see if Immortals can bounce back. Obviously looking to do so here. FlyQuest, though, always poking towards the top teams in the league, and definitely pretty consistent against teams lower than them.
Yep.
So good money would say that FlyQuest feeling pretty favored here. But as you said, 2 out of 3 analysts ain't bad. There's not all of them. We'll see if they're right.
Gotta track that. I will say, thinking about how the teams played yesterday, obviously Immortals had the worst debut that they would ever want, getting perfect game by Team Liquid, but they are against what looks to be the strongest team so far performance-wise in the summer split. Meanwhile, FlyQuest actually had a very impressive opening game against Golden Guardians.
Yep.
A team that they were tied with in regular season standings last split at 9-9, and they did it in a very systematic looking way, where they had strong bot lane prio, and Jose was able to just kind of cycle through his jungle and take objective after objective. I think they would try to replicate that again against a team like Immortals, who didn't show very much activity yesterday.
Yeah, I think we'll see quite a bit more activity from IMT this go around, as we do have a pause, I can report.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out exactly what that is about in our final game of the day. Kenvy also going to be looking to have a better game. I'm reading the chat. I'm live troubleshooting. Revenge says, "You guys runes bug too?" And then FlyQuest says, "Nope." And then Johnson says, "You can't remake in Champs Queue, so unlucky, bro." I do think you'll be able to remake on stage.
They are, in fact,
we'll
remaking the game.
Okay.
I can report they are indeed remaking the game, because the runes did bug and did not save properly. This does happen from time to time. So we'll get the players back in ASAP. I do like the panache from Johnson, though.
Absolutely. You got to keep it light. I'm going to make sure I can get into the next game as well.
True.
Since we are remaking it.
That's true. If you stay in this game, it'll just be you. You'll be the only one. Spectating game, no one's in. Sad. All right, we'll make sure Jack gets into the next game, and we'll chill out a little bit, you know?
Yeah, so let's talk about the weekend that we've had so far.
It's been good.
Right, so preseason power rankings and reacting or overreacting after week one. I would say a lot of people put Team Liquid. Well, we have plenty of time to talk about them.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to talk about them right now.
No.
This is about as good of a start as you can have in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Perfect gaming against Immortals, and then only having 2 deaths today. So in 2 games, they have had 2 deaths. And I really like their simplified playstyle. But the other team that's interesting to me, there's a couple. There's CLG and there's EG. Right? EG, we were talking about a lot about like the MSI hangover that they might have had.
Don't look that hungover.
Yeah, and they've beaten good teams.
Yep. You have to. This is the thing. When you win, immediately people want to watch you play. So usually the front half of your schedule, you play good teams to start it off. So let's play C9 with subs, to be fair. Don't have their intended starting bottom lane, but still a very good team. C9 are good, and they did look good for most of that game until EG found a way back in. And 100 Thieves, a team they beat in the finals already, one of the recent mainstays of LCS finals.
So just for those of you that are tuning in right now, we do have this game delay, so we're just talking about what we've seen so far in the 9 games of LCS.
Yep. So just a little JLXP preview.
Maybe a little bit. I have practice podcasting. So MSI actually, and I had this conversation with Vulcan before he went. Like he said, "Oh yeah, MSI is cursed." Because he had the experience. You know, he's actually a back-to-back MSI participant. Would be 3 times in a row if MSI happened in 2020 because he won 2020 spring with Cloud9. But he experienced going to MSI with Cloud9, and it like kind of destroyed their team a little bit. They started Summer Split with a different AD carry. Like MSI boomed them not only mentally but then also physically, because this is actually not the MSI that we even had in 2015. Sorry if this is like a bit of a history lesson, but in 2015, MSI was a single round robin group stage into a bracket stage. So that tournament literally took a week, right? Then there was another phase of MSI where most teams auto-qualified to the group stage. Then there was a play-in stage that most regions didn't participate in, which qualified a few extra regions. So that became like a 2-week investment if you make it into the top 4. But in the last 2 years, it's literally every team gets thrown into what is now called the group stage, but is a modified play-in. Then they do the Rumble stage, which is another week. And then because you're top 4, you're playing a 3rd week. Then you think you're going early because you want to do well. And some, like, I'm not going to name who, but there is a player on EG who got COVID, got stuck in Korea, had to quarantine, came back late. Like, it really, really drains you because this is a 5 or 6 week like burst after you have also done a 4-week playoff stint. So like it is very physically and mentally taxing, which is why I'm very surprised actually that EG has been able to win both games.
I agree. They've actually looked really good. Like I was worried that they would be a little rusty, a little tired. Like Danny tweeted about it. We had that, I believe, fly on the show yesterday. I thought that like they didn't have a lot of practice time, most likely, right? Because they got back so late. Wanted to probably take a well-deserved break.
They had 3 days of practice.
There you go.
And they weren't even full scrim days because they were doing media, they were doing sponsor obligations.
Yep.
So they
we had them on for a little cold open that we had to start the season.
10 scrims maybe?
Yeah.
Like it's not that much.
And, you know, pretty up to date on the meta, it felt like. You know, have kind of the reads with playing on a patch at, 3-4 patches ago at this point that they played on for 6 weeks or so leading into MSI. So, yeah, very impressive from EG, and curious to kind of take the temperature of a lot of the top teams, I feel like. Obviously, C9 have, a different team right now. 100 Thieves feel like they're still trying to stitch things together, despite an excellent late-season run in spring, even though they did lose to EG eventually. And then TL's being TL. That's good. That's great news for TL fans, but it is not clear.
Yeah, if, like, you're saying take the temperature, and I'm like, so a normal temperature is good, and a high temperature is bad.
I guess so.
So yeah, all the like 97.5 to 98.5 teams is like that's TL, that's EG, that's CLG, right? I want to call them hot, but that's bad with temperature.
Yes.
That would be a fever. The team that I'm actually thinking is a little bit, I would measure them at 100 right now.
Ooh.
Would be 100 Thieves.
Ooh.
Because like they beat TSM barely.
Yes.
They were down significantly early game. TSM kind of ran around the map, got caught a lot. There's a little bit of 100 Thieves forcing them into those mistakes, but a lot of TSM just kind of running it. And they win that game, and then they look pretty bad to me against EG, who like, there's no way EG is playing at their level.
No.
Like EG is like a 60% of what they could be, I think. And then 100 Thieves still loses to them despite not having the same travel burden as MSI. That's the most concerning team to me when I saw most people putting them like 2 or 3 in their power rankings.
Pretty high.
They did not look good to me. And we've done it.
We've done it.
We've made it into the game.
We have arrived to our final game of the day. Thank you, Mr. Leisman. It was a pleasure. See you on the next episode. Like, comment, subscribe, etc. But for now, IMT versus FlyQuest is on the Rift for our final game of day 2.
I'm going to request broadcast sends me the camera feed, and I can just post that on the JLXP channel.
Hey,
and that's my recap. That's my day 2 recap.
We did it.
With pastry time.
We found
Thank
a way
you.
to make content. You're welcome. I'll come on your show anytime.
You just were. Okay, recap quickly on this game. FlyQuest sitting at 1-0. Very convincing win yesterday. got a Dragon Soul at about 22.5 minutes against Golden Guardians. Looked like Golden Guardians didn't do anything, but it was a lot of FlyQuest just being in position. First setup for the first 3 dragons. Then on the 4th dragon, they got a pick before the dragon, just got the soul, and then kind of ended up winning the game. So a little bit of an anticlimactic end there. And Immortals, of course, don't want to dwell too much, but yet to pick up a kill or a turret or an objective this year.
Yep, you think things should be quite different for both teams here. FlyQuest expecting probably kind of a grumpy Immortals, a bit more of a test here.
I said this year, I meant this split.
Yes.
They definitely won a lot of games last split.
They certainly did. It's Power of Evil squaring up against Tukoi. Haven't seen Tukoi's Azir, I believe, although it is picking up some speed in the meta recently, and this is a champion he's very well versed on. Tukoi actually was a pleasant surprise for me in spring. Was a really great mid laner to watch. I think he's very versatile, very skilled, and I think is underrated as a laner, even though he gets a lot of credit for his synergy with his jungler and his team fighting, which is also well deserved.
Yeah, former MVP of the LFL.
Afro in trouble briefly. Ignar though, just a little love tap on in with the Zenith Blade. Gonna bounce on out there. I don't think there's too much expected interaction in the 2v2, although I guess if there is going to be, it's going to be the man with the Ignite and the Leona lining up, as can be skipping the old Krugs down to the blue side nice and quick here.
Yeah, interesting, very, very, very defensive summer choices by FlyQuest. Cleanse, Exhaust, and also First Strike on the Ezreal, so maximizing some late game gold. It will change, to me, a little bit of the complexion of how they play. I don't see how they're going to get bot prio with that to be able to move to Dragon. Maybe Tukui can get prio with Azir here against Power of Evil's Ahri, and they can use that to move into River. And this is assuming they're still trying to stack Dragons early, but I imagine they will.
I have to think so. Tukui feeling good, though, getting the wave pushed up. It is Philip struggling a touch here. Revenge going to take a very early base here and just accept that the wave's in a good spot. Wants to go back and let Philip kind of push it back out and kind of reset things, but I don't think he's got much. Does have a Doran shield, actually. The Revenge does pick up a second item for his lane. Kenby going to go ahead, clears his blue side jungle fully, but Jose down to this side. Pops the shield off. Smite is good from Jose, taking that crab away.
So just a fraction of the second late for that Scuttle Crab. Not as bad as what happened yesterday, where he was a fraction of a second late and then Santorin killed his bot lane. Losing the crab is a little bit acceptable. Interesting, I think interesting jungle matchup from a story perspective, actually. Jose Diodo had a pretty poor debut, I'd say, like, split/year in 2021, but was much improved in spring split of this 2022. But a very, very hyped player. I know when I was on Team Liquid, like, we would see this guy in NA solo queue, and then actually Core started watching some of his games where he made this like gauntlet run to qualify for 2020 Worlds, and everyone was like, hey, this Jose Diodo is really good. We called him Jose Dodo because our general manager was Dodo 8.
Yep.
And it's just, so I will still mispronounce his name occasionally because of that. I apologize to everyone if it happens, but he didn't translate very well to the needs of different teammates when he joined FlyQuest. And I think that's going to be very interesting for me with Kenby, because he spent, you know, a year and a half to 2 years just like being the man wherever he was. Because like behind the scenes, everyone talked about how good Kenby was and when he would make it into the LCS. And I think, and this is actually speculation, but I think he was trying to like really land on a top team for a long time, or 100 Thieves was trying to place him on a top team. Plus there's all this like buyout stuff that happens with academy players. But
Ignite.
Now that he's here, he needs to make an impact.
2v2, very nice patience there for Jose Diodo, and Philip actually gets the chain on Revenge, so there was potential, but they'll back away instead, and that's exactly what Jose wanted. He was covering there, wasn't interested in diving that Gwen, and is there for the timing on Kenby.
Yeah, there we go. Philip wanted to recall, and Kenby would have had the gank there, but ends up kind of playing catch-up. So he's been double crabbed, and he is playing in somewhat of a responsive way. I want to see a way for him to be able to get unlocked, but the LCS is actually a different stage. Even if you see, like, oh, FlyQuest, they're just a 5th or 6th place team, that can be a very different level when you're playing against it, especially with the stage 2.
Right, and to your point, as we'll watch this one again, Kenby knew what the situation was, but, oh, I like this. Dips on over. Oh, that's so cool.
That's very cool. But yeah, if Jose wasn't there, this was a kill. But that's just like game sense by Jose to be there to allow the push out.
Yeah, and kind of to what you were saying. Like,
I am gonna steal that one.
Yeah, that's really nice actually. Little Wukong invisibility lasts just long enough. to get through the speed shrine vision zone that the Rift Scuttler provides. Especially after the double crab, you know, Philip would have been feeling pretty safe. So Jose actually with a really tight read in top lane.
Ooh. So, just going to explain it in case people are missing it. He used his W right over the vision area of the blast cone so that no one was able to see him. He's going to lose another crab though.
Oh no. This might already happen. Jose doesn't have his, but the crab's walking the wrong way. Jose just slaps it down. Kenvi loses his third crab in a row, and it is tough adjusting. Not just that he was the player for a lot of people in Academy.
Yeah.
He was with teammates that he knew pretty well for a long time in there as well, and he's also changed organizations. Was under the 100 Thieves banner and their infrastructure for so long. So it is a lot of change for Kenvi and for IMT as they put together this team here for the summer split. So definitely a player that is exciting and should be interesting to people, especially off the back of Danny and Jojo kind of reminding people about the NA ecosystem. But I've talked to the Academy guys. Kenvi is good, but he is not like, we should be hyping him right now. This is a player that's going to need time to marinate.
Yeah, I mean, I also think it's just, he's playing with Power of Evil for like the second day.
Yep.
He needs a little bit more time to get synergy with the majority of his team. Speaking of the Academy stuff, and I will interrupt myself if some action happens, but the Philip promotion, and this is my theory, I haven't confirmed this.
I love Jet theories.
Does not happen if EG doesn't win finals. So we talked a lot about how the EG kind of taking a bet on Jojo and Danny to promote them so soon when possibly like on paper better players existed, and even like if you look at what EG did, they were 9-9.
Oh, okay. We're good.
Almost lost it. Yeah, they were 9-9 in spring split before winning. Like Jojo and Danny didn't necessarily work right away, but in time it did, and they won the title, and they went on to have a 5-5 MSI group stage. But like right now, I don't think Philip is necessarily better than Kumo. But I think someone within the FlyQuest organization said Kumo has, while he is good and you can still make improvements as an older player, like Philip is very, very young, and we want to give him his reps, and then we'll judge. Like then they'll judge after 2022 who is better, because Philip didn't have amazing laning stats in Academy. You listen to the Academy casters, they're saying like, oh yeah, we didn't even think he was the best top laner in Academy, but he is getting this shot, I think because he was within the FlyQuest organization, and there's a general hunger to allow these chances as the Rift Herald fight is looking like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, seeing some of that, of course. Kenvi and Philip, in some ways, doing battle, even though they're not in the same lane. But IMT first to this Herald. Philip, though, trying to make the fight happen. Going over the top, it's IMT looking to try and capitalize. Lutz goes in. Wukong's going to find the first blood, and it is absolute carnage here in the top side of the river. But Johnson was not there. So IMT take the Herald and the first blood.
And Kenvi's on the board. First blood
IMT's
for
on the
Wukong.
board.
And they get the Herald to boot, so they have a chance of opening up a big lead, and that's so great when you have this hard engaged team. Like, they have to go in, so finding ways to fight around objectives, especially since turrets have been buffed so much, and it's more dangerous to turret dive early in the game. Just a massive fight find by Immortals, and a big reward.
Little plate there for Lost as well. Scoops it up in the top lane with that wave being there. So that's going to be almost 1,000 gold ahead for IMT with more to come. Perhaps we watch this again.
And honestly, they just have more people here. You can see Ezreal on the minimap is actually just not there. He has to stop to fire his ultimate. So of course they're going to win this fight. I think it's an uncontestable Rift Herald by FlyQuest, and very close to losing 2 and even more.
Yeah, Jose lucky to get away. So just the one casualty. They'll take it. Kenvi grabs a bit of extra gold for himself. Johnson currently chilling here in the top side. I've actually swapped completely for right now at least, which is a little curious with the dragon being up, but maybe it's just temporary with how the assignment shook out after that reset. Philip continues to play pretty nicely here against Revenge. He's down in CS though, which again has been a commonality for him in Academy and in the LCS, so definitely looking more at what he does after this. Even though his trades have been decent up against Revenge. Jose also parked behind this pocket of vision, but Revenge sniffs it out. Gonna dash away. Ooh, Pillar's nice.
It does call question into this dragon, though. Kenvi had to pull off, and they catch him.
Going for it again. Revenge in trouble. That's Philip flashing on in for the kill.
Philip on the board as well. So the 2 recently promoted Academy players get the first 2 kills of this game in the LCS here. Also, just a little bit of indecision, right? Revenge could have been playing more back while Kenvi was on the Dragon, but then Kenvi actually pulled off the Dragon, so he spent, at this point, almost a minute in that spot of the map. But watching this one more time, you see Wukong actually killing the Infernal Drake, and Revenge hoping to crash, rather than just kind of sitting back and playing a little bit safe. Philip, right here, after the pillar slows him down, lands the Aatrox W. Revenge tries to move sideways, but if he moves left, he doesn't get out. If he moves right, the pillar slows him, so actually no way out of the Aatrox pull, and they get the kill.
Yeah, Trundle's one of those champions that he ganks you, and sometimes it feels like it does nothing, and then when the pillar's just right, you feel like you've literally been stunned by an ability from a different game. Yeah. It's actually unreal.
My favorite one is the pillar that knocks them away from the team, and then your top laner flaming you, because I didn't realize I had Smartcast on. That's my move, but I need to work on that.
Lost getting harassed by Johnson under the tower, but been getting the tower worked down a little. Lost trying to collect some of that plate gold. That gold, though, has been cut down a little after the counter kill. In bottom side, not much at all for IMT as the advantage. Zafro maybe finding an angle here onto Lost. Lost has flash and heal, so I can't imagine a scenario where he dies in the 2v2. But PoE maybe roaming up there as well. Getting some vision now as Kenvi starting that red. Gonna go ahead and take his buffs away. Zafro dips on in for a bit of vision. Jose's behind them.
Yep. Ezreal just trying to work up to a few item power spikes. First to Mythic was actually Lost's Kai'Sa, so right now if they do get left like isolated 1v1, the Kai'Sa would have a big advantage, but FlyQuest doesn't let that happen. They're just mobbing around Johnson to allow him to get golden plates.
And again, Revenge continuing to push up aggressively. Feels confident in the 1v1. No Jose this time. Nice cancel. Did have vision, but Revenge going to be delayed just a touch, and the Herald is going to be popped. Not a bad setup for it. We'll see if Lost can kind of manicure the wave in. Blue buff's going to go back over to Tukoi.
Yeah, nice transfer. Immortals would love to hit this for about a plate before the Rift Herald crashes. Then they'd be able to take the whole thing down.
Have the numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, Jose.
Jose, that's a bold place to be. There is Ezreal and Rakan on the way.
That's a slow only, but it might be good enough. The stopwatch though is there. And now Ignar taking the tower. It's very spooky. The plate damage is done, but Fly do defend their jungler.
Okay, let's see what they actually get for this, because he buys time by using a stopwatch, and they have a 3v4, and Azir would need to be able to push up. But unfortunately, there's just no vision in this area, so he can't safely push the turret. And it's like a nice play by Jose, but actually doesn't get much done. The plate still crashed, the mid laner doesn't get any plates, and we're back to neutral.
Yep, and Revenge gonna go ahead, scoop this wave up. Philip was pushing in, he'll take his reset. Lots of back and forth here. It looks like teams might be playing between the objectives. IMT did get the first one, which is that Infernal Dragon. They'd also get the Herald that eventually crashed in top lane and gave a bit of gold over to Lost, who is the big recipient. As you can see there in the FTX total gold. Lost definitely a player that I've been kind of bouncing around teams.
Yeah.
In recent splits, but a player that I've always had a lot of personal interest in. He's from my region, of course. He was the original Oceanic import here to NA. Long time ago now at this point.
On Echo Fox.
Correct. Echo Fox Academy. And I think a player that...
He had like a really good quote in the first... Do you remember that?
The Power of Friendship one? Or something else?
It's like Ride Hard or Die.
Oh, yeah. That's a Lost classic. And I think a player that has maybe struggled to find the ceiling that at least the local fans have definitely seen can do in Oceania. Hasn't always been willing to pull the trigger, go in and test his limits more as an AD, which is something that is always tough, because you need to dish out damage as an AD, and sometimes you look silly and sometimes you look amazing. But I think Lost is a player that will hopefully benefit from being on a different team. And even though I think IMT will take some time to warm up, there are pieces of this team that have played together before. Lost and Kenvi are not among those players that have experience. But Lost is continuing to get gold, at least in this game. Gets the first tower gold as well. Now it's kind of a real lead for IMT. Yeah. It's a little late here in the mid-game, 15.5 through, but 1,000 gold up is not bad at all.
Yeah, I also think Kai'Sa is one of his best champions. I know when, like, one almost tragic team is like the 2021 TSM.
Yep.
Because that's when spring and summer split combined records. And across all 45 regular season games, 18 spring, 27 summer. They had the best record of every team in the LCS, but no one ever thinks of that team as being any good. They're just like, oh yeah, that failed Sword Art contract, and then they got rid of Lost. But like, they were actually, in the regular season, like the best team in the LCS. And I thought that Lost's Kai'Sa back then was really good. Like, he's just good at getting farm, found good times to get his windows. Outside of his Kai'Sa is actually where he struggled a lot. So this is a comfortable place for him and a good composition to hopefully pick up Immortal's first win.
And IMT have just kind of been like parading around the Rift, taking all the objectives. They got the second Herald. They're going to go ahead, grab the second Dragon. And Fly basically trying to pick up scraps. Like, Johnson is splitting top. They are not contesting right now. They just want to try and trade and get some gold back.
Yeah. It's this is more of the type of game that you and I expected we'd be getting.
Yep.
Right? Not the crazy COD TSM, like 1 or 2 kills per minute type game. But ultimately, it'll probably be a game that gets decided around objectives. They're just trading pressure, and Johnson really hoping to get this turret. Oh dear.
Igno with a face check, but it looking good for IMT. Wukong's gonna fly on in, and the damage is not quite there onto Jose, but Philip now frontlining, gets the double knockup, finds Kenvi, Decoy picks him up, and Philip is just frontlining for the squad, gets himself picked up by Revenge in response, but I like it.
I love the play of just waiting in that bush and kind of just baiting them with Johnson. But at the end, Philip gets a little bit too hyphy and gives his kill over. So at the end of it, it is the turret, but it is just the 1-for-1. And again, we're at neutral.
Huey TPing down here to the bottom side of the map as we watch this one again.
Yeah, I mean, they just place the control ward, make sure nothing's there. They've been using the sweeper. This is FlyQuest. So Ignar does press his W pretty quick and get his Aftershock, so the turn is fairly immediate. TP comes in from the Aatrox, and like right here, great, but your jungler has no health, your Ezreal has no mana, and you've gotten the 1 kill, back out. The flash forward was the mistake. The team cannot follow over that space, and they're able to return the kill.
Yep. Good start. Little iffy on the dismount there with the finish, but again, the aggression you like to see from these young players. They often say it's a lot easier to get them to dial it back than to be too scared and not willing to make those plays. That's not always true. It's generally true.
Yeah.
But as you said, this does kind of just reset the game, and I think if that's the case, here almost 20 minutes through, game's fairly even keel as far as gold goes. IMT are happy. They have 2 dragons.
Yeah,
They're chilling.
I really think that's the biggest thing. FlyQuest with the early Dragon Soul yesterday. No dragons today, but they do have an Azir who's getting more and more money and more farm. So Takui's going to look to be a big force here. I think Trundle as a jungler also has tremendous scaling. He'll be able to ult Ignar early on in fights, make him kind of paperish by stealing all his resistances. And that's a good journey. It looked a little ambitious, but it was good.
Ignar's like, wait a second, what's happening here?
Trundle's coming.
Trundle, though, is backed away by the looks of things. Philip still feeling the 1v1, but Gwen with the Riftmaker finished. CS lead's been cut down a little bit there, although Philip is a bit behind, but Revenge is confident in the 1v1. Gwen is real tough to unseat in duels.
That looked painful. Philip lost half his health just now, just trying to slow the crash of his wave. So Revenge is going to have a very significant turn here, place wards and keep that wave pushed. So Immortal's going to buy a little bit more pressure. That's going to be eventually important as you move towards the 3rd dragon.
Also, reminder, Kenvi does have the Rift Tower, by the way. It's actually running pretty low on time to pop, so maybe mid, as Wukong is currently there, but going to have to get something done with it, as Revenge is doing a nice job here hitting down this tower. Gwen pretty efficient at getting down structures, and Revenge should be able to finish this off. Will do so, and Philip's going to join on in. But nothing Philip can do as Kenvi does indeed pop the Herald back towards the mid lane there, and IMT will try and move it on in.
Yeah, and Revenge going to kill that turret again and then probably move to try and support this Rift Herald. I mean, Azir is top, so they can get this crash and get the mid turret very low.
Ooh, love that look there. They have found the angle. It's Ignar that finds it and Lost that gets the kill. It's Afro, though, back trading onto Kenvi. So 1-for-1 once again is Ignar getting low, but I don't think he's going to go down, and it's just continual trades.
That was a very fast trigger pull by Ignar. That's
You'll
something
love
he's very good at.
It's funny because my big thing with Ignar is that he's the hide-and-seek champion of the LCS. He always finds a flank. He's always out of vision. That was, you know, a lot less subtle, let's say.
Yeah.
As FlyQuest with a nice push through, I can actually get this tower. That's big.
That is. But they do have to reset now with about 30 seconds left. And Toucouille doesn't have TP, even though he's got 1,800 gold that he'd love to shop with. So this third dragon is going to be relatively difficult, because just look at the difference of where they are on the map right here. Like, there's already Lona and River, but as they set up that dragon, we're going to watch this clip one more time. It's just the Rift Herald crashing, and Jose is trying to delay it a little bit, and they just go in.
Yeah, Kemby actually, I believe, started that up.
Yeah.
Really nicely done there for IMT. Of course, Kemby caught in the front line, does get CC'd and killed as a result. And now we're back to this dragon. FlyQuest actually are going to make it in time.
Yeah, and there's not even, the wave isn't even crashed. I'm actually very surprised, but let's see if FlyQuest can move in here. They're going to go for Jose.
Ulti just short. Jose does get slowed, gives him the thumbs up though, and now FlyQuest pushing that wave on through. We're going to move on up. Power of Evil looking for the charm, misses onto Philip, who dashes away, and IMT are a little split here.
Yeah, FlyQuest made it in. They cleared both control wards, so they're in River, but can't start the dragon yet.
Pee-wee
They
barely.
have a con ult, and okay, they have all ults. Toucouille might look for a big engage if they see it.
Yeah, it's all the flashes, all the ults by the looks of things. So it is going to be a pretty even team fight, but it is going to be a force here. Dragon low, Revenge getting chunked a little bit narrow as FlyQuest still trying to find the way in. Aphromoo once again finds two with the knockup. It's Johnson that finds the kill. Revenge is going to fall as well. The Dragon does get picked up though by Revenge. Even though Johnson gets the double, IMT, I think, get what they came for.
Ooh, I mean, the dragon is nice. It's possibly important later, but the game is very much in the hands of FlyQuest right now. They're going to be able to pick up a Baron off the back of that fight. 22 minutes in, this is going to grow their lead to close to 5,000.
Yep. Going to be big old FTX gold advantage after this one here. We'll check in on the exact amount in a moment. Jat said 5K. I believe him. He's very smart. As Ignar is trying to at least get a look in, but it's going to be far too late, and it's just a level 8 Leona. There is no chance of a steal. Looking very good for FlyQuest now off the back of that, even though they didn't get the dragon.
And I've been circling. Oh, no, I'll get back to it. I'll get back to that Frozen Heart on Ezreal. Watch this fight one more time. Really dicey. Immortals, like, I don't like starting the dragon when you don't have a clean engage option. Like, look where Ignar is. He has no ultimate and no way of starting the fight. So, like, yes, Immortals is daring FlyQuest to come to them, but then what? They don't have the people or the cooldowns in order to win the fight. Lost does his best, but really can't do anything. And then when 3 kills go over to Ezreal, it allows him to finish this Frozen Heart, which, if we think about like the classic style of the Kai'Sa Wukong or Kai'Sa Leona engage, it's like the Kai'Sa flies in with someone else and they try and one-shot this Ezreal. And basically, when you get to 3 items, that becomes impossible. So at this point, Ezreal has won the matchup. And the only way this turns back is Lost has to finish his Infinity Edge and then usually another item. He usually needs to get to 4 items before he's effective. So the Soul would help that if they're able to somehow steal it in 4 minutes, but a massive power spike for FlyQuest after that fight.
Yeah, that gold lead is now up to 5K. It was 4, now 5. Tower goes down, more likely to follow. Minute 40 left onto that Baron. Gonna be tough stuff here. PoE just hanging around, trying to make something happen. IMT fainting there in mid, maybe hoping to pick off someone in a silly spot, but Ezreal's very safe. Afro also very mobile. So not a lot for IMT to do. They have to stick together and try and find a pick, but picks are likely not forthcoming here.
Yeah, and just like a cute thing that's happening this game is like Philip is just off on his own all the time.
Yeah, he's vibing.
Like, they've really made this game into a 4v4.
Yeah.
Which, especially for Immortals, even though they didn't win too many games last split, like when they won, Revenge needed to pop off, and he hasn't been able to do that. So, job done, so to speak, for Philip with what FlyQuest want to accomplish so far.
Yeah, fly. Old Philip there with a very slight CS lead, so has brought it back consistently, just being in the side lane, basically containing Revenge, right? And when he has been in team fights, he's looked relatively good. That aggressive flash over the tree line aside, that was maybe the one error we can point to. Is Jose perhaps has also made an error in judgment, sticking around to touch too long, is lost. Gets a much needed gold.
Yeah, that's actually a real big kill for Immortals. The coordinated reset was not so coordinated, and Jose gets caught out. That's a pretty big death that was unnecessary.
Johnson still firing the ulti up through mid. This outer is just barely alive for FlyQuest, and Johnson is going to keep it that way. Minute 40 until the Dragon Soul is available for Immortals only. Fly yet to get a Drake this game. Baron's wearing off, so we are going to reset back to these big objectives in just a moment. And IMT, unfortunately, the wait for Soul plan was looking all right.
Yeah.
And now they're 6,000 gold behind, and it looks a lot worse.
Yeah, and I don't think Immortals can contest this next one.
I agree.
When I just look at the items, right? Like Ezreal versus Kai'Sa, even Azir versus Ahri.
Yep.
Those are the two biggest ones. The rest of the team is pretty close, but just like 2 items and 500 gold short of IE versus 3.5 items, 3 completed items, and a ton of magic resist for the Azir versus none on the Ahri. But if they are somehow able to get like really good push down bot lane, and then Gwen can flank like behind them, maybe they'd have a chance as they fight in this like river area. But I think the smart play is to just wait until they have IE on the Kai'Sa and Deathcap, and they just give this dragon.
Yeah, and Tukoi is not giving any mid prior to IMT. He is just smashing minions. This year is very efficient at this point at taking down those waves. The rest of Fly grouping together, making sure to get traction on this area and clear it all the vision. Revenge might just be in trouble, does have to dip away. But pretty good setup here for Fly. Johnson, hello. I think it was just to put down a control ward, actually, although I don't think he has space for one, so perhaps I'm wrong. They do have one deep, though. It's Philip in trouble in the 1v1. Revenge just opening up the game. Lost here as well. TP coming on in, and Revenge basically gets a 1v1 kill. But now Kenvi potentially caught out here. Johnson cleanses it off. Kenvi's clone is low, but he's not dead. Not a lot of health to play with, though. And now Ignar, yep, gonna be dead here, it looks like. Tukoi does have the last little soldiers to get that trade.
Immortals really trying to make a play. They just burned Ahri ult as
face
well,
check.
though.
Not what you want to see. Lost a little too far forward. Goes invis, but it's just not enough. Tukoi shuts that off immediately, and now IMT cannot get this dragon.
Huh. That was not the Kai'Sa play I expected.
No.
Yeah.
Touch too aggressive.
Yeah. A little bit.
Gotta find the sweet spot.
The conversation we were having about waiting was not the conversation Immortals was having.
No.
But I do like this part of the play for sure. Just finding like a sneak attack on a Philip. Philip just needs to meet the wave, was trying to push up the wave, but the team wasn't necessarily there with him. And the continuation from the fight from Kenvi isn't that bad either, but so Revenge can't get in, and they're a little bit too grouped. So like at this point, if Ignar could have just found a way to stay with the team, and Immortals could have had 5 people to move through bot river, maybe they have a chance. I think once Ignar goes down, Immortals probably has to call it quits, but nice window to try and take advantage of nonetheless.
You saw kind of the problem, though, is that yes, Revenge is in the lane. He can maybe get something done in the duel. He is relatively strong. 2 items now. Stopwatch as well there for the Gwen, but they had no control of their own jungle. And that's where IMT have to come through, which is why it ended up being a wash. So Fly will take the dragon off the rift. They'll continue to hold their gold lead, and they'll look to posture around this Baron.
They absolutely will. I think it's a very interesting game right now, actually. It's like not very easy for FlyQuest to force things, and with, like Vulcan actually mentioned this in the interview when Gabby asked him about, like, oh, you didn't necessarily have that much engage. He said, well, yeah, but it's just an Ezreal comp, so we just kind of hit them and ask them what they're going to do.
Yep.
That works a lot better when you have Drakes. So yes, they have the 7,000 gold lead, but they still don't have inhibitor turrets opened up. They only have 1 Drake, and they have to avoid things like this where they potentially get picked out.
That's a very good stopwatch there for Afro. They're not going to have it for the next encounter. And Fly going to start the Baron immediately, forcing IMT into the area.
That's the play. It's like you need to come to us, and then we'll have too much damage for you to fight.
Banshees, oh, that was so sick! He tried to get it off, he timed it nicely, but Tukoi now going to shut them back. Afro's still alive, and now Tukoi's on a rampage. Philip is just in there. No fear from the youngster as Revenge TPing in, but the flank perhaps ill-advised, although Revenge is actually making it look pretty good. PoE finds the chomp, over the wall he goes. Afro looks for the engage angle, but can't get it, but IMT are going to get the kill. And this teamfight's looking nice as Johnson is going to be shut down. 1,000 gold to Revenge, and IMT have found life in this game.
There's still plenty of game to play. Johnson, Afro, Jose down. Kenvi down as well, so no smite, but it is not going to matter as no one on FlyQuest can stop this Baron. Objective bounties weren't even up, actually, because the 3 dragons, I think, made the game close enough, and Immortals is right back in it.
TP in for Tukoi as well. What a turnaround, though, for IMT.
I mean, really clever play there by Ignar, but the flash comes in. But of course, once flash is down, Decoy doesn't have too many tools left, does stay alive for a very long time. So this fight really turns when Revenge flies in and gets a massive amount of damage onto Philip, but also notice how that all passed through Aphromoo on the way. PoE playing around the outskirts, and Lost actually not having his ultimate at this stage in the fight. Has to kind of walk it down, but like, Johnson just ends up being unable to be effective in this fight, possibly because of the space of where they started it. 1,000 gold to Revenge is gonna maybe even make that split push, so Immortals was down 7,000 gold, but they're right back in it. There's Revenge. That's what did it. 6k damage from Gwen.
6k damage in the team fight and 1,000 extra gold. He's got 3 items now onto Gwen. Definitely a Revenge angle for sure right now for IMT. And hey, look at that, with the Baron buff going to chug down the tower in the top lane. The other thing, like, yeah, really, again, hide and seek Ignar. You got to be careful when you're checking into Fog of War. But Jose just lost the 1v1 to the Baron because it's Baron. Like, what are you supposed to do?
That'll do it. That will do it. The unfortunate failed turn. And here we go again. Like, this is the bot time. Like, the only thing that they would want more of would be possibly a death cap on Gwen, but they got death cap on Ahri. They got 3.5 items on Kai'Sa. They even have don't look at that. He's behind. But 3 people have a lot of gold for Immortals, and they might be able to pull off a fight and a win here.
Okay, he's got some heal cut, all right?
Yeah.
Got to tear down the Ezreal and the Aatrox and the Trundle. Although I did remember you mentioning a while ago that Infinity Edge was going to be a point that we should look for on Kai'Sa, and look at that.
Lord Dominic's regards, I think, actually makes him stronger than Ezreal, so he's about equal right now. And Afro ulting is not good for FlyQuest.
Not going to have that cooldown. See if they can buy time, but the Dragon is up right now. The soul is upon FlyQuest as Immortals are looking to once again take the very powerful Hextech Dragon Soul off of the map. PoE is zoned away slightly, but does have the ulti. Ahri's mobility is pretty good as Revenge is just marking the enemy top laner, and in he goes to the Dragon Pits.
Oh, they're just going to flip it.
All right.
And when FlyQuest comes in, PoE is going to try and flank, so it makes it hard for Takui to follow.
Kenvi again fainting on in. Pops the clone. Dragon's low enough. Phillips in the pit doesn't really want to be there. Hextech Dragon's very cranky.
So this is actually kind of picture the same as when FlyQuest got the kills in the Baron beforehand. So I can see why Immortals hesitant, but we're going to see a fight here.
For Revenge, he's actually found time for the fight. Here he goes. PoE starts it up. Kenvi gets in there. Jose's gone down. IMT. I think they've done it. They found the angle. They're going to get almost everybody here as Philip is going to dash away, but the Dragon is there. As Ignar's going to get it.
That's the soul.
And Kenvi's still going. Yeah, Philip's just donezo. I mean, he might win the 1v1, but I think Kenvi's got it. Nope, never mind. Kenvi's thought better of his time. This is not the Academy battle we predicted, but Philip is going to try and find the solo, but I don't think it matters. And Kenvi does eventually find the shutdown as IMT, they are going through mid. They are going to take this game, just stealing it away from FlyQuest.
Kenvi wins the battle and the war at the end of this one, pulling out from a 7,000 gold deficit after being perfect game by Team Liquid yesterday. They did it. They forgot about the game yesterday. They're 1-1 and cruising on into the summer split.
Nobody is safe except Team Liquid. That's what it feels like right now.
Just wait until
2
tomorrow.
days.
Just wait until tomorrow.
True.
Maybe there'll be no safety then.
Just a very interesting game. The back and forth, we had the big objectives coming on through. FlyQuest just found that fight, even though the Dragon went over. IMT was so far behind after that Baron, and then they just kept committing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of learnings for FlyQuest in this one. But like thinking about the overall back and forth of the game, Immortals was actually in control for a lot of it. For the first 2 dragons for sure.
Yep.
They pick up a third one, make that big mistake, and that's what gave FlyQuest the upper hand temporarily. But it was a hard hand to play with for FlyQuest because they didn't have the Dragon Soul to pull Immortals in. So instead, they try and use the Baron to pull them in, but they mis-execute because it's a more dangerous objective to bait around. Jose gets slaughtered by the Baron itself. They follow through and end up losing a bunch of kills, and that's kind of how the comeback starts. So really a very back and forth game.
Yeah.
Even though it was 7,000 gold lead at one time, and happy for Immortals to be able to pick up their first win.
Agree. Also, really nice to see a new team actually showing a decent amount of synergy, right? Like, the question is like, yes, Kenvi and Ignore are good, but can they play together?
Yeah.
Much better looking this game. Like, Kenvi started one fight, Ignore started a bunch as well. It just felt like the team was more on the same page, which when your mid laner flies in from getting his green card from back home 2 days ago, good to see from Immortals early on.
Yeah, and they, like, to me, with Kenvi and Ignore, that isn't necessarily a communication thing because they were engaging in, like, I call them trigger pull moments because it's like you need to see it, you need to go. That's not one of those things where you're saying, okay, I'm going to engage in 5 seconds when you see this cooldown. It's like you just see it and you react. And they both reacted to the same cues, which I think is really cool. If they might have the same kind of like aggressive brain, and that's something they can hope to build off.
Definitely, really nice. As I believe we are setting up for an interview. That's usually how this goes, but not ready just yet. I didn't peek.
Who we get?
Who we get? Well, what's going on, Gabby?
Well, I'm looking for him. Kenvi's chatting to a ref.
Ooh.
Who's going to do the interview?
I don't know. Should I run down there?
Oh, I think they grabbed one and they threw him on the analyst desk, if I had to guess. Yeah, that's why I don't see anybody on stage. That's usually how it works.
Don't have anything in my ear.
Sorry, I turned my back to the camera for like
it's fine.
a minute, but I had a great view. So
we
even
can see
if you
everything.
didn't
Don't worry
see the
about
stage
it.
well, I saw everything.
It's just our
good.
job differently, right?
Yeah.
We tell you what's going on in the game. We turn around and tell you what's happening on the stage. It's all commentary. It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to do it for the first 2 days.
It is. That goal graph, by the way, is going to be hilarious to look at because it's like a flat line for 15 to 20 minutes and then just a little roller coaster ride for the end there. And also, like, didn't end up being that long of a game. I thought we were going...
Only 34 minutes.
Yeah, I thought we were easily going 40.
Well, it's because I think if FlyQuest wins, that's like a 40-minute game.
Right.
Because they were going to need to pick up multiple Hextech Drakes, probably at least like one Baron with a big team fight. And when they didn't pull that off, it just... Obviously, when you can... pressure the soul, Immortals is able to win the fight and take it home.
So 2 days of gameplay we have had. We have one more day tomorrow. What have we learned outside of Team Liquid are good?
Yeah, well...
Because we have definitely learned that.
You definitely can't... I mean, even... We knew that.
Yes.
Right? They're probably looking better than they actually are because it's just 2 days, and it's like so impossible to be that consistent. We already saw, like, Immortals is not the worst. I said this a lot in spring. I'm saying it again here. They looked like the worst yesterday, but they definitely, like, they just beat FlyQuest, who destroyed Golden Guardians the other day. So if you can do this every split where it's like, well, if this person beat that person, then it all goes into a circle.
Golden Guardians won today too.
Yeah, so
clearly against a team that they were certainly not favored against.
I mean, it's such a strange start to the split because, you know, Berserker lost his passport. Fudge is not playing with the team. He's just in the apartments for C9. Right? Some teams did like long boot camps in Korea. It's paying off. Like off the top of my head, both COG and TL did big boot camps in Korea, and they're like, boom, right off the bat playing well. Not only, like, I think COG is just so confident that no one knows how to deal with the Seraphine thing. So I think it's going to be banned tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
You know what it reminds me of? Do you remember when they just picked Vi that 1 week?
Oh, yeah.
Like a year and a half ago?
The Brox of Vi just kept on coming?
Yeah, they were just losing every game. They're like, you know what? What if we just played Galio Vi every single game? And now they're just like, what if we just play Seraphine every game?
They're going to play Seraphine every game.
Yeah.
Unless it gets banned.
Well,
so hot tip, ban it.
They need to do it in matchups they can't punish. So it's like they will do it if they see a Tom Kench or a Sen on the other team, but if it's like a Leona Kai'Sa, they're not going to do it.
All right, well, I have great news for you all. We are going to be moving on. But before we go to Pro that's going to be with Revenge, we're going to be heading to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you very much, Patron Time, and welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. As he said, we are setting up for a pro-to-pro between High and Revenge. We'll get to that as soon as possible. Until then, we get to talk about this Immortals victory on the board.
Finally.
They did it! Taking the victory over FlyQuest. Did not come easy, though. I think that is kind of the key element of this game. Dragon stacking on the side of Immortals. Gold lead on the side of FlyQuest. This one went to the late game.
Yeah, and for me, the most important thing was something that actually we just came into the replay of, which is Philip using his ulti as the Aatrox while Gwen didn't. So you go into the fight, up a resource is a significant resource. Just made it difficult for this side of FlyQuest to play it out.
Rakan also crucially does not have his ultimate because Aphromoo had earlier popped it in the river for nothing.
It would have been a tough fight no matter what, and you heard Jat talking about in the cast about like, oh, it's an Ezreal comp. Well, this comp that Immortals has a lot of go buttons. All 5 people can go in on a target if some CC is landed. So it's very easy for them to peel off an objective when the Ezreal comp's trying to walk forward. And you can see, huge throw there. The Baron fight.
Wow, look at that gold grab.
The Baron fight was actually where that game turned around.
Yeah, that's a wild goal grab. But Mark, I actually want to give you an opportunity to follow up on that very point you were making, because earlier during the game you referenced, I think it was Vulcan's interview, right? In talking about in Ezreal usage, but how very much the setups are different, right?
Yeah.
Having had Drake control in that game, okay, we could force teams to walk into us and try and get on top of that Ezreal. This time around, you don't have that Drake threat to begin with, and then to your point, it's all of that engage on the side of Immortals that ultimately will allow them to get on top of you.
Yeah, so it was a good job by the side of Immortals finding those opportunities. That Alt-E combo by Ignar near the Baron wall was actually so sick. And Takui, nice flash to respect it, but you're starting a fight without your Azir ult, flash, or Banshees, so that was huge.
Yeah, basically this composition, like you need to stay back and kind of poke, because again, in a lot of these, like when we're looking at comps right now in the meta that people are choosing that have low engage compared to what we're used to seeing. And this has been happening across all regions, right? Even in LPL, where like you have to pry Leona and Nautilus out of their cold dead hands. You need to actually use your poke correctly around an objective like that. So it was a good catch out by Ignar. I thought he had a really good game. He was constantly looking for engages with the team. So even though I looked at FlyQuest comp and I was like, okay, this is nice and easy to execute for them, credit to Immortals for being able to recognize when their windows were in those team fights.
And that's always the battle, especially when I look, we were talking about both compositions, the ease of access, or at least the ease of execution for Immortals versus FlyQuest, which you were like, okay, they have first touch on wave with the range that they have as Ezreal and Azir. And then like first setup is going to be easy, but like the resources are really important. Azir ulti, I guess Blink for Ezreal just in case, and Rakan. But they didn't have a few of those, including the Rakan ulti, as you mentioned, and the Aatrox ulti, which made that last fight difficult.
All right, well, I don't want to make us, or honestly the fans at home, wait any longer.
True.
They're ready over there at the Telstra. Let's join High in Revenge for Pro to Pro.
Hello, everyone. I have Revenge here with me. Congratulations on the win. I wasn't expecting that during the game because you weren't winning for a while, but then you turned it around. So I have you up here because I have a few questions for you. Number one, I'm going to play this first clip. It's going to lead into a quick little Rift Herald fight. But can you tell me about why you picked Gwen into Aatrox since you had to counter pick this game?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give too much away, obviously, since we're playing tomorrow. And I think I would say that I can at least just describe that Aatrox as a champ right now is pretty strong in lane after the durability changes. I think a lot of the D-Shield champions that can go second wind can kind of just stay in lane forever in a way early game, unless they're playing really bad. And the issue with Aatrox is that he actually gets outskilled in side lane by a lot of champions. There was a lot of things I could pick this game that would outscale him in side lane, but I just think that Gwen is one of the strongest scaling champions in the game right now, and I think it kind of showed this game. It's kind of like insurance in a way. I don't think he should be behind this much at this point if he's playing
with all the attention he's gotten too, right?
Yeah, with all the attention. I think I just managed my waves really well this game and denied a lot of CS. But ideally, the way this matchup should go is that he's actually a lot more even with me up until we're both one item, and then he should start to lose inside.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play another team fight here. Your Baron flank team fight. Can you walk me through the process of like how do you play Gwen in the team fight? And then also, what are the comms like going on in here?
Well, I think Power of Evil had really good comms at this point of the game because he kind of, as an Azir player, he actually recognized that Azir is for sure the strongest champion at this point for their team, and the only way we lose is, you know, going on Azir or getting one shot by Azir. So I actually just did everything in my power to kill Azir here. I actually think I could have probably timed the stopwatch a bit differently. I don't think they actually had any.
You think you did it for no reason here?
It was kind of, I mean, it's like two things. Trundle actually ulted me, so I actually wanted to buy time because if they actually all ulted me at the same time there, I think I would drop to like 20% life and I'd have to just run. So looking back now, I think the ulti was okay, but I think in the moment I felt like, oh, maybe I could have done a bit more damage. But the big thing was once we got Azir out of the fight, sadly he didn't die, but once he was out of the fight, I feel like they couldn't really do much. I think Ezreal for them this game was not really the greatest without an enchanter or like you know, someone giving like a Karma, giving him more of that move speed, that that kiting against me. But yeah, I think we just did a really good job in the game. Props to PoE. I think he really just hammered in. We have to get this year. Stop giving this guy free damage because I think we lost a few fights because of that. And we took him out, and the fight was pretty free.
Awesome. So yeah, thank you for that. I want to say I did want to bring this up because I wanted to give you player of the game for this play right here. Your TP into this fight wins the game. Yes, you don't win the game here, but you win the ensuing fight. So I really like this play. Thank you for taking your time here.
Thank you.
Talk to me about the pick and how to play it. So that's it for us. Back to y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd say thank you again. I don't know if that came through on my mic, but thank you very much, both High and Revenge. Very cool insight, particularly around, who it is who's identified, and Power of Evil called out this time around for saying, hey, it's the Azir. That's the person that we have to concern ourselves with in those late game fights. And as High mentioned, while it wasn't necessarily the Baron that was the final fight to the game, it was the winning fight in the game.
Absolutely. And so being able to identify the biggest threats for sure is always the most important. There are a lot of times, actually throughout this day, where we're talking about, you're kind of attacking the wrong, champ.
Hitting
So
the Braum a lot.
there we go, a few times. So being able to understand the target there. Also a good point from Revenge about earlier on in the game in terms of just managing the waves. There was one fight that happened topside where Kenvi and Jose Deodo were topside a little bit on a scrap. No one died, but what ended up happening was Kenvi left a Revenge as well with this frozen wave. And so when we ended up seeing Philip come right back topside, suddenly he was 10 CS behind.
Yeah.
So things like that could happen. This is just one of those things where you have to stress if you are in a bad wave state, you need help. And I think that was a good example of it.
And considering everything he talked about on the matchup, you get behind like that, Aatrox versus Gwen, it felt like it was all over from there. Let's pull up the standings, see where all the teams sit at the end of day 2 here in the summer split. We got 3 2-0 teams. It's CLG. How about that one?
There we go.
Unsurprised.
Alongside Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid Honda. Next up, we got a big slew of teams in 4th place. 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, Immortals, Progressive now on the board. Cloud9, I think for many, will be the surprise at O2. Granted, again, we'll continue to remind people it's not the full starting roster out there on the stage just yet, alongside Dignitas.
Time to overreact.
Yep.
Still hunting for the O2. I think it's going to sting for TSM fans to see that O2, considering how poor the spring split was. But I, at least for one, feel differently about this O2. Again, today for me, Spica actually popped the heck off, even though they didn't get the win.
I saw some people saying you got the Lyra award, if people remember, the jungler on your cursed team.
Envy?
Yeah.
But Lyra Envy.
6 kills on Viego in this meta is wow, you were having a great game, just unfortunately couldn't clinch it.
Couldn't get it over the line.
Yeah, this day was the same. J4 yesterday. I feel like Spica's been playing well, absolutely.
Yep.
They've been having pretty rough games, but it's one of those things where you just hashtag keep the faith.
You can't take CLG's hashtag.
Maybe you can.
Right, I don't know. Maybe that's the one team that can't take that. What I will say is that I hope desperately that we do not see Mark-level knee-jerk reactions to the couple of losses by the TSM staff. I really hope that this is the split where they take a note out of
Shenyi
multiple other
coming in
teams.
Sunday.
No, let it ride. Please, let it ride.
That's my
all
biggest.
I want to see
That's
happen.
my biggest, question mark. When I had TSM low in my power ranking, I was like, it's mostly because last split, hey, you came in with an understanding that this team needed time, and then week 2, you just shook everything up. So give them time.
On the other side, I think it's really interesting to call out CLG's composition again. Obviously, we've talked about the Seraphine. The plus 14K healing to teammates is just absolutely disgusting from that composition. But something I believe I've seen in NA Academy too with the Seraphine, because they were one of the first regions I saw on this current patch as opposed to 1210. So I am wondering, with today's game, especially with all of the healing that was being done, if other teams are going to try to pick up something like this.
I think it was one of you 3 that posed it, and I'm just going to jack the question. Does CLG have the best read on the meta?
Oh, I think I had said that.
Was that you who just said it offhand?
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody dropped it, and now that Emily's talking about what other people try and, because the inverse of that, for example, is FlyQuest, right? Who, as Revenge mentioned, no enchanter in the lineup. So you've got everything from 0 enchanters to 3 enchanters out there on the Rift. Which direction is better? CLG 2-0, looking like it's an argument.
Seraphine abuse, carries in the top lane.
Senna.
I don't know. Looks pretty good to me.
Senna gross, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I would definitely say CLG would be it, just because they, from the Yone top lane just yesterday, and then, of course, mostly just having enchanters bot lane. It's when you look at bot lane win rates on the patch, a lot of the times you'll notice, oh, the AD carry is not the one with the highest win rates. The picks like Seraphine, Veigar, stuff like that is, or Swain, I suppose.
Yeah.
In this case, if you're going to keep getting Senna, maybe you get Senna Swain, maybe in the future, who knows?
Yeah.
Then finding Senna Seraphine is a damn good combo that is just an amazing ball comp.
Hot start for CLG. A couple of other teams as well. Let's take a look at our Pogs, though, to see which of our players started hot here
There
today.
it is.
Yesterday it was what?
Wow,
it was 4 mid laners.
There was a lot of mids
right?
yesterday.
A whole
bias
bunch
today.
of mids yesterday. There's some clear support bias here today.
Depending on
I'm
how you want to
considering Luger a support
categorize Luger,
because
yeah.
he's only played
True.
Senna and Seraphine
True.
so far. And then Revenge as a top laner sneaking in there right at the end of the day.
Gotta say, I'm happy to see the support representation and the Vulcan Core JJ back and forth. I will be hyping up that narrative quite a bit over the course of this split, so I want to see who gets the best one.
That's pretty hilarious, because how long do we keep saying, well, supports need love, they need the recognition. You finally get it there, and it's consistently the teams that were winning today that had the better supports.
There it is. There it is. Scheduled for tomorrow, because we got 3 days of LCS action on this opening week. We kick things off with 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. FlyQuest step on stage second against Evil Geniuses. Another big matchup, smack dab in the middle of the day.
100 Thieves Demons.
Your boy Mark Z gonna be on the cast.
Yeah.
Okay, I never want to hear that again.
That's something I want to hear during that game. CLG Golden Guardians in slot number 4 before we close out with TSM versus Immortals Progressive.
It's actually just so funny that every time Dignitas goes up against 100 Thieves, it's a Dignitas win. Like, even during the end of the split, when 100 Thieves were about to have like the longest win streak of the split and usurp C9s, slip to the Dignitas banana peel. So it's like, it could happen again.
Is it going to?
I'm going to hold my prediction.
I'm
going to make you wait.
To find out.
There we go.
Into what you
Tension.
Think. All right. Fair
Expectation.
Enough. Any other closing thoughts? 2 days in.
I'm regretting my CLG last place in my power rankings. I can own that one pretty. Own that one quickly.
The good news is somehow you're on their good side.
Yeah.
Through all of it.
I don't know how.
I mean, amazing. So
I appreciate the grace that they've shown me.
That in and of itself is impressive.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. We're going to get home, get some rest, come back tomorrow for another full day of LCS play. So from those of us here at the LCS.
For myself, the cast, the entire live broadcast
Too many Seraphine impressions today. There you go.
That's it from us. I don't know where I was in this sign-off, so we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe. Be good to each other. Good night.
Wow, that was way off.